Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It's February 5th, 2025, and I'm so excited for today's interview. Today, we're going to be covering several topics that are continually requested. Number one is never Mormons. So, I've often asked, I want some never Mormons because half of the Mormon Stories audience has never been Mormon. So I've often asked, why don't we have never Mormons come on Mormon Stories and talk about why they listen to Mormon Stories? So we have a never Mormon on Mormon Stories today. She was raised in the Assemblies of God tradition. And the Uber theme for today is, how did following and learning about Mormonism, and even specifically Mormon Stories podcast, cause Assemblies of God / let's just say evangelical or charismatic. What's the other word?
Pentecostal.
What would cause a Pentecostal evangelical Christian to both be interested in Mormonism and Mormon Stories podcast, but also to have that lead to her own faith transition? So we're going to be talking about that. And we're also going to be talking about what it's like to be raised in Utah as a never Mormon and as an evangelical Christian / Pentecostal Assemblies of God Christian. Those are a couple of the major themes today. And so joining us, strap in for an amazing, epic Mormon Stories interview. But also, I'm impressed with how much Anna has been following Mormon Stories and how just how impactful Mormon Stories has been to her life. So we've flown her here from an undisclosed state. I give to all of you Anna Schreyer. Hey, Anna.
Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That was awesome.
How's that for an intro?
Yeah, that was grandiose. I loved it. Grandiose.
And of course, as a co-host today, we have my favorite human, Margi. Hey, Margi.
Hi there.
Thanks for coming.
Yes, I'm here for it.
All right. Okay. Did you know that we've interviewed at least one Pentecostal in Mormon Stories history?
I actually did not know that. So that is an episode I've missed.
He's actually a Pentecostal minister named Chris Thomas, who is over a congregation where's University of Tennessee? It's near you, actually.
Oh, well, UT is in Knoxville.
Isn't Knoxville kind of near?
That's pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yep. So anyway, you're our second Pentecostal that I can remember on Mormon Stories.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Okay, so did I miss anything from the introduction that we're going to be covering
today?
No,
we're going to get into all of it, so that's totally fine. Yep.
And also, so many of our followers or listeners are Christian, and they're often really upset that so many of the Mormons that we interview end up losing their faith in God and Jesus and the Bible. And I just want to say at the outset, I have no personal interest or motivation to have Christians lose their faith in God or Jesus or the Bible. I'm pro-church, pro-religion for people for whom it works. Sometimes people think that I'm favoring or trying to destroy faith, and I'm just not. But having said that, so many of my Christian followers and listeners are disturbed by the fact that that's what ends up happening to so many of the people I interview. And so you're an example of at least some of that happening completely outside the Mormon context.
Yeah, wasn't your intention whatsoever, and isn't mine either. I'm not trying to get anybody to change their beliefs, but this is just how it unfolded for me. So
yeah. So let's get there. We always like to start with intentions. Do you want to share kind of why you, of all people, would want to come on Mormon Stories podcast?
Yeah, that's interesting. I know I've listened for a long time, and a lot of people have said things along the lines of, they hope to bring hope to other people and to share their stories so other people can relate. And that's something that's really beautiful, and I hope that happens. But in all honesty, this is for me, why I'm doing this. I have struggled with my faith for quite a few years and have never really shared openly about that. And just within these last year have I even shared with those closest with me where my faith is at now. So this is me kind of owning my story for the first time. So
Yeah, that's meaningful.
and as far as like what my intentions aren't, I've thought about it a lot, and it's been really difficult for me to parse through my life and decide what's important to share and what isn't. And I've just come to the realization that like my life is intertwined with a lot of other people, and I want to do my best to protect those people, but at the same time, I think it'll be a disservice to my story to not share in an effort to protect theirs. So particularly my parents, like this is in no way trying to discredit or dishonor their story, but this is just mine. So that's where we're going.
And just to hit that right on, we're not going to mention the name of the church, but they're sort of heavily involved in a Utah-based Assemblies. Is it Assemblies or Assembly?
It's Assemblies of God. Yeah.
Assemblies of God. Church.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Technically, like an individual church would be called like an Assembly of God church, but as a whole, the denomination or fellowship is Assemblies. Yeah.
And so while you'll be talking about your Assembly of God experience, everyone should know we're not trying to call out or attack anyone specifically.
No, not at all. And I love the church that I was raised in. I still have a lot of really fond memories and fond feelings towards that congregation. So, and of course my parents. So I'm not interested in taking anybody down or anything like that. So.
Okay. All right. Well, if it's okay, normally we just say, where does your Mormon story begin? But your story doesn't begin as a Mormon story. Can you give us kind of a primer on Assembly of God / Pentecostalism, just for those who don't even know what it is?
Yeah. So I'll try to be somewhat brief with it, but I love history and all things that. So, okay. So Pentecostalism essentially started in the early 1900s. I always believed growing up that it was always a thing. Like that is what I thought. And then as I got older, I studied. But the Assemblies of God really starts with a guy named Charles Parham. So he was a faith healer, evangelist, and a pastor, and he had started a Bible school in Topeka, Kansas. During that Bible school, they are studying the book of Acts. So for like people who may not know the book of Acts, they were studying chapter 2, which contextually, Jesus has already died. He's been resurrected. He's ascended. So the believers are gathered in the upper room. They're all praying together. And suddenly the sound of a mighty rushing wind fills the room, and what appears to be tongues of fire are seen above the believers' heads, and they begin to speak in other tongues. So as in Topeka, Kansas, these Bible students are studying this, they are trying to decide what is it that is the evidence of being baptized in the Spirit, because Peter follows up with that event in a pretty long sermon, but to shrink it down, he basically says, this is what's been prophesied. They've been baptized in the Holy Spirit. So these students are talking about it, they're studying it, they're praying about it, and they decide that the initial evidence of being baptized in the Holy Spirit is speaking in tongues. So all of them gather around a woman at her request. Her name was Agnes Osman. And in 1901, she speaks in tongues for the very first time. There have obviously been other traditions and other even Christian movements that have spoken in tongues before, but this was the first time that it was kind of grabbed a hold of as like a doctrine or a theology. And Charles Parham runs with this. He starts going and teaching this everywhere. He eventually ends up in Houston, Texas, where he's teaching at another Bible school. And a man named William Seymour, who was a one-eyed black man. He was the son of emancipated slaves. He wants to learn from Charles Parham because he's heard of this theology, this doctrine. And Charles Parham, I have now learned, was a Ku Klux Klan sympathizer and did not allow him to be in the classroom. So he sat outside the classroom listening through the door. But he also grabbed hold of this doctrine. He never spoke in tongues at this point. It wasn't something that he had experienced, but he, through a series of events, ends up in Los Angeles and starts some prayer meetings, and he is teaching this doctrine, even though he himself has not spoken in tongues yet. He starts teaching this doctrine, and people start being filled with the Spirit under that belief, and they start speaking in tongues. It births what is now known as the Azusa Street Revival. So almost all Pentecostal and charismatic denominations can trace their roots to that revival, that event, which was super impactful. It lasted for 6 years, so from 1906 until 1912, and it was interracial, multicultural, just like a really beautiful gathering of different, people from different walks of life. But he kind of started this amazing man named William Seymour started this whole movement.
Which city again was this?
So this was in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Yeah, so they started in a small house on Bray Street, and it outgrew that house, and they moved to Azusa Street. So now it's called the Azusa Street Revival.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so this kind of splinters off. There's a bunch of people that pick up this new theology because it was huge. It was people are getting healed. There are crazy, weird, like kind of supernatural happenings are going on. There's stories of a fire department that was called because they believed that the fire where the prayer meeting was happening, the building where the prayer meeting was happening was on fire, and the fire department shows up and there's no fire, but people swore that they saw flames coming. Just like really intense kind of spiritual things happening. And so lots of people across the United States are now holding on to this doctrine of being filled with the Spirit. And eventually in 1914, about 300 Pentecostal believers, they gather together in a town in Arkansas, and they decide that they're going to start a fellowship. It wasn't a denomination. Not a denomination. They start a fellowship of Pentecostal believers, and that is now the Assemblies of God. And where the denomination kind of really, I believe it kind of really gets its claim as a denomination, not a fellowship, is just 2 years later. They had some arguments amongst different Pentecostals about the Trinity and things like that. And so the Assemblies of God had a council, and they came up with their 16 fundamental truths, which is now basically their creed. And so that's how the Assemblies of God was birthed.
Wow.
And then it grew and grew. How did it, do we want to say how it came to Utah or?
Yeah, it grew in general. So right now, as it stands, they claim about 3 million U.S. members of the Assemblies of God. And then worldwide, they claim over 80 million.
Yeah, because in Guatemala, it was almost every town I was in, there was an Asamblea de Dios in that town. More prevalent than Mormonism in at least Guatemala. Yeah. It
was just the weirdest. We'll get to this, but in my traveling overseas, to see the little AG logo, I was like, huh? Because I guess I didn't realize it was as, worldwide as it is. But I don't know necessarily how it ended up spreading as far as from state to state, but their headquarters are in Springfield, Missouri. That's where they eventually moved to, and that's actually where I was born. So
in Springfield.
Mm-hmm. It is our Salt Lake City is our Mecca. That is.
But you moved. Oh, we'll get there. I'll ask about your family in a second. So really quickly, for those who want to check out the previous episode I did, it's with Christopher Thomas, and it's called A Pentecostal Reads the Book of Mormon. And that is actually a book that scholar Christopher Thomas, Dr. Christopher Thomas, wrote and published. So people can check that out. But his main premise is that the Book of Mormon itself carries a lot of Pentecostal kind of teachings or vibes within it. In other words, he, for whatever reason, read the Book of Mormon and saw a lot of Pentecostalism there. And if anyone's familiar with Joseph Smith and the Articles of Faith, It starts out as one of the primary articles of faith. We believe in the gift of tongues, prophecy, revelation, visions, healing, and in the interpretation of tongues, etc. So there's a couple questions from that. Even though I was surprised, and I just because I forgot, I'm sure Christopher covered this, I was surprised to hear that Assemblies of God / Pentecostalism is, from your account, something that originated in the 1900s, because clearly the strains of Pentecostalism extend at least into, back into the early 1800s, or Joseph Smith, number one, wouldn't have wrote that into the Book of Mormon, and number two, wouldn't have listed that as one of the key what you would associate with Pentecostalism as one of the key Mormon church articles of faith. Yeah,
so it's interesting because as a kid, when I'm like arguing with Mormons to be like, oh, speaking in tongues, blah, blah, blah. So we would hold the doctrine of what is called glossolalia. And so glossolalia is like a heavenly language. It's not necessarily, whereas like that's how we interpret it, is like a heavenly language. Whereas Mormonism is like the gift of tongues is like learning a language, or at least that's what it's turned into over the years. Yeah. So it is interesting. And that's why I mentioned like there are definitely other movements and other revivals. I mean, revivals have been going on for quite some time. And we have studied all of those, or at least in my family we have. So there was definitely like precedent for it. But as far as a main theological, like this is doctrine, like the initial evidence of being filled with the Holy Spirit is in speaking in tongues. That was kind of birthed out of the Azusa Street revival. That's why I mentioned that, is that it kind of sprung from there.
And as I go through that articles of faith, will you tell me whether these things were prominent in Assemblies of God? Yeah. So the gift of tongues.
Yes.
Prophecy.
Yes.
Visions.
Yes.
Healing.
Yes.
Interpretation of tongues.
Not in our church, but yes.
Okay. And to be clear, I think it's safe to say that what Joseph Smith meant by those words and teachings, and what the Book of Mormon conveys using those concepts, are all almost identical to the way y'all likely practiced it.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And when current Mormon missionaries redefine gift of tongues as like a Mormon missionary goes overseas and is able to learn a language faster than what an average person would be able to learn it, or can understand things, vocabulary or say things that he normally wouldn't be able to say, but God inspires him or her to either understand beyond his or her understanding, or speak beyond his or her understanding. That's sort of modern Mormon apologetic, just reinterpretation of words to cope with, as almost like motivated reasoning, the dissonance of core Mormon fundamental doctrine changing and actually being eliminated over time. Is that fair?
Yeah, for sure. And it's almost, those things have faded out, and now we have to reconcile. Why are we not doing these things anymore? Why is this not happening? So I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. And so it's almost like what I'm hearing you say is these principles that we just outlined, tongues and prophecy, revelation, visions, healing, they've been around Christianity for a long, long time, but Assemblies of God were kind of the first corporate U.S.-based church to really codify them as central to essential to the practice.
Yeah, so there were several Pentecostal denominations that were birthed out of that, and even splintered off as time went on. I mean, you have Church of God in Christ, which is usually considered more of a black like denomination. Typically, I mean, that's not to say you can't go if you're not, but and so that was birthed out of that same movement. And then eventually Foursquare Church, which was like Amy Semple McPherson, that kind of turned into that as well. So they were all kind of splintering off of this main event that happened in 1906. So,
by the way, we have an ex-Foursquare couple
that
we're going to be bringing on Mormon Stories soon to talk about that. Do you know about them?
No.
Oh.
I mean, I know about Foursquare-ish, but I don't know about this specific couple.
Oh, no. Do you know about the the faith tradition, the Foursquares?
Not as much. We were like kind of cousins, I guess, in a way. Like we would go to, different Foursquare churches growing up for different conferences. If they had like a speaker come in, we would attend their services because we're pretty closely tied. And like my parents had a lot of respect for Amy Semple McPherson. And so they like encouraged me to like read her books when I was younger and things like that. So definitely like same vibe, never any like animosity whatsoever.
Well, you may or may not know this, but they've been profiled nationally by like 60 Minutes or 2020 as being under investigation by the FBI for like sexual abuse of children, cover-ups and stuff.
Super sad.
You didn't know that?
No, I had no idea.
But that's a church you had affiliations with or fond feelings for growing up.
For sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Okay. Margi, any questions about background before we go to Honest Story?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for giving us that background. I'm texting Chris because I love Christopher Thomas. He's Church of God. Is that different? That's different.
Yeah, it's a little different. And there's like two different Church of Gods. Like one of them's out of Tennessee and one of them's out of another. I can't remember.
He's in Tennessee. So he's in Knoxville. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, now let's get to your story. As far as your parents go, were they born Assembly of God or?
So my mom was. Yeah, my mom is a Assemblies of God pastor's kid. So her dad was AG pastor.
What state or city?
In Missouri. Yeah,
Okay.
My mom grew up in Joplin, Missouri.
Okay.
So she grew up AG, very Pentecostal, all of those things. Her brothers are both AG ministers. So it's very. And then my dad did not, he jokes about this, so I'm not being rude, but he jokes kind of heathen upbringing, not at all a Christian home. And he actually, to use Christian language, got saved when he was in college. He's from Wyoming. And my parents met in a Christian band. Yes.
So is it kind of rock band?
No, I don't think so. They were kind of inching into that. I remember my mom always said that she thought it was really stupid because my dad played guitar. And so they went to go look for a guitarist. They had never had a guitarist in the band before. And they wanted to add a guitarist as they're getting more contemporary and things. And so they had stopped in this little town in Wyoming and he auditioned and got the gig, and so they had him jump on the tour bus with them, and so she always thought it was silly though that they had a guitarist.
So he joined as a guitarist, not as a convert?
No, he was already a Christian. He was already he wasn't Assemblies of God, but he had definitely gotten like bitten by the bug of like signs, wonders, and miracles. Was into all of that. He tells a story about him reading the Bible and specifically reading the book of Acts and going to his like Baptist pastor and being like, so when do we get to do this stuff? And his pastor was like, oh, buddy, this stuff doesn't happen anymore. And he was like, what? And he just kept
meaning tongues and
signs and wonders, the healings, all of that. He was like, it doesn't happen. And so he was like, there's a church down the street if you think that you will fit in better. Because he kept pestering about it, and they eventually kind of kicked him out, like, just go down the street and they'll take care of you over there. And so he I don't know what denomination that was, but it was more of a Pentecostal denomination that he had joined after that. So
got it. Okay, so around what year did your parents meet?
So they would have met in 88, 87 or 88.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's right. When I'm just trying to get my own timeline. That's right around the time I'm graduating from high school. So
yeah. So
okay.
Yep. They my dad had gone to Casper College in Wyoming. He was actually there for opera singing. I don't know.
He's a singer.
He is. Yeah. Family is very musical. Very musical. So he had done that. My mom went to an Assemblies of God liberal arts university in Missouri called Eventual. She went there, and then she had already graduated. And when they met, it was a very, not quite a Mormon story, but like first date, my dad told her he loved her. Within like 3 weeks, he proposed. But then it changes a little bit because they waited a year to get married, but still very, very quick. And then after they had gotten married, he had decided he wanted to be a pastor. And so he went to another Assemblies of God Bible college in, different from the one she went to, but it was a Bible college in Missouri, and did that.
Okay. And do they have women pastors in Assemblies of God?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. So women have always been a part of the movement. So when it first started, it was like, A-okay, you can be an evangelist, you can be a missionary. We need those.
To women.
So yeah, so they were allowed to preach, but they weren't allowed to be pastors. They weren't allowed to be leaders over the church. In the 30s, gets a little dicey because they had started as obviously an interracial movement. And in the 30s, they actually removed rights from black ministers being ordained in the assemblies in the 30s. And from my understanding, there was a little bit of a gap that needed to be filled as far as ministers that were able to be pastors because they just lost a lot of
People
black
of color.
ministers.
Yeah.
Yes. And so that ended up being filled by a lot of women. So in 1935, I think women were from then on allowed to be ordained as ministers
Very
in the
cool.
Assemblies of God. Yeah, kind of cool. Kind of, I was like,
Yeah.
thanks, but
Right.
yeah.
So did your mom pursue becoming a pastor too, or just
So
your
my
dad?
parents, I would consider them both the pastors of the church that they are pastors of. So she is like ordained with the Assemblies. They just say that they senior pastor together. That was always confusing as a kid because I would tell people like, my parents are pastors. And they're like, so your dad is a pastor? And I'm like, no, my parents are pastors. But yeah, she has, it kind of depends. I'll explain this just like slightly because I think it's important. The Assemblies of God, because they kind of say that they're a fellowship rather than a denomination, even though they're totally a denomination. To be clear, it is a denomination. They kind of have an attitude within their churches that if the pastor is agreeing to the 16 fundamental truths and abiding by some rules to like hold his ordination, like abstaining from alcohol, some different things like that, that within their church you can kind of focus on whatever you would like. So there's going to be people that listen to this and they're going to be like, I grew up in Assemblies of God. Well, maybe somebody will listen to this and have grown up in Assemblies of God church.
Oh, for sure they will.
And they might say, that wasn't my experience. And that's probably true. Because you can walk into any Assemblies of God church and they can have a different focus. Our church was very like signs, wonders, and miracles focused, like very much so. But then like my uncle's church, for example, was like calm and like you go in and he's doing like a scriptural exegesis and like, and believed in the things, believed in speaking in tongues, but just wasn't as prominent. So it just kind of depends.
Interesting. So less correlation than Mormonism. Mormonism is kind of known that wherever you go, you show up.
It's like McDonald's. You have the same
experience.
Big Mac, no matter
not
what.
quite as cookie cutter. It's not as conforming.
Okay.
Yep. Which allows for some cool things and then some not so cool things.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So your parents meet around 87, 88. They get married a year later.
89. Yep.
And how did they get to Utah from Missouri?
Yeah. So they became pastors of a church in a small town, like right outside of Springfield. It's called Branson, if anybody knows, Silver Dollar City. Yeah. So they were pastors of a church there. Well, at that point, I think it would be just my dad, but he was a senior pastor of that church. And after a few years of that, I was born in 1997. I'm the youngest of four.
Okay.
And it was quick. So from top to bottom, it's 4.5 years from my oldest sibling to me.
Wow, that's really fast.
It was fast. So she had a lot of littles and
4 kids in 5 years. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep. And in 1997, they had a friend that had moved out here to Salt Lake City. I don't know how close of friends they were, but he was starting a church plant here that was an Assemblies of God church plant. And they felt really strongly that they were supposed to go with him and to help him with the church plant. So not long after, I was born in July, and in September of 97, they moved out here. We lived in Layton, but my dad was on staff at that church, and that's how they got out here.
Oh, so they joined an existing planted Assemblies of God church already in...
It was a new church plant.
Yeah.
So he had started it, and they joined very soon after. Yeah. And so the way that it worked for them leaving their position at the church that they were pastors at, the Assemblies essentially sent them as missionaries just to kind of transfer their title from senior pastor to them going to be on staff at this church. So they had sent them as missionaries. And of course, like all anybody ever knows about Utah is Mormons. So they were like, yeah, we're going to do it. We're going to save Utah. It's happening. So that was like a big focus for them. It's not so much anymore, I don't think, but that was a huge
Let's hit that straight on. So you're not the first evangelical I've met that's come to Utah to kind of save Mormons.
Yeah.
How do evangelicals like you and your family often view Mormons? They don't, clearly it's not, oh, they're Christians just like the rest of us, right?
No, very clearly not. How dare you? No, it was a big deal. So when I was young, how I understood it was like, they're not Christians. Well, why? Because they believe in a different Jesus. I don't have the theological foundation to be able to explain to you why you believe in a different Jesus than I am. I'm running around the school being like, you believe in a different Jesus. That's all I had. But if I were to go outside of it for my parents, I think, obviously, Jesus is a big deal. And Jesus having always been God is a big deal. So that was really looked down upon by my family because...
So Mormons, in your view, Mormons believe that Jesus has always been God?
No. So Mormons... No,
the
so the opposite.
right?
Oh, okay.
So that Jesus was created and that he became a God. Like the Brigham Young, as man is, God once was, as God is, man may become. Like that was like really problematic for them because this is John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Like Jesus is the Word made flesh, so he's always been God. He wasn't created.
How do y'all deal with what Mormons often put forward as their selling point, that this idea of Jesus being God, but also being the Son and being God up in heaven, but also in flesh down below.
But also human.
And they're human, but he can be killed. Like, how did y'all deal with that whole Trinity mishmash that Mormons would say is more confusing and weird?
I didn't deal with it well, so I'll just speak for myself.
Not well.
I don't understand it still. I mean, I can't even tell you the amount of times I've been like, Dad, the Trinity. What's going on? Like, because quite honestly, Mormonism makes more sense in that regard. Then we would point the finger.
Yeah, take that.
Point for Mormonism. We would, be like, you're polytheist. You believe in multiple gods. That was huge. There shall be no other gods. Like there are no other gods. So that was really problematic. And then I heard you guys talk about this somewhat recently, but about the planet thing, that it's kind of fading out at this point.
But that Joseph Smith taught that we would eventually become Mormon, the faithful Mormons would become gods and rule their own planet. Y'all thought what?
Okay, so this is very problematic because our story of how Satan became Satan was that he was an angel in heaven and then he wanted to be so much like God. And so it's different completely, like our origins are different, but he wanted to be so much like God that then he was kicked out because it's like, you can't be like God. You don't get to do that. So he's kicked out. And then Mormons are like, we get to be our own God someday. We get to be like God. And we're like, that's Satan. Quite literally Satan. This is the origin story that we believe that, like, a lot of it, you can find bits and pieces and kind of wrap it around the story that now, like, church history has told us of, like, who Satan is. But it's kind of just our version of who, like, Lucifer was. But that was really problematic, too, because it was like, that's you're doing the thing that Satan did. And
that explains why Ed Decker made the God Makers, because it's just an outrageous, for mainstream Christians. I haven't really noted that context, that's what made Satan Satan, is aspiring to be too much like God. And so you're seeing Mormons repeat that sin basically through Joseph Smith.
Yeah. And it is interesting because there is kind of biblical precedent for us to believe that we we will be like co-heirs with Christ and we're kind of ruling and reigning, but not in the same, we would never be like, I'm going to be worshiped someday. That is like, and I've asked many Mormon friends when I was strongly believing, like, so if Elohim was once a man and then he was exalted into a god and he became the god of this planet, but then you become a god, do you just disregard Elohim now? Or is this like a pyramid scheme and everybody's running, they have their downline? Like, how does this work? And I was like, why would I spend my whole life worshiping my God only to end up just being like, thank you so much, see you never, and just start my own plan? Like, it never clicked in my head because our whole point was we get to be in eternity with God. We get to be in eternity with Jesus, and that's it. So, like, to kind of separate it in that way was really bizarre.
Maybe you phone home on Sunday nights or something.
You know what? You might. You get a little pep talk, and he's like, hey.
Grandpa God, you know.
He's like, I've been there, kid. I made that mistake too. Rookie.
The whole genocide thing, yeah.
Been there. Good luck cleaning it up. Yeah, exactly.
That's awesome. Well, we don't have to get into this, but, it could be super boring just hanging around God for eternity, right? Like, what do you do all day?
Not what we're told. No. The entirety of the reason is like throne room 24/7. I mean, at least the Christianity that I grew up in, it wasn't like...
What does that mean, throne room?
Okay, so, oh gosh. So there's like a lot of biblical references to the throne room where Jesus is seated. Like Ezekiel, Revelation, Isaiah, those are like really big. Anyway, okay. The Christianity I grew up in was like very Jesus focused. So it was not like you get to see grandma and you get your mansion in heaven and hopefully Rufus is there too. It was not like that. It was like, cool, I'm so happy that my family gets to be there, but it was Jesus. We are going there to spend eternity with Jesus, like the only one who's worth it, and he's worthy of eternal praise. Like, we will be in the throne room with the 24 elders, the 4 living creatures. We will be praising along with them on our knees, casting our crowns before him. That's it.
What are the 4
Forever.
living creatures?
Oh, wow.
And who are the 24 what?
Yeah.
24 elders. Wow, guys. Okay. So Revelation 4. Wow. This is wild. Okay. It's so funny to think that this is so normal to me. Revelation 4, it talks about like this open vision that John has of the throne room of heaven where Jesus is seated. And I will not get all of the details correct because they're pretty out there. But there are these angels that are the 4 living creatures. They differ from book to book slightly in their appearance, but they're all kind of noted as the same beings.
It's like a minotaur or a
yeah,
centaur,
super weird.
like,
okay, so they have 4
scorpion.
different. So they're like they're a body, but they have 4 different faces. So it's lion, eagle, ox, and man. And I'm really embarrassed to say I know all of this because I have tattoos all about the throne room. You guys probably can't see it through but it's all embarrassingly here. Anyway,
the thumbnail shows your tattoo on your arm.
Okay, good, yeah. Great. So they are covered in eyes. Covered.
Eyes?
Eyes. Eyeballs.
Oh.
All over.
All right.
Wow.
And they are worshiping. In Isaiah 6, there's like one description of the seraphim. So seraphim is like plural, but it's a similar creature, so like 4 faces or whatever, but it says, and above the throne of God, there were seraphim with 6 wings, with 2 they covered their faces, with 2 they covered their feet, and with 2 they flew. But they're also covered in eyes, which is cool. And a lot of people have really deep, like, interpretations of all of those things. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of like Ezekiel's wheel. Oh gosh. Okay, Ezekiel's wheel is also an angel. It's called an ophon. And an ophon is like a wheel within a wheel. It's also covered in eyes. It's got some wings. I'm pretty sure it's on fire. And it represents, like, the way they've described it now is like the like omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence of God. So it like can move in all directions. It sees all things and it's powerful. weird stuff. Anyway, you get into Revelation and it's funky, and I don't understand it, but I sure did get a full sleeve about it. So
heaven, you're up there. You're praising Jesus 24/7 for eternity.
Correct.
And there's these 4 weird minotaur, centaur, Greco-Roman creatures that are half animal, half human.
Yep.
Along with these seraphim and angels, and they've all got eyes all over them.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, I think Mormons wouldn't say this. Like, I think Mormons tend to not take Revelations super literally, and they probably emphasize it less and less each decade that goes by.
Smart. It's probably smart for them.
So this idea of like, I think of Revelation as almost like a mushroom trip that, there's got some spiritual value if you're a believer, but certainly not actually trying to describe what literal heaven is like.
No,
but for y'all it is.
Yeah. So the way that I always understood it was, obviously Jesus talks about the kingdom of heaven, and we grew up believing the kingdom of heaven is now. It's a now thing. Like it's bringing heaven to earth. It's like we are acting out what Jesus did on earth, which is like Matthew, I think 10, he says, as you go preach this message, the kingdom of heaven is here. Heal the sick, raise the dead, cleanse those who have leprosy, cast out demons. That's our call. So that's what we would believe, like kingdom of heaven. But as far as like heaven as a place.
Wait, say those again.
So it's heal the sick, raise the dead.
Heal the sick through divine healing blessings.
Through Jesus. Jesus is empowering us to do those things.
To heal the sick.
Which
Mormons try and do, but we all know it doesn't really work. Bummer. Or we talk ourselves into believing it works. But okay, healing the sick, raise the dead.
Raise the dead.
That's like Lazarus level resurrection.
Yeah, so I grew up in a denomination, not a denomination, but I grew up people,
believing that.
You could raise the dead.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll get into that.
We will. Yeah.
Okay, so that's number 2, raise the dead.
Cleanse those who have leprosy.
Yeah.
Cast out demons.
Wait, leprosy is number 3?
Is leprosy figurative?
Leprosy gets its own thing?
Yeah.
Even though it's really not a thing anymore?
So what is leprosy to you all?
I don't know if I necessarily, so it's funny because when I lived in Africa, which we'll get into it, we would go into communities and they would be like lepers, like they would say that they were lepers because they had like flesh-eating diseases. And so it's kind of interesting because we were like, that's in the book, bring it in. I've like hugged people with like, and like prayed for people that have had just these awful, their fingers are falling off. And so I think we would just equate it to something like that. It wasn't like necessarily like
literal
in a sense. Like it wasn't like we were like, oh, outcasts, like lepers in a outcast community. It's not like we went that far to make it poetic, but we would just say like it kind of covers people whose fingers are falling off.
And I don't mean to say, I know leprosy exists in certain developing countries still. I didn't mean to say that it doesn't, but I mean in America it doesn't.
No, it didn't matter. We were going for it with that. So I guess it was just like go to Africa. I don't know. Like I don't know. That was
okay.
Go and find it
and do that.
Okay, so what comes after leprosy?
Casting out demons.
Okay, now Mormons are still cool with that, apparently.
Yeah, we're super cool with it too. So we've got that in common. We can shake on that.
Okay. Yeah. So those are like the 4 great things you're supposed to do on this earth?
Yeah, so it's, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. This was emphasized in the church I grew up in. So I don't know what other people are like.
No,
that is not what but we had it when I was a kid. We had it painted on, in our sanctuary, the whole wall of the sanctuary was painted with that verse.
Wow.
I think it's 10:17, Matthew 10:17. No, Matthew 10:7 and 8, maybe. I don't know.
I have to say, it's
been painted over.
There's something hardcore, almost admirable about the Assemblies of God and Pentecostals because, like it's often noted that if Mormons believe through blessed sacred oil you can heal the sick, and that's one of the virtues or the blessings of priesthood power. But ex-Mormons often note that if we literally have that power, we should just drop everything we do, go to all the hospitals, just say, hey, doctors, we've got this, stand down, and then just go heal everybody, right?
We believe that. My dad was a chaplain at a hospital for many years for that reason. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
And I guess I'm saying that's kind of admirable, because if you really do have a healing superpower, why wouldn't that be front and center of what you're always doing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. And what better way to exemplify that Christ still lives than to go and do the things?
Raise the dead.
Yeah.
Heal the sick.
Yeah. Cleanse us of leprosy.
Can I ask you a quick
out.
question around that?
Yeah,
And I'm noticing like we could do beliefs thing
I know. I'm sorry.
all day long. And I am curious about your
No, I'm
story
asking.
too.
Yeah.
But I do want to follow up and just ask, what was the narrative if you tried to heal someone, you blessed someone to get better, but they didn't get better?
That depends on the person entirely. So
Let me guess, blame reversal, but go ahead.
sometimes, yeah, sometimes blame reversal. Sometimes you got a demon, bummer. Like you better get somebody who goes let out before.
So if a demon blocks, demons have the power to block a healing.
Yes, absolutely. So there's a lot of different, there's a lot of different people that we were around that had different ideas on that. So, for example, some people would do the blame reversal, like, you must have some hidden sin. That's what it is. You must have some hidden sin, and you probably need to go repent. And then maybe, your sin is actually blocking God's healing. And that was like a pretty common thing. And I'll admit that that was sometimes talked about in my church. I think my parents moved further away from that idea. But then there's a lot of people that would say like, well, it just wasn't God's will, which wasn't what we believed, because we were like, it is always God's will to heal. So we would probably lean on some other external thing, because we would never make God look bad. It was always, something is not right because God says he wants to heal you. Like in the Lord's Prayer, it's like he's asking for heaven to come to earth. And we're like, well, there's no sickness in heaven. So if we're asking for heaven to come to earth, then clearly God doesn't want that.
Yeah, Mormons most often, I think today, would default to it wasn't God's will. It's like, we'll do the healing. If you're healed, it's because we have priesthood power that heals. If you're not healed, it must not have been God's will. Mormons aren't going to default to you weren't worthy enough these days, I don't think.
Yeah, and I would say it's interesting, because I think that if people were healed to whatever extent you would believe that, it was in the circle I grew up with, it was always credited to Jesus. It wasn't like this special man or this, because we were told that everyone can do this. Everyone can do the stuff. Everyone can heal the sick. Everyone can prophesy. It's everyone.
Even if you're not baptized?
So baptism for us was an outward proclamation of what already happened inwardly. So it's not a initiation in any way, and it's more so just like you are exemplifying what's already taken place inside you spiritually. Yeah.
Well, I apologize to viewers and listeners. We're kind of focusing a lot on doctrine because I think it's fun to learn. But that takes us away from your actual story.
Oh, it's
so let's
totally
get
fine.
back to your story.
I love it.
So your family, your parents decide to move to Utah in the late 90s.
Yep.
And they join a Davis County, a newly
Salt Lake
formed...
City, yeah. They're here in Salt Lake. So they lived in Layton, but the church was in Salt Lake.
Oh, so it's a Salt Lake City Assembly of God church. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So, yeah, what was it like to come to Utah for you? Oh, let me ask this. How impoverished are families that move to some random state and start a brand new church? Are you living on food stamps, or are you living high on the hog, or somewhere in the middle?
No. So my parents, when they moved out here, we had some connections of a Davis County private Christian school that, through a series of events, doesn't matter. But my mom ended up going on staff there as a teacher. So she was teaching at a private school, and then my dad got a very minimal salary. So we were not living it great, but we were making do. And people, it's the same thing as in Mormon communities. People took care of each other. So we were taken care of. It was never really a struggle, or at least like I was too young to have realized that. Like we were just having a blast.
So like people bringing each other meals.
Yeah, for sure.
So
Yeah.
casseroles aren't just a Mormon thing.
No, not at all. And it is like obviously a smaller community in that sense, but especially with my dad being on staff and my parents being so involved, that's a little extra cushion of community that you have. Whereas maybe an average person in the late 90s in an Assemblies of God church in Salt Lake City, Utah, might not have had the largest community, but we had a little bit of extra just because of being on staff. So
Okay. And so what was your family culture like? I'm just imagining we're all moving to Utah to convert these heathen Mormons, and mother, father, all the children, we're all in this together, you know? Is that?
yeah, so obviously I was an infant, so I don't remember the hoorah speeches by any sense, but they were really involved in the church that they had. When you move to a place, and I've now experienced this as an adult, when you move to a place for a specific church, that becomes the entirety of everything. So between the Christian school that my mom was a teacher at and this church, Christianity was everything. And it already was everything before, but even more so because we didn't have family here. We didn't know anybody here other than the leaders of the church. It just becomes your kind of rock that you cling to. So that's all. I don't remember any we'll get into it when I get a little bit older, but I'm too young to remember the initiatory speeches, I guess.
So when your parents, just to get a sense for the growth over time, when your parents first got here, where do you think the congregation met and how many people were attending versus like what type of building they meet in now and how many are attending? Like what was the growth over what span of time?
Yeah, so I think when they first moved here, it was still a somewhat popular church because it's new, it's young, it's hip, it's different. So I assume there were a lot of ex-Mormons and people in the community that were looking for something that wasn't quite Baptist or even like Orthodox, that they were looking for something kind of fresh. So from my understanding, and again, I was too young, my parents became pastors of a different church later on. From my understanding, it was a cool church, and I think to this day, still a pretty cool church. It's still around.
So the Salt Lake one was hopping. Mm-hmm. About how many members do you think would be attending?
I'm
150?
I would say
1,000?
over 100 for
like
sure, but not close to 1,000. No,
Okay.
not by any means. I would guess between 100 to 300, which at the time for an AG church in Utah was probably significant because there weren't a lot of us when we first moved here in the 90s.
It was its own building, it had its own church.
Yep. Yeah, they had their own building. Yeah.
Okay. That's comparable to the size of a Mormon congregation or Mormon word, a few hundred people.
Yep. So like the average church in America is like 50 people. Oh. So that was pretty big for us, at least. It was like, that's a decent sized church. Okay. But I also have been, I've attended like quasi mega churches too. So
Assembly of God mega churches.
No.
Oh.
No. Just non-denom.
Those don't exist? Or?
No, they do. Yeah, James River in Oh my gosh, it's huge.
Where? In Springfield?
In Springfield, Missouri. Yeah, it's huge. Did you ever see this is off topic. There's a video of a monster truck rally that happened at a men's conference. James River Church.
Okay.
Praise God.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the vibe. So.
Okay, so your parents start out in that Salt Lake church, and then at some point they go create their own?
Yeah, so I'll go into like a little bit because there is some defining things when we first moved. For my parents, moving to Salt Lake was like opening up a whole new world of like the supernatural. They had never really experienced that before. There's a book called This Present Darkness by Frank Peretti. I've never read it, I'll be honest with you, but apparently it has a lot of like stories of like demonic visitations and things like that. So my parents tell this story of moving to Utah was like them being introduced to the supernatural, both demonic and angelic. So my dad, and he still tells this story to this day, so I'm not saying anything that he would be embarrassed by, but He used to go to Temple Square to go and pray, not for revelation on the Mormon church, but probably against the Mormon church to some regard, like intercession, going for it. And he was walking around Temple Square, and he rounded what would be the south, I guess it was like the southeast kind of corner. Where the old, like in between the temple and like the South Visitor Center used to be. So he rounds the corner and he sees a giant demon in Temple Square, in the temple grounds. Giant. He would call it a principality, which is like a mega demon. They rule over more stuff. And as the story goes, he told, he asked the demon, are you the ruler of this church? Do you run this church? And the demon said, I've been here long before them, and I'll be here long after they're gone. So I don't know what happened after that, but fast forward a little bit, and my dad is in his bed, and he's woken up. Same demon fills the room and is over the top of him like a blanket, is how he describes it. And he said, I know why you're here, and I'm going to kill you and your family. Fast forward a little bit further, and I wake up one day and I have a bump on the side of my head. Who hit on I'm the youngest. Stuff happens. Blah, blah, blah. Nobody knows. I didn't do it, And a nurse at the church that my parents were attending, she was pretty concerned about it, and she kept asking questions, and my parents were like, yeah, like, we'll take her to the doctors, like, we'll get it taken care of. But then she ended up calling them the next day, and she said, hey, I'm very concerned, and I have made you an appointment with oncology. And so I was brought in, and they did scans, MRIs, all of that, and found out that it was cancer. So
you're how old?
I am just shy of being 2 at that point, so toddler. I remember a lot of this, weirdly. It was like so traumatic that I have like key memories of like kind of having cancer from kind of start to finish. But obviously they're freaked out. The people, I went to primary children's, and they didn't know what type of cancer it was, but they did know it was cancerous. In their discussions and kind of back and forth, my parents decided, hey, well, you guys are doing your thing. We're going to do ours. And they took me on a plane up to Toronto, Canada, because there was a revival happening in Toronto, Canada. Big movement and lots of stories of people being healed, all of that kind of stuff. So they brought me up there to be prayed for because they thought that I was going to get healed from this cancerous tumor. It was a little bit bigger than the size of a golf ball. And so they brought me up there, and I didn't get healed. They brought me back to Utah. But I can say about that, like they believed. Like that is really admirable to me, where I'm like, they read that Bible and they believed it. So I do appreciate that in a lot of ways. But then they also didn't hold so firmly that they wouldn't let doctors intervene. So there was a miracle of sorts that happened when I got back. There was a woman that was speaking at a medical conference at the U of U, and she was an oncologist, and they brought her in to look at my case because they were like, we don't know what this is. Like, we have no idea. And she took one look at it and said, I know exactly what that is. And I happen to be the 7th person in the world to be diagnosed with this type of cancer. And she happened to be one of the doctors that worked on one of the other 6 people in the world that was diagnosed with it. So pretty remarkable, pretty miraculous in the sense of the word. And they basically just said, hey, you gotta have surgery, you gotta cut it out. But during this time, obviously my parents are kind of rallying the troops to be praying for me, including my uncle's church. And as the story goes, my uncle had a lady in her congregation that was praying for me, and she had a vision. And in this vision, there was a demon talon in the side of my head. And the demon talon was cut off. And she said that she saw me standing in front of thousands and preaching the gospel to thousands as a grown woman. So that is a story that I have been told my entire life. That's pretty internalized. And it kind of, and I don't think that was at all their intention. I mean, to them, they were like, isn't God so good? Like, there was no trying to give me a complex or anything, but over the course of my childhood, I kind of internalized like 3 major things from that of like, I'm super special. God saved me for a reason. If God is going to save me again, if something happens, I better not mess this up. Because it was like he took care of me. There were actually several other pastors' kids in the region that got diagnosed with cancer around the same time, and some of them didn't make it. And so in my mind, I'm like, well, God did that for me. God made sure that doctor was there, and God, so that was kind of a story that was very internalized and kind of the intro to being in Utah for us.
Kind of your origin story.
Very much so.
So you mentioned kind of the demon part in the beginning. As a child being told that story, this idea of a demon threatening your dad. Well, he wakes up and he says basically he's going to cause harm to your dad and his family, right? Mm-hmm. Do you remember as a child what you thought about demons? Were they terrifying? Were you kind of more like, well, God's all powerful, so if I'm righteous, I'm good? Like, that seems very personal. And for a child, this idea of a demon putting something on your head because he's trying to, how was that for you, hearing that story and internalizing that?
Demons were very real, but they were also like, it sounds bad because it is, but my parents very much so told us that we were powerful through Christ and that we were able to, cast out demons and send demons away. And so from the time I was really young, we'd wake up scared because we thought we saw something in our room and, go downstairs to mom and dad's room, knock on the door and be like, hey, something's in there. And I remember them being like, yeah, well, that's a demon and you need to go tell it to leave in the name of Jesus. That was it. And hindsight, now hearing the story from my parents' end, they did sneak up afterwards and stand outside the door and listen to us, praying. It wasn't like this, like, I want to go back to sleep necessarily, because but it was like training, that we were going to be trained to know that we have authority over the demonic, but the demonic is very real, very real. So that was kind of what I thought of demons, and thought that demon possession was like very common. It was often said if somebody was in like really angry, like if we encountered someone on the street or at a restaurant and they're just super angry and mean and just kind of vile, like the common phrase that would be said is like, whew, like he's got some passengers on board, like meaning like he's got some demons.
Yeah. And Margi, you mentioned the word kind of origin story or founding story. Like, obviously Mormonism starts with the charismatic event, which is Joseph Smith having this theophany of the Lord in the 1832 version, or God and Jesus in the 1838 version, appearing to him, telling him none of the churches were true, and then telling him he needed to start the one true church and apostasy, and Angel Moroni, like having divine spirits. And there's the story of Joseph Smith being attacked by an evil spirit as a precursor to seeing God and Jesus. That's all part of the founding Mormon story that I think gives Mormonism so much of its juice, is just that divine sanction from the start. And I'm just thinking how useful it probably would be to have a family, in the case your family, or a church, in the case of your parents' church, start out with like a vision of some demon overseeing Temple Square, that the Mormon church was being led by a demon, that demon was attacking members of the church and even the children of the couple that's leading it, and that God Jesus healed our child who had cancer early on, and now we're all as a family leading this church in Davis County, doing our part in the vineyard to team with Jesus to fight this demon-led Mormon church. Like that's a really powerful, useful narrative to motivate everybody and to get them all on board for a cause, right?
Yeah, and I will admit, like, as far as the Mormonism stuff, like, my parents probably fell off of, like, the offense quite a bit in that regard.
Going against the church.
Going against the church, yeah. And they've always been, like, fairly gracious, but at the same time, like, you get hyped about something, like anybody's going to be super passionate and then kind of trip over their feet and make some mistakes. And so I'm not saying that the demon stuff is that, but the demon story for me personally, I never thought of it in regards, I never connected really the Mormon church with that moment, but with me personally, that God had saved me to do great things was really important.
And of course, Mormons identify with feeling like they're exceptional, chosen to save the world.
Yeah. And that was very much our family. Yeah. I mean, my parents raised us, and it is, in a lot of ways, I am so thankful because I was a super confident kid, super confident, could take on anything. But at the same time, to realize that, like, hey, you're not that great. Like, not in a bad way, but just like kind of coming to this humility of being like, oh, wow. Like, my parents raised us, and they would say, they would shorten the phrase to kings and presidents. And that meant that one day you were going to stand before kings and presidents. And they believed it. It was not, it was, we are making choices that will put us before rulers that rule nations and make a difference.
So with this context as a girl, you grow up a little, is it okay if I jump ahead? So you're a girl now. How do you view your community in the world with this story and with the beliefs that you now kind of have? I'm just curious, like, how do you view the world? Do you view it as scary? Do you view it as like scary, but I'm here to redeem it through Jesus? Or I'm, like, how are you viewing your classmates, the world in general? Are you fearless? Are you scared?
I don't think I was scared necessarily. Obviously, there's moments of being scared, but when you're told, like, you got the keys, like, you know what you're doing, you know how to do this, that was really encouraging to me. And so even though, like, I'd see things like people manifesting what then I believed would be a demon in church services, people are, rolling around, eyes rolling to the back of their head, shaking, violently and things like that. That's freaky. But then at the end of the day, I'm like, but Jesus, they're scared of Jesus. And I have Jesus in my heart. I always believed that. Like, from the time I was a little girl, like, I always believed, like, Jesus is in my heart. And so I'm good. I'm safe. And then as far as anybody else, I don't know if I necessarily would have thought that any of my, like, Mormon classmates were demonically possessed or oppressed or anything like that. I just would have been like, you guys got it wrong. Like, it wasn't, I think there was a time period where we were kind of like looking under every rock for the demonic. And then that changed as we got older. And I think my parents kind of course corrected in that way. But even to this day, like, they would still be like, demonic's real.
So, this idea of exceptionalism, it's got its benefits. You feel confident, you feel powerful, you've got a really clear sense of identity. And I'm really relating to, Mormon patriarchal blessings talk about the councils of heaven and kings and queens and, all that sort of, exceptionalism, I guess. So I relate to that. I think it can be a very positive framework to grow up in, with some side benefits of arrogance or overconfidence and bigotry or judgmentalism of others, right?
Yeah.
So not benefits then, maybe
Benefits with drawbacks.
with drawbacks.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That was a lot. I mean, I remember being a little girl, and we eventually moved to Riverdale, which is it's like a suburb of Ogden. So I say I'm from Ogden. My church is in Ogden. I am not from there necessarily, but Riverdale is very LDS, very LDS. So all of our neighbors were all LDS. Our next door neighbor was called as the bishop at one point, and so all of the like childhood friends I had were LDS. And I remember being at a pool party at one of the neighbors' houses, and I was talking to this little girl, same age as me, and I'm talking to her about Mormons versus Christians. And I said to her, well, Christians are better than Mormons. And she was like, no, they're not. And my sister, who's like 3 years older than me, is across the pool. Everyone's there. I yell across the pool, hey, Lydia, aren't Christians better than Mormons? For the whole pool to hear. And she was like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my God. You know, she's mortified. We go home, and my sister, of course, tattles on me. And that was like a very key moment in my like childhood for my mom to be like, you do not say that ever. Like, that is not okay. That is not true. She was very upset. And she told me, so you need to go apologize.
What do you mean not true? What did she mean not true?
Like, in the sense of like, it doesn't innately make us better people. Like, I think they believed like they're so good people. Like, we may have truth, but it doesn't make us better in the sense of goodness, if that makes sense. And so she told me I needed to go apologize. I was sobbing. I was a really sensitive kid, still am. And so she grabbed my hand and pulled me up to the neighbor's house. She knocked on the door, and I'm uncontrollably sobbing. And the mom answers the door, and she says, my daughter said something to one of your daughters, and she needs to apologize. And the neighbor was like, sorry, our daughter said something to because I'm the one that's sobbing. She's like, no. My daughter said something to one of your daughters. So she kind of just like calls a random girl down, not the girl I said it to at all, but I just, I'm sorry, you know? And from then on out, it was like, we do not, you know, we knew other like AG kids who would like, there's this one kid that his church, his house, the backyard of his house was a LDS like meeting house. And he used to stand in the backyard and he would say, you momos are going to burn in hell. And he would scream at them because that's what he was taught as a little kid. And that was not my family. Like, we were not, we very strong on the differences and that we have the truth and they don't. But I guess the best way I can relate it is like, we also didn't believe in Santa Claus. We were never told that Santa was real. And it was a very strong, like, you do not tell people that Santa's not real. Like, you don't ruin it for these other kids. So they would be like, sure, talk about Jesus, but like, don't tell people that they're, at least when we were kids, because we didn't have tact. So,
well,
that's interesting, because as a child, a girl, you're holding things in a way where it's like, you know things other people don't know, but don't tell them what they don't know, right? Which makes, I mean, that's kind of sophisticated, I think, for a child brain.
I was going to say, in some sense, you said the quiet thing out loud.
Yeah.
And again, I think Mormons relate to this because absolutely Mormons believe that the Mormon church is superior to all other churches, that all other baptisms and marriages are illegitimate, don't count, and that in some condescending way, it's always like, I feel so sorry for the rest of the world that they don't have the truth and the lifestyle that we have.
Yeah.
But no Mormon ever would admit to an outsider, we're better than you. They think it, they believe it, but they would never say it. But you as a kid, you were just saying the quiet thing out loud.
And it really was unspoken. It was never something that was intentionally like outright spoken to me at all. Like, that would not have been something that my parents would have told me. It wasn't like hey, like that's true, but don't go saying that to people. It wasn't that. It was just that was what I am viewing around me and going, that's true.
Yeah.
Like,
and it's kind of like psychologically, that's what that creates. Psychologically.
Yeah.
You know.
And as we got older, we were very much so encouraged to like tell the truth about the Christianity. But I think my parents wanted us to gain that maturity, to gain that tact. So we weren't just like, telling our teachers like, you're, I don't know, going to hell. Like,
So
I don't
that
know.
did change. That was more like a child thing.
I think it was a childhood, like almost barriers. Like we had a little bit of safety net, or like just don't talk about it, because we were not tactful about it at all. I remember so we were at this private Christian school. That was where we attended. And in the summer from my second grade into my third grade year, my parents had decided like our kids are way too sheltered. Like we are. At that point, they had taken a church in Ogden, and we can go back to that a little bit. But they had become pastors of a church in Ogden, an Assemblies of God church. And so they're pastors. We're going to a Christian church. All of our friends, as far as like not neighborhood, but friends, are all Christian. And they realize like, oh, this is not good. Like, how are we supposed to share what we have if they're not encountering it? And so they sat us all down individually. My mom did. She pulled us each one by one into her room when they made the decision to take us out of private school and put us into public school. And I don't know what the other kids' talk was, but I will never forget mine. My mom gave me a penny with my birth year on it. Everything is very symbolic, prophetic, like very beautiful. She gave me a penny and she said, Anna, the world may view you as just 1 cent, just one amongst many, not very significant. But God views you as 1 cent, S-E-N-T. You are 1 cent into this world.
Whoa, double meaning.
you are here for a purpose. You're going into this school, with the light of the world, with the gospel, and you're there to show people what Jesus is really like. And so I still have that penny. I punched a hole in it, and it's on my keychain to this day.
Wow.
But it was a really significant moment going into public school, because we were devastated, because our whole worldview was one, Christianity in the world that we understood it in, but then additionally the school that we went to was actually quite diverse. It was in Davis County, it was in Layton, and it was quite diverse. It was probably about, if not 40% people of color, it could have bordered on 50%. It was pretty diverse for Utah especially. And so I remember my coming home for my first day at public school, how was it? What'd you learn? How'd it go? And it was like two things. I was like, I'm the only Christian, and it is so white. That was like devastating to me. Like I was like, what is this? Like,
the private school was bordering on 50% people of color.
Correct.
Was it Assemblies of God private school or just a Christian?
Well, actually, no, you're right. Yeah, that I totally forgot. That church was an Assemblies of God church. So it was a church that ran a private school, but they were AG. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, but it was more diverse. Then you
Correct.
go to that's weird. Mm-hmm. Usually you think of private schools as being the least racially diverse.
This was
and
not the
public
case.
schools being the most racially diverse. You leave a ethnically diverse private school in Utah to go to a mostly white public school.
So I at the time, now it's changed quite a lot. The demographics have changed so much because people are moving in for jobs and all of that. And especially Ogden is changing, because Ogden is kind of like the next best thing to like Salt Lake. Like if people are working in Salt Lake, they'll commute and they move to Ogden. And so it's changing a lot. But when I was young, obviously still a larger like Hispanic population, which is beautiful, but there was no Black people whatsoever. And so that was really jarring for me to go into, and for my siblings as well. We had all had the same like sentiment when we came home of like, is like really white, and that threw us.
FYI, Utah County people, Davis County is the next best thing to Salt Lake City, not Utah County.
I apologize.
No, I'm just
Please
being
forgive
silly.
me. I'll do something
just being
to make
silly.
up for that.
No, I'm being silly. Okay, so what was it like going to public schools? Oh, explain why mainstream Christians don't see Mormons as Christian. I mean, we've touched on it a little bit, but Mormons get so confused by that. It's like, of course we're Christian. It's in the name of the church, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. How can somebody think we're not Christian? Plus, we're super nice. And isn't Jesus all about being nice?
Yeah, I would say the two biggest things, they still revolve around Jesus. The Trinity is like the biggest thing. You could
So
say
God
like,
and Jesus being separate is a problem.
oh, such a problem because
Okay.
again, then you are now polytheists because they're three gods, one in purpose.
Polytheism.
That's not cool.
So Mormons are polytheistic. That excludes them from being Christian.
And then Jesus being created, that he, in essence, was ascended into a god, that he became a god rather than just he was always divine.
Okay.
That's problematic. Those are the two main things. I
and
mean,
then
people.
the third is that men can become gods. That's kind of satanic.
Similar. But those, I would say those two are like the most, because not a lot of people, not everyone would know the planet thing, but the average person would probably have that grasp.
What about having scripture like the Book of Mormon in addition to the Bible? Is that
super
a problem?
not cool, especially in regards to in the book of Revelation. I think it's in Revelation 22. There's it's the end of the book, but it talks about, do not add anything to this text. Now as I look back at it, I'm like, he was just writing that one book. He didn't have any concept of the whole Bible. But anyway, we would say that like the Bible as a whole, like the canonical Bible, like do not add anything unto it. Like this is perfect the way it is. So that was really, really problematic as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
As you were growing up, how would you describe what type of girl you were? Were you largely obedient? Were you pretty compliant? Were you, you mentioned sensitive.
Yes.
Were you was this a great fit? Were there places where it wasn't a great fit? Were you all in at that point? Like, how would you describe some of those things growing up?
Yeah. So always very, very sincere. Just believed it really wholeheartedly. I had like the common like learning in Sunday school about Noah's Ark and being like, oh, wait a second. And then like Adam and Eve, that was a big thing where I was like, so we all came. So that means his kids that was
Incest.
even, yes.
Like
but
the
even as a child, that still didn't, it didn't click for me, but then was quickly explained away. And I was like, cool.
How did they explain away incest of Adam?
Oh, different
and Eve's
times,
children?
John. Different times. It doesn't, that's not, God worked it out. It's just different then. Don't you know?
Yeah, okay.
It's, so there were lots of things that I was like, I don't really get it. But again, when your parent is telling you that, it's like, of course, they know better. And so I was very sincere, very devout. I don't remember actually, I remember the first time I ever prayed the sinner's prayer, I was probably 4, which is so sad.
What is the sinner's prayer?
So it can depend on what kind of service you're in, but essentially it's a prayer that's like, Jesus, please forgive me of my sins. I want to accept you into my heart as the Lord and Savior of my life. That's pretty much it. Forgive me of my sins is the biggest part. And I will follow you. And so 4 years old.
4 is pretty young.
4 years old. And I remember crying. I cried. Please forgive me. I'm messed up. Forgive me. I don't remember being baptized. We don't have a age, requirement. You have to be this old. So I had to have been baptized really young because I don't remember it. I do know that it was a choice that I made. I would have asked for it. But again,
So for Mormons, the behavioral markers are don't swear, don't go to our movies, don't drink tea, don't drink coffee, don't drink alcohol, don't smoke, no premarital sex, clean cut.
Yeah.
What are the behavioral markers of a devout AG?
Yeah, so take out the tea and coffee and we're right on track.
Anything you would add?
I think that we had a lot different standards for dress and appearance, for sure.
So the modesty stuff.
Yeah, modesty. Like we would still high value for modesty, but it just looked different. I do remember that affecting me a lot, being within, because at least at that point, Utah culture was Mormon culture. They were one and the same, and so. Though my parents were telling me one thing, I was learning something very different from being in school and things like that. And so even down to like, I remember one time I walked into the kitchen to get something, and I was wearing a tank top, and my mom was out in the back patio, and she said, "Hey, Anna, come out here and help me for a second." And I said, "Mom, I can't." And she was like, what do you mean?" And I said, "Mom, I can't." And she was like, "Why?" And I said, "I'm wearing a tank top." And she's like, and like, it just did not, I mean, we were like the 2-finger rule, but like, we probably wouldn't have worn spaghetti straps, but still, like when I was growing up, LDS children were dressing as if they were already wearing garments. That was how I was raised. They all dressed, if they were wearing a cute little dress, they had capped shoulders. They all dressed like that.
Wow.
And it was very easy to tell who was LDS and who wasn't, just based on those things. Always shorts down past way further than you would assume, you know. Probably like the 3-finger rule above the knee would have been what they were wearing from the time that I was quite young. Like, I mean, I went into public school 3rd grade. So there was no like, I don't know if this is irreverent, but like better like get all that out while you can, because soon you're going to go to the temple. And there was no...
The Rumspringa stuff.
It was you dress as if you're wearing your
So you're
garments.
saying hardcore Mormon teachings around dress and modesty culture seeped in. We're
Just
more
to me.
extreme. We're
Like
more
your
extreme
peers,
than
you were surrounded
than
by
y'all.
peers that
Yeah. And so that was also weird for me to be like really, really devout in my faith, very devout. Like I wasn't a bad kid. I wasn't, I mean, I'm sure I did some stuff, but like generally I think even if you asked my parents, they would say like, yeah, she was a really good kid. She obeyed the rules. I wasn't getting into anything because I cared. We can get into that in a little bit, but I cared very much not to disappoint my parents. That was huge. So to be that person and then looked down upon by LDS children, I'm like, I am what? Like, that was weird. I remember one time when I was probably 6th grade, the girls had started like shaving their legs. Like it was like 5th grade, we had our maturation class, and 6th grade kind of heading into junior high here is starting in 7th grade. And I remember talking to one of my friends on the bus about it, and I said something about how I like nicked my thigh, and she said, "Well, why are you shaving your thighs?" And I was like, what do you mean you shave your legs? And she said, "Well, my mom said that you only shave above your knee if you're having sex." I stopped shaving above my knee. Absolutely not. I'm not doing that. That wasn't a rule in my house. That wasn't something that my parents ever told me. But I was like, well, if that's what people will think of me, then I'm definitely not going to do that. Like, so at 6th grade. Yeah.
Interesting. What I hear in that is really an openness and susceptibility to belief in general.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very much so. Yeah. So there's kind of some like key moments for me that really pushed me over the edge into like very strong belief and practice. One was I had a sibling that had a rough teenage beginning. A lot of it was like normal teenage stuff, and then some of it was just like, you never want that ever to happen to a teenager. And I won't go into like full detail, obviously, because that's their story, not mine. But they at one point, they really hurt my parents. Which is hard because some of it, again, was just normal teenage stuff. But again, I get it. They believed that there were choices being made that should not have been made. And so I watched my parents fall apart during that season of my life and saw how devastated they were. My mom truly believed that she was going to die of a broken heart. like truly. She would just be locked away in her room all hours of the day. Like, and I saw how much that affected her. That was like very internalized of like, I will never do that to my parents. Like I will never, at that point I was probably 9 or 10. And I thought, this is never going to be me. I will do everything to keep them happy and comfortable and safe and protected because I can't see this happening on my behalf. And through that, they ended up, that sibling was sent away for a time.
That's very Mormon.
There's a lot of parallel here.
So they were sent away, and that really devastated me as a kid. And I remember being in our youth service during worship. They would do like songs and singing before the message. And I remember lying on the ground and just sobbing, begging God to bring my sibling back home. Because I just missed him. I was a kid and I missed my sibling. And afterwards, the youth pastor came up to me and he was brand new. He had just started his position at our church. And he said, man, I just so admire your hunger and your passion for the Lord. And that clicked in my head of like, oh, if I'm outwardly emotional, if I'm outwardly expressive, it doesn't really matter what is actually going on inside of me, because clearly the discernment wasn't there that like, no, this is like a little girl that's like begging for her sibling to come back home. I don't think I necessarily, it wasn't like a wheels turning like, man, I can get away with a lot. It was just like, okay. And then there was a moment similar to that a few years later at a youth conference, and I was in an environment where everyone was claiming that they were having these spiritual experiences. They were feeling the presence of God. They were seeing visions. They were getting these prophetic words and all of these things. And I'm just like, none of this is happening for me. I was like 13, and I thought, none of this is happening for me. And it was in Salt Lake City. I'm on my knees in the middle of a worship service again, sobbing, being like, God, will you do something? Like, what do I have to do? Because I've done everything. I have done everything right. And like, there are kids, and it wasn't even like comparison for the sake of like being rude to other kids by any means. But I'm like, there are kids that are like, I know they're sinning and they're claiming that they're having these encounters, and it's not happening for me. Yeah. And so I'm sobbing during this worship service. And apparently, the leader of that conference had gone up to my youth pastor, and he said, "Hey, who is that girl in the purple pants?" It was like scene culture. I was wearing neon purple skinny jeans. Anyway, he said, "Who's that girl?" And he had said, "Oh, that's Pastor Shannon's daughter." And he said, "Man, the presence of God is so thick on her. I can't even walk near her." And he pulls me aside afterwards to tell me about this. And I'm like, I was begging God for his presence. What are you talking about? But again, the cognitive dissonance that then formed was like, well, then God is still working and I just don't understand.
Yeah, because what I'm hearing is in these two instances you convey, you're feeling horrible. You're publicly crying because you're kind of in despair in the first case that your sibling's been sent away. And in the second, you're wanting these spiritual experiences that you're not receiving, but others are. So you're crying, and then around you, all the reinforcers are, oh, you must be moved on by the Holy Spirit. So you must be super righteous and spiritual. And so what I hear is you're being conditioned to believe that just an outward expression of crying-based emotion is something spiritual, is a sign of spirituality.
Any emotion, any outward expression of emotion in a church setting is like God is moving.
And then you're also like, even then you're having to deal with, wait a minute, but I was feeling crappy, but then you're being taught this reinterpretation.
Yeah, it's like a disconnect.
That it's still God, somehow it's still God working through you.
Yeah, and I never told them like, well, actually I was, I just was like, that's that's
You're like, I think
cool.
I'll go with your narrative.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I feel like crap right now. So thank you so much for telling me that. Because again, it's spiritual leaders above me that are telling me that God is moving, and they know more than I do. So I go, oh, I just don't understand that. Like, even if I don't feel it, God is still working. He's still moving.
Yeah.
And like the narrative of the way I was raised was very experiential. Christianity was incredibly experiential. I am not as biblically literate as I should be. Like, I was not raised like, we're going to go through the Bible and do these studies. And like, it was you get to experience Christ. And a lot of that is through feeling his presence, through, having dreams, through seeing visions. And I really like took that into myself to be like, okay, this is how it works. And then when it didn't, well, where does that leave me? And even this moment changed my life literally forever. The course completely changed. But when I was about 10 or 11, we had a gentleman that is very important to my family. I still love him very much. He's a great man, but he is considered a prophet. And he is
What does prophet mean in an AG context? Because for Mormons, it's the leader of the church worldwide.
No. So I believe it's in Ephesians. It talks about the fivefold like ministry. So it's like the different giftings that are given to believers. So it's pastors, teachers, evangelists, prophets, and apostles. Yeah. So that is the first three that I listed. Very much, you can call anybody those things. If somebody's like outgoing, you're like, yeah, you're an evangelist. If somebody's good at teaching, of course, you're a teacher. Somebody's like kind and good at bringing people together, you're a pastor. Like, those are easy to like throw at people, and you can kind of claim those things for yourself. In the charismatic, this is leaning more towards charismatic world, because charismatic is a little bit loosey-goosey. There's some wiggle room. Within that world, prophets and apostles are the big dogs, which is similar, obviously, to the LDS Church. But I would say that apostles are actually the number one, because they're the leaders. They are. You will have a lot of times like churches that they have a pastor, but then they have an apostolic leader, an apostle over them that like kind of oversees everything. So that's a little bit more. I might sound disrespectful for saying this. It's a little bit more of a club. So you'd be a little bit arrogant to claim it for yourself. And I would have probably looked down upon you if you just started saying I'm a prophet or I'm an apostle, because it's a big deal. But if you have somebody in the movement, in the charismatic world, that kind of elevates you and says, this is a prophet, then that's when people start being comfortable with calling themselves prophets. But it's like a who you know game, pretty much.
And this is all going to be within a congregation, right?
No, this is worldwide.
Oh.
Yeah, this is worldwide.
So is there like a register for apostles?
No, not at all. It's loosey-goosey. You could call yourself an like apostle right now, and it'd be like, people could obviously. And I'm so sorry to say, but there's a lot of game playing. There's a lot of like, if you're following the steps, fitting the rules, you would then, like, for example, like my dad, I don't think would ever be comfortable with being called an apostle, in the sense of like, he would never be like, hi, I'm apostle so-and-so. He would never do that. From my understanding of the way I was raised, I would say he is very apostolic. It's very much apostolic in our world is like lots of training, training up leaders to go out into the world and to spread. So it's you are a leader that creates leaders.
A leader of leaders.
Yes.
So an apostle in your tradition is kind of a leader of leaders.
Yes, correct.
And a prophet is what?
Ooh, a prophet. So everyone is prophetic. Everyone can hear the voice of God, but a prophet is allowed to prophesy things that we are not as just like regular people are allowed to say. So we would be taught anyone can prophesy, but do not prophesy dates, mates, or babies.
Even prophets can't?
Prophets can.
Okay.
We are not allowed to, but prophets can give you way more specific. So like the words that you would receive from a prophet is similar to like a patriarchal blessing, like very weighty. I mean, I know that there are some that are kind of ambiguous, but if you were to think of like kind of the serious ones of like, I see you in Ghana and you're like, okay, like, you know, there's that kind of weight, and it is regarded in a much higher sense than just a regular person that gave you a prophetic word in the church. So, for example, like if you were to go up to somebody in an LDS congregation and say, hey, I just feel like the Lord, you know, I don't know if you would use this language, but I feel like the Lord really put it on my heart to tell you that he just sees you and he loves you and he's, you know, on your side, and some encouraging, edifying word, that would be awesome. And you'd walk away from that and go, wow, that felt really good. But if a prophet came in and told you the same thing, I mean, you're probably like tears, the whole works. It just holds more weight. And you kind of have to have some, I guess it is similar in the sense of the LDS church. You got to have some mileage. You have to have walked the walk for a while for you to be considered a prophet.
Mm-hmm.
And so prophets, what are the weights, dates, what, mates?
So
what is it?
we are not allowed, like as a normal person, we wouldn't prophesy dates, mates, or babies.
So date would be a prediction that is tied to a date.
Correct.
Because you can goof that up and then be shown as a fraud.
Yes.
So be careful with dates.
And just and to help protect the person too, because it would be like, hey, like you're kind of still learning. You probably, maybe you misheard that. So don't change somebody's life by giving them a word about a specific date or a place they're going to move or a spouse they're going to meet if you don't have the validity to back that up. Whereas a prophet would kind of be like, I've got this.
What date-related thing would a prophet maybe tell a member?
Now this is, it's obviously that's not a set requirement that like when a prophet speaks to you, they're going to prophesy a date. No. But yeah, like I see you in the next year, in a new job, in a new region, in a new relationship, and things like that.
It's a lot of power.
Yes, very much so. Yes.
It's like a patriarch telling you will serve a mission. You will.
Yes.
You know, when the time comes, you will marry in the temple. It's assuming a lot of power.
Yep. And so this prophet in particular, and there's lots. It's not a leader. Prophets aren't leaders. Like, I mean, they are, but there's a lot of them. And this man is considered I have to use another word that you'll probably ask questions about, but my parents' spiritual father. So kind of just mentor, but like it's a big deal. So they consider him their spiritual father. And I remember when he first started coming to visit our church, everyone's in awe. Everyone's excited for him to be there. And he's a very lovely man, truly. But my parents had mentioned, we were out to eat, and they had mentioned to him, oh, Anna, she wants to start a animal sanctuary, because that was what I wanted to do at the time. I don't care about it anymore, but they were, you know, just trying to talk about all their kids. And he had said, oh, yeah, that's cool, and very typical, like adult response to a child. Like it wasn't anything bad. Fast forward when I am 12 years old, I go to a conference in Las Vegas. We did not grow up going on family vacations. We went to church conferences. That's what we did. Go to this church conference. There's a woman speaking there who is a missionary in Mozambique, Africa, who is like, I'm enamored with this woman. She is like something hit me where I was like, I'm going to do. She's talking about all of the things, praying for the sick, raising the dead, all of the things. So I'm just like, this is what I'm going to do. I remember going home, I start watching all of her sermons, all of her, you know, anything there is to this woman, I'm trying to emulate her. And I had watched a sermon and that was recorded, and she had said, she's preaching, she stops in the middle of her sermon and she says, there are some of you in this room, your feet are burning, you're called to go to the nations. In my head, I'm going, well, I really want to do this thing, but I never received that kind of thing. I just want to do it. And immediately that story became mine. I was not at that service. I did not have a burning in my feet. But as the years went on, when I told the story of why I wanted to be a missionary, I told that story.
The preferred story, the selected story.
lie. It was a lie that I grabbed onto. I'm 12. And so I start telling everyone, I want to be exactly like this woman. I want to go to Mozambique. So then the next time this prophet comes and I tell him, well, I want to be a missionary like Heidi Baker, then the eyes light up and he has all these stories of times that he's done ministry with Heidi and that he's been out to Mozambique and, oh, let me tell you about this time and this time. So then I am now creating a bond with him that none of my siblings had. It was very like, and I hope that that's not just my interpretation, but from my understanding, I was kind of favored in that way. And he didn't live locally or anything like that. But anytime he came, I was the one that got the prophetic words. I was the one that got the special treatment. I was the one that, was taking selfies with him and talking about him all the time. Like, it was me.
You were Nephi.
Yes. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of, actually.
For sure. Yeah, that was exactly. So that changed a lot where I then kind of fell into, it's so funny because I'm so thankful in a lot of ways that I still did it. I'm glad we'll get to Mozambique. I'm glad I did it. But then it became my identity. And then it became every single prophetic person that came into our church, because we'd have guest speakers all the time. My parents would talk to them about the fact that I wanted to be a missionary. So then all of the prophetic words I got were about being a missionary.
Right.
So it just thing upon thing upon thing. It just reinforced it to a really strong degree to where now, spoiler, I'm not a missionary in Mozambique. That's a big deal to my parents because I've stepped away from my identity that has been
interesting.
That has been solidified.
Yeah, I could geek out on this all day. I'm curious how these prophets get discovered in other states or other countries and how they get funded to just randomly travel around and then go tell some young 12-year-old girl, you're going to go to Mozambique because I'm a prophet and I feel it. Like that culture, the loosey-goosey aspect of it's very similar to what leaders or prophets or bishops or a grandpa would do within Mormonism, basically telling a kid you're going to be a great missionary or whatever. So in that sense, that self-reinforcing cultural pressure to do what coincidentally the church would benefit from you doing, that's very familiar.
Yeah.
But this loosey-goosey, random Yoda, Obi-Wan Kenobi like prophet guy touring various states or countries to then influence the lives of teens, I'm trying to wrap my brain around it.
And for our context, like it's not a 2-year mission. Like if you become a missionary, like there are many people who give their lives. Yeah. You are living. Wow. So my parents assumed that if I wasn't in Mozambique for the rest of my life, I would be traveling the world preaching the gospel for the rest of my life. That would be my...
Wow, what a commitment.
So it's large. It's not just a 2-year or a 18 months. It's not that. It's quite large. So
And really quickly, mates, does that mean one of these prophets might come into town and say, see that boy Billy over there? Could finish that. So
yeah, so there are lots of stories of people that, they'd be like, hey, they see a couple standing together and they'd say, hey, see that guy? I feel like the Lord is really impressing upon my heart that you two are to be married. And people will go into it with they just listen to it and go, God spoke, and they get married. There's, if I'm able to kind of give a reference for that, if any listeners want to look up, there's a girl on TikTok, actually, her name is Jubilee Dawn, and she has a really beautiful and like heart-wrenching story of faith, but she was told to marry a abusive man. She didn't know he's abusive at the time, but she was given a prophetic word to marry this abusive man, and she stayed with him because she thought that God wanted her to stay with him, and it was could have been fatal. But
was she Assemblies of God?
No, she was in a like kind of charismatic movement.
Okay.
She's from a a church that my parents have a lot of respect for.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, if anybody wants to look into that, and it was turns out to be a false prophet, and he was, we'll get into it later, but yeah, proven to be false.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
Wow. That's an important part of your culture. Really quickly, before we leave your adolescence, teen years, what was it like being, a Pentecostal AG teenage girl in Utah in terms of friends and in dating boys? I assume boys.
Oh, yeah. So I would have been way too concerned with the church to really date boys. But I had friends in our neighborhood growing up that were LDS. And then very quickly as we got older, did not want to be friends with me.
Mormon. Oh,
Yeah.
The Mormon kids didn't want to be friends with you.
No, and I don't think it was them themselves, but parents, I think, were kind of shutting the door on those relationships because it was like, now you're getting to the point where some other ideas can come in and like you're not, you should not be hanging out. So that turned into me hanging out with a lot of just non-faith people, period. So my childhood into teenage years was hanging out with people that were like, it sounds stupid I would have called them this when I was younger, but I don't agree anymore. But like the druggies, that was like my gang. I never did it. I was very serious about my faith, but I really appreciated the fact that like they never claimed to be something that they weren't. So I saw a lot of LDS people that would stick their noses up, and I probably would have done the same well, not necessarily, but at those groups of people for like, how dare you be like having sex? How dare you be doing drugs and all those things? And in my mind, I was always like, they've never claimed it. They didn't claim that they believe this. So why does it matter if they do it? Because they don't, like, of course I always wish secretly, like, I hope they turn their lives around, but like, it didn't bother me. Whereas then behind closed doors, all of the LDS kids were doing the same thing.
What were they doing?
They were all having sex and they were all doing drugs and they were all drinking and they were doing these things. But then outwardly they have this perfect Molly Mormon composition to themselves that they would then judge other people for it. And that, as I became a teenager, that really bothered me. Like I was very, and I think that most of my friends from high school would agree that I was not, of course I would mess up, but I was not a hypocrite in that sense. Like I tried very hard to do the correct things and I didn't like rebel, but then I also was like very cool with, I'm sure I said stupid stuff to be like, Jesus, but like I tried very hard to just be cool with them because in my mind I was like, you're not a hypocrite. And I don't care. You can do that because you're not being hypocritical.
Right.
Okay.
I loved that about that group.
How did it feel to have Mormon parents not want their teenage kids around you?
Brutal.
Did it feel lonely? What was it like?
Yeah, that was brutal. That was a lot of the neighborhood. That was the main concern is like kind of we stopped getting invited to things, specifically that pool party person. And that was like years later, but they stopped inviting us. And some of that could have been their kids being like, we don't really like hanging out with the Schreyers. But we obviously are in the neighborhood and it's the time where everybody's outside, everyone's hanging out. And so to have not been invited over to people's houses was
it's
really,
like you would see it. It's
we would
so
see it. I
visible
remember we had a
'cause-
trampoline. And the neighbors with the pool, they were a little bit above us, like they were on a hill, and we would hear them having parties. And I remember being so dramatic and being like jumping on the trampoline, like, I'm so hot. I wish I were in a pool, like jumping and like saying like loud things, trying to be invited, like, please, somebody, But our neighbors, like parents started to get pretty nasty with us. Like, and there was like just some, and it might have been interpreted through my parents. That might have been something they believed, but I always felt like there was animosity between our LDS neighbors and us.
What do you think that was about? Because I think Mormons would think, we love everyone and we don't mind someone of another faith. Like in a Mormon with blinders on point of view, like, okay, our kids are busy with young men's and young women's, but we love everyone and they're always welcome. Like, I don't think Mormons would think of themselves as excluding others because of differing religious beliefs. Is that fair or not fair?
Yeah, that's fair to the extent that there is hope for them to convert.
That's right.
And so there was definitely a vibe of like, the pastor's kids are not going to convert.
Right.
Like, we did our thing. We tried. We were really, gave it a valiant effort.
Did they try to convert you guys?
Oh yeah, we would get like, it was funny because we would have missionaries come to the door and all of that. And as a kid, I always thought, I was told the story that like we were like blacklisted. Now understanding it, I'm like, we were pastors. Like, it was a pastor's family. Like, of course they didn't come to our house anymore. Like, that was respectful. That was nice. But my parents loved when the missionaries would come because they wanted to talk. They wanted to pray for people and like have these like, encounters with God. That was a really big deal. But yeah, it just, I think once they realized like that's not changing and they are just as devout in their faith and outward
exactly
in their faith as we are, this isn't going to work.
It's a threat. It's viewed as it's a perceived threat.
You think the Mormons in your neighborhood saw your family as a threat?
I think in some ways, yeah. And we were like, we could have been like ornery in a sense. Like, I mean, with the Mormon missionaries coming over, like my dad was hype. He would be like, "Can I pray for you?" He would like invite Holy Spirit in the room. He wanted them to feel the goosebumps and the tinglies. And, he loved that. So I think it really was like, oh, they're not just like having their own thing and keeping to themselves. This is like, they're on a mission as much as we are.
That's right.
And I think that was what was problematic.
That's right.
For the neighborhood.
And then as a teenage girl, it feels, you said, horrible?
Oh, yeah, it was pretty brutal. I got over it fairly quickly as soon as I started making other friends. And my parents were really gracious in that to like allow me, because it's not like that was like really who they wanted me hanging out with either.
Like,
and they
quote,
knew.
Druggies.
Yeah, and they knew, because I would tell them, again, I'm super honest. So I would be like, yeah, like I went over there and they were like tripping on acid and that was pretty weird. But, it's just like, that'll invite demons in, so I'll never do that. But like, it just like, I find it really admirable that my parents didn't try to shelter me from that and trusted me. A little scary, but they trusted me, and they would, drop me off to hang out before I got my license, drop me off to hang out at like kind of rougher places, rougher neighborhoods with people that didn't have any faith structure at all. And they were just kind of like, okay, like they just trusted me. And I think some of that goes to like, I was the fourth kid and they're kind of just like, okay, we can't be governing everything anymore. But they really did. I always had the impression that like they trusted me a lot, and I took that very seriously. So yeah, it did and it didn't bother me. As soon as I kind of came into my own as far as being a teenager, it was less hurtful. But
well, it's one of the most common things I hear from never Mormons growing up in Utah is strong feelings of anger or resentment at how the Mormons treated them growing up.
Yes.
The majority.
Yeah, it was very elementary, I would say, was the most brutal, because I ended up even in elementary school very quickly, especially because extracurriculars were not a thing. So into high school, I still made some LDS friends because of sports and things like that. But in elementary school, no one would let their kids hang out with me. Mm-hmm. So I remember it was like a really big deal. I got to hang out with one of my friends, and she was a Jehovah's Witness. And I was like, this is crazy. Like, we're both like, we're in it, like we're hanging out. But all of my friends were for the most part, except for that one girl, they did not have any faith structure. So that was hurtful to be like, kind of, or if I was friends with kids in the neighborhood that were LDS, they were Jack Mormons. Mm-hmm. Didn't really.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's weird because our kids felt excluded by the local Orthodox Mormon kids when we were raising them as Mormon. But I think because their dad was a podcaster, we were a little more liberal or whatever. Our kids felt excluded as active attending Mormons. Would you say?
Yeah. And I think in some ways it's anytime you are different from the majority kind of culture where conformity is really valued, sameness is seen as safety, then it becomes really easy to be seen as someone whose beliefs, like Mormonism is very much about how influenceable you are, you know, so then you're looking at that, and parents are very much like, we need to protect our kids from that, right? We need to, this protection thing of our children is very, very strong in Mormon culture, especially in Utah.
Yeah. It was, I will give some credit to the fact that we were, I was that kid that said Christians are better than Mormons. You know, like I didn't always hold my tongue in terms of differences and you know, theological
and our children
differences.
didn't either, with the differences either, oftentimes.
Yep. So I think that was I don't think it's necessarily that I was a Christian.
Yeah.
And that they were LDS. It was that I was a very strong and outwardly outspoken Christian. I think that was the main issue. So,
yeah, that makes sense. And I think too, can I just say, it's so easy to be a threat when really within our own meetings of Mormonism, that these meetings and lessons are so scripted that if you in any way really go off script, meaning, well, I have a cousin that actually would, you know, I really love and is doing this thing you say is, but I really love them and there's this reason why, or I have empathy for, and then everyone goes quiet. It's like if you go off script, all of a sudden everyone's like, it's so easy to be identified as like, wait, you're a disruptor now. You're disrupting our experience of feeling this cohesion and safety. And so I think that's kind of what you're saying in you being strong, but also vocal. I think it happened sometimes with our children who, although we were we didn't always share traditional value, like the traditional beliefs of things, and nor did we ourselves. And so that kind of being identified as other can happen so quickly, so easily.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so anything else about kind of your high school years that are really important to your, AAG, Pentecostal, Utah / Mormon story?
Yeah. There's the last, I'll try to be really brief, but speaking in tongues for the first time.
Yeah, tell us about that.
So 14, I go to a conference and always going to a conference. And I am filled with like the most like amazing feelings ever. It was like a party church. We're having a blast. Everyone's laughing. They're kind of like borderline acting a little drunk. This is the vibe of like this charismatic Pentecostal church that I went to for this conference. And I did not speak in tongues. I come home and I tell my dad about this amazing experience. And I'm like, Dad, I got baptized in the Holy Spirit, because I'm sure of it. Like, I'm like, this is the first time I've ever felt like this, like, amazing feeling that everybody's talking about. And I remember I had said to him, I got baptized in the Spirit. And he said, oh, well, did you speak in tongues? And I was like, no, but I got the ghost. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I have it. Like, it's that happened. And he was like, well, we believe that the initial evidence of being baptized in the Holy Spirit is speaking in tongues. And I was pretty crushed, pretty devastated, because again, the goalpost has been moved. Like, I am in my childhood longing for some physical feeling of his presence, of God's presence. And then when it finally, I think it happens, then he's like, not quite. And so I remember going into my room and I put on this CD, specifically one song that had a lot of speaking in tongues, singing in tongues on it. And I have hardwood floors and I lay out on my floor, head down, and I am praying, asking God. And like a typical thing in like a Pentecostal church would be like, just open your mouth and like he'll fill it with the words that you're supposed to say. Like, it'll just happen. And so I'm just praying like, please, 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 I need to speak in tongues, because I'm pretty sure you did this, but now I don't think you did. And so I'm praying, and what ends up happening is like, I'm just like slowly copying what's in the song. I'm just getting that groove, that vibe, and I start kind of practicing it. I'm in my room, and emerge, later. And within that week, I told my dad, well, I'm speaking in tongues now. And quite honestly, like the tongues that I received, they never really changed, barely expanded. Like I might have picked up a couple like noises from other people's tongues that I would hear, but they never really expanded. And then it is interesting though, I will call this out because a lot of people are like, why are you doing, like, why do people speak in tongues in services? What is it about it? And so in most Pentecostal churches, there will be like a moment in worship or in the service where they say, if you have a heavenly language, go ahead and speak out in your heavenly language. And so you're taught to kind of command call that language that you learned, quotation marks. So you start doing that, and then because it's in certain settings, it's usually like a really emotional part of the service or really built up musically. We have like a full band, very loud, exuberant, And so built up parts, those are the times when you're supposed to speak in tongues because it's loud and it's. And so I realized this like years later. I went to a concert for one of my friends that was playing in a sludge death metal band, a satanic sludge death metal band. I'm still a believer. Literally, I was going the night before I had to preach at my parents' church, but I'm like, gotta support the homies. So I showed up and I was feeling it. I was like, this is awesome. And the music starts to build. There's this really vampy kind of part of the song. And I start speaking in tongues. And I went, whoa. And it was not like, the Holy Spirit is interceding in this satanic moment. It wasn't that. It was literally habitual of like, this is the type of feeling and moment I am supposed to do this. And so it really does become habit. And there is something to a meditative state that you kind of go in if you're speaking in tongues for a long time. So there's kind of like, will I ever speak in tongues again? No. But there's some benefit there of like, kind of disconnecting a little bit. It is a meditative state that your brain goes into. They did this really interesting. Flow. Yeah, they did this
almost like chanting in yoga when you add like an om or a where there's a sound.
And it doesn't engage anything in your brain that has to really think.
That's right.
So there's something really I think impactful about that, especially in like solidifying beliefs and things and what you're hearing in a service, for you to kind of go into this or to be meditating on like Jesus while you're speaking in tongues, it can really solidify some things.
Can I back up and ask just a quick kind of understanding question? So I would guess that there'd be pressure for children to speak in tongues when they're 5 or 6 or 8, because if it's happening every church service and they're attending every week. But I'm also, it's sounding like it's kind of this rite of passage where, at whatever is the right time, you're doing it, and then your parents are like, good job, kind of like in the Mormon equivalent of like getting the priesthood or going on a mission or that sort of thing. So are children discouraged from doing it?
No, very encouraged. From the time I was like quite young, we were encouraged to speak in tongues. It was like the constant, anytime you had a conference or a meeting, somebody's going to be like coming up to pray for you to be like, yeah, like just open your mouth. And from the time I was very young. I think there's more of an emphasis on it as you become a teenager, because it's kind of like, you're getting close, like being sent out of the house, you better get this under your belt. I think that maybe, and I don't mean to sound so like rigid about it, but
a Pentecostal parent's going to want their kid to speak in tongues by the time they graduate from high school.
I would say, yeah.
And what kept you as a kid from doing it, do you think?
A lot of the spiritual stuff really freaked me out. A lot of the services, seeing people like fall out in the spirit freaked me out. People shaking. So, in our church services, we believe that like God's presence is so strong sometimes that our finite bodies cannot contain it or hold it or whatever. And so people will physically fall over Sometimes it's when someone prays for them. Sometimes it's just in the middle of nothing. They'll just fall over. People are yelling. People are shaking. They're rolling on the ground. That always really freaked me out, especially knowing that I wasn't even feeling the slightest bit anything. So then I was like, that seems like a lot to ask for me to like, and I was really embarrassed because I was a pastor's kid, so everyone was watching me all the time. Right. Eyes, it's like bishop's kid to the max because it's a life, like that's my dad's career. Like that's what he does. So my entire childhood I was watched. And so I was always really embarrassed and would literally ask God not to do it. Like I was like, please don't do that. Like, don't let me look like them, because I knew everyone would be watching and it would be a big deal.
That's right.
And so that was really, so I didn't want it for a long time. But then when I realized like, this is kind of what you gotta, if you want to be baptized in the Spirit, this is what you gotta have.
I'm really relating to you being told you would have certain spiritual experiences, and then I've told a million times my story of reading the Book of Mormon, praying about it, and then not getting the answer. Sometimes it's like the honest people are punished, whereas the people that are just willing to make whatever experience up are rewarded. Is that?
Yeah, I fell into line very quickly though. So you're a little bit probably, I don't want to say better, but you probably held your ground longer than I did. I very quickly, after that 14 moment where I start speaking in tongues, then I'm like,
you're in
full send. And this is what you do. And if this, and kind of that understanding of like, what we talked about earlier of like this outward expression is proving what God is doing inside, and the idea that like, even if I don't understand it, God is still moving. So I was just like, well, I guess this is how everybody is. Like, I guess this is just how it works. Like if I just start speaking in tongues and eventually God will just bless it.
No, that's just like, it's just like a testimony is gained by bearing it. We're all taught that.
And the testimony, I mean, just speaking parallels, a testimony is similar in function to like speaking in tongues in some ways, right?
Yeah.
In that the congregation watches you craft it, you're up there, emotion or some type of will enhance it and make it seem it's more spiritual. You are viewed differently if you're how often you do it and the quality of it.
And it's interesting because similarly to like the LDS church, like they're telling people like, oh, go and do it and then it'll come.
Yep.
But then once you do it, because when you were in the seat watching the person, you believed them. You believed that they were telling the truth. So then once you get up there, you kind of have this like, well, I said it. So now I can't go back on it because I said it. So you just kind of have to bear down in it from there on out, because you're like, I believed that the person was telling the truth and still believe that that person was telling the truth. I'm the fraud. I'm the one that doesn't actually, feel it or get it or,
It feels like a form of self-delusion or self-gaslighting.
100%.
I didn't mean to put that on you. But
No, that's exactly my feelings. It's like I could in the moment be like, yes, this is what God is doing. And then go home and be like, head hits the pillow of like, God, this can't be it. This can't be what everybody else. And then you don't feel like everyone else is lying. You feel like you're the only one that's lying.
Mm-hmm.
You're the only.
Probably many of them are going through the same thing.
You're the imposter.
Yep, I am the imposter. Everyone else is actually experiencing this, and I can justify it in the moment to be a part of the gang, a part of the crew, and to add to this service. But when my head hits the pillow, like, surely I'm the only one that's doing this.
Would it be too exploitative or insensitive or disrespectful to ask you to kind of...
Absolutely, I will never do it. Are you going to ask me to speak in tongues?
No, I was checking in with you about whether that would be inappropriate or offensive.
I don't think it would be inappropriate. It would, like, I'm conditioned so much that I would feel so...
Yeah.
Especially in a public, like, setting to do that. Because... at the same time, I've been conditioned so much to believe that somebody out there has an actual heavenly language. I don't really believe that at all. But like deep down, that's so I wouldn't do it. That would feel.
That's good. No, that's important for us to know boundaries. You know?
Yeah. No, it's totally fine. It's not an inappropriate question by any means. It's just I would feel.
Yeah.
Irreverent.
The other thing I was going to say is this makes so much sense, and it's also a parallel to Mormonism. You know, when you have that experience of speaking in tongues, and you know, on some level, you're acknowledging you're not really feeling it the way you think other people are feeling it, but also all that conditioning up to this point, all the things that you've shared around approval, specialness, right, about you sharing about your mission, it kind of puts you on a track. And then your dad being a leader, so extra people are watching you, that, you know, you have this buildup of feeling valued as a child, feeling special and approved of by leaders or people who are a little bit, you know, higher up.
Yeah.
And then that I can see all these things kind of come together to create this lockdown.
Yeah.
From that point on, where you're like feeling, at least for that moment, going into maybe your mission or whatever, this like, I'm locked in. I'm locked into whatever this is. Oh, and the sibling.
Yes, I was about to say the siblings.
This idea of like you feeling now responsible for taking care of your parents' experience of parenting, larger, you know what I mean? Their heartbreak, you're right? That all that together just feels like this, it just makes all the sense in the world where you end up.
And it definitely was amplified by the fact that I was the sibling that kind of went full force as a child and teenager. My other siblings had like moments, it like ebbed and flowed. They would kind of be in it and then out, and not necessarily in regards to faith, but just the charismatic expression. And I definitely, similar to like the prophet that gave me kind of some extra attention, I felt like I was, and I hope it doesn't sound bad, I felt like I was the favorite for sure.
Yes.
And I don't know if my siblings felt the same way, and I feel really like bad about it now, where I'm like, I was kind of, no, I wasn't kind of, I was lying, and yet I was gaining more favor than you guys were because you were being honest.
And in your mind, were you lying, or had you successfully deluded yourself that you weren't lying? And when you say lying, you mean speaking in tongues, right?
Yeah, everything. Speaking in tongues, the story of me burning in the feet, you know, wanting to go to Mozambique. I don't think at that point, no, it would take a lot for me to get there to remember like, oh yeah, the speaking in tongues, yes, I knew it was a little bit. For a long time, I was like, this isn't real. But the other stuff, it became like my lore. So I didn't consciously know that I was lying at that point. But yeah, I think I look back at it now and go, wow, like they were just really honest about where they were at. And I wasn't. And yeah.
Because there's plenty of people who have false memories that genuinely believe the false memories.
Oh, I did. Yeah. I did. And it took a lot, even transitioning out of belief to be like,
yeah, to recognize.
I remember making that up. Or I remember, and there's a lot of stuff that's like pretty recent that I knew I made up. But again, in that context, like there's such a weight to like, if you're not experiencing it, you don't have a place and you don't have a say in what's happening.
Yeah.
And I was very leadership minded, very like, so it was like, I have to have these things in order to succeed in this setting. And of course, I think everybody's lying. Like I have a lot of shame for lying about a lot of things, encounters, dreams, all kinds of stuff that I just made up to feel like I had some validity. Like it's like if you don't have the experience, it doesn't matter how devout you are, like God hasn't picked you. He didn't choose you. Mm-hmm. And I'm being told that I'm going to stand in front of kings and presidents someday.
Right.
So God has to choose me. And people have to believe that he chose me.
Right. It reminds me of Stephen Hassan a little bit and some of his work on high demand religions.
Oh, the identity.
Yeah.
Assuming the cult identity.
The cult identity, and how oftentimes he describes it as a dissociative state, where you're actually not connected to yourself over time. And that allows you to assume these traits or this conditioning that creates this sense of false self. It's the only self you know, though.
Yeah,
and so you don't know the difference.
That's been my realization without jumping too far ahead, to be like, I've never been myself, ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so as you get to like graduate from high school years, what future, let's say if I could have stopped you at 18, you're graduating from high school, and I would say, paint for me a picture high level of what the next 60 years would be like, what would you have said at 18?
Yeah, I am going to be a missionary in Mozambique. I'm going to give my life to that. And then it would have turned into very quickly after that, so like still 18, that I am meant to preach all over the world. That's it.
So missionary in Mozambique, but then world representative of the AG
so
movement.
Not the AG, I will say that. My parents are like, they love the Assemblies. But the benefit of the Assemblies being a fellowship is that it can kind of be loosely held. So they branch out into they're more of a feel of a non-denominational church than an Assemblies of God church.
Oh, okay.
So that's
interesting.
And again, that's allowed within the Assemblies.
Yeah.
Like that's totally fine because my dad follows the rules. Anyway, so it wouldn't have been an Assemblies. I kind of never had like a true like, I'm AG through and through. It was like I'm charismatic through and through. Like I'm woo-woo.
Right.
Weird, kind of kooky. Yeah. That would be the vibe.
Did you feel by 18 your parents were super proud of you? Like you were the biggest success of their 4 children?
Yes. So I graduated when I was 16.
Whoa, from high school?
Yep.
Which high school?
I graduated from Bonneville High School.
Okay.
Wow.
So all of my schooling was in the Terrace. I graduated at 16. And so my parents, and with the intention of going to Africa, like I was like, I'm going to go to Africa. Turns out, the mission school that I wanted to attend was like, we're not going to let a 17-year-old come to our mission school.
So you didn't want to go to Weber or U of U or Utah State?
No, I never wanted to go. I never wanted to go to a university. That was not. It was always a ministry school of some kind.
For those who don't know, Weber State University is a major university in Ogden area.
Yep.
And so you didn't want to go to college.
My brother just graduated from Weber State.
Okay.
So, yeah.
But you didn't want to go to college.
No, I wanted to do a ministry school. So when I graduated at 16, I decided, well, they're not going to let me go to this mission school.
Because you're too young.
Because I'm too young. Because I graduated and then turned 17 quickly after. So then I decided, well, I'll go do an internship, a ministry school for a year until I turn 18, and then I'll go and do the school. So at 17, I moved to Vegas.
Whoa.
Yep. So like never had a job. Never had anything, and I moved to Vegas. My parents signed for the apartment that I'm living in, and I live in an apartment with all teenagers. Like, we're all 17 to 19.
Oh.
4 of us. We all go to the church.
All girls?
Yep. We all go to the church, and it is a lot. That's a lot. And so I have all these, like, I have to do the best I can. I have to, I carried my name, the Schreyer name, because my parents are fairly well known in a lot of circles.
Not just Utah, outside of Utah.
Correct.
How would people get to know your parents? Through YouTube or what?
No, they travel a lot and they invite a lot of speakers from different like charismatic churches. And so then those speakers know them and then they end up inviting them to their churches. And so my parents still to this day like they travel all over the world. Like constantly.
Wow. So they're kind of what you wanted to be, basically. Yes. Can a woman be a prophet or an apostle?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not just men that can be prophets and apostles.
Yeah. So Pentecostalism has kind of always just been really chill on women. There's some churches obviously that don't lean that way, but for the most part.
And would you say your parents are viewed as prophets by the global movement?
No, I would say, like I said earlier, I think that my dad leans more apostolic. I would say that my mom is more prophetic, but they would never.
No, I'm asking what other people think.
I think other people would think that. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Very much so.
Okay. That's what I was asking.
So there's like big dogs in the charismatic world that like travel. I'm like, I don't know if it's appropriate to use names or not, if anybody would know, but like, there's like Bill Johnson and Chris Valentin, and anybody who knows like charismatic, they'll know these names, or like just lots of really kind of heavy hitters that people know about. And my parents are like friends with those people, but not at the same level as those people.
So your parents are kind of second tier.
Yeah, that's kind of sad to say, but yeah.
No, that's great.
No. I say it's sad to say because I'm like, man, I've watched them dedicate everything to this. And then to like see them kind of not get that recognition.
So
I'm
it's
like,
kind of status.
It is.
It's status like a bishop or young men's president versus
I walked into ministry school and mission school knowing that I was kind of charismatic royalty in a way, because I knew all these people. I'd rubbed elbows with them. I'd, sat in their living rooms. I'd traveled to their churches. Like I was very exposed to this entire charismatic movement. And so I knew, one, that I was privileged to have had that experience, but two, that like my name really mattered, and like I needed to, and I wasn't somebody that was ashamed of my name. I was like very proud. Like all of my siblings went to ministry school, and
all of them.
Yep. They all went to ministry school in different places, but yeah. And one of my siblings, they had said that like they didn't want anybody to know that they were a Schreyer. Like that was when they went away, they were like, I'm not telling anybody who I am. I'm not. And I was like, hey, I'm Shannon Schreyer's daughter. Like I was into it. I loved being a Schreyer. I love my dad. I love my mom. So I was very like into that. So yeah, I felt the weight of that when I went into this ministry school. And then I'm getting my first job. I'm creating my own schedule for the first time, like abiding by my own schedule with no parents. That's crazy.
Adulting.
I'm adulting, and to a light degree, because I'm still in a church setting where they're telling me what to do.
This is like a Mormon mission.
Yes, yeah, in a way. And I went to Vegas, of all places. So it's like really, and we had grown up visiting that church a lot, so it wasn't like so unfamiliar. And for part of it, my brother did live in Vegas, so I had a little bit of a, cushion. But I get handed the keys to the Porsche, and I'm just trying my best not to ding it. I'm like, please don't mess this up. And I, of course, meet someone and mess it up.
Wait, you meet a boy?
Yes.
Oh. Wait, what was your job?
I worked as a janitor at the church.
Okay.
We were the Levites. We wore little shirts that said Levite, and we would, clean the pastor's toilet and stuff. So, yeah.
Okay.
But I met a guy that was going to the same ministry school, and ended up crossing the line physically.
Oh.
Not good. At this point, I've done nothing in my life. Not a thing. I've been very sincere with all of it. So
let me ask you this. In Mormonism, we often say that sexual transgression before marriage is taught as being a sin next to murder. How serious is it and I'm not assuming you had sex, but like.
No, you're fine. I think a lot of it had to do with like the value of your, similar, the licked cupcake, that kind of deal. Purity. But wouldn't have necessarily been like next to murder. And also like evangelicalism, like we got a lot of grace for a lot of things. So like there can be shame and all of that, but then like depending on who you want to like convert into your church, you're like, that's fine. We forgive you. Jesus forgives you. It's fine. So
I was a sinner too, that kind of thing.
Yeah. So it wasn't viewed next to murder by any means, but it's interesting. I grew up in Utah. Obviously, I didn't have like the greatest sex education. Shocking.
You had maturation by the equivalent of who's the young men's president? Brad, what's his name? Anyway.
Are you talking about Brad Wilcox?
Brad Wilcox does maturation lessons for like middle school or high schoolers in public schools.
Yeah, and I was actually picked up early from my maturation class, like, because my parents did not want us to like have that.
Oh, wow.
So it was like we got the like deodorant, and then my dad was like, "Time to go!" Like he just like hit the road. He did not want us like seeing anything. So, and then my parents like were really, they talked about sex a lot, but in a not specifics of how anything works, just like the value of it and that it is beautiful and it is important. They were really big on that. Like, it is really beautiful, but like God made it for a husband and a wife. And so it's this, and part of that prophetic culture that I grew up in, a lot of the prophetic words that I received were on my purity.
Yeah.
But I was very called out in that. It was not something like a patriarchal blessing where like every young woman, of course, is going to hear about their purity and how great it is for their husband.
So this was for you. This
was very like, I was called out a lot, stood up in a lot of services and publicly told, I see the holiness of God on you and you have a purity that's like inspiring to others. I was very, so it became very
that's
like
intense.
a big deal for me. And so at the time, we go too far, and in my mind, I kind of knew from like movies, like, okay, we didn't necessarily have sex, but in my mind, I was like, we had sex. Purity, it didn't matter to me. I was like, we had sex. We did. And even still to this day, like, my parents don't know that. I told them I had sex. Like, I didn't tell them the specifics of what happened, which in that context, it didn't matter. In the eyes of the church, it was like bad, period. But it's interesting now as an adult to be like, that didn't really count, but okay.
So kind of more binary, or as opposed to like this idea of, sexual relations that is quite nuanced and varied.
Yeah,
right?
for sure. And just like in terms of like experience, I guess I would have told people like, yeah, like I'm not a virgin, when it's like, like, oh, and now as I'm older, I'm like, that's kind of embarrassing that I said that, but whatever. But I was very ashamed. And then within about a week of that experience happening, broke down, called my parents sobbing, told them I had sex. I'm so sorry. This is, all these things. It was terrible. I went to the guy's house, broke up with him. That's what you're supposed to do. Do not stay with him, because that's tempting. And so broke up with him. He was devastated. He ended up telling our leaders of the ministry school, which I was not planning on doing. Not because I was trying to hide it, but I was just like, I told my parents. They're kind of my spiritual authority, so why would I tell anybody else? He told them I was working as a janitor at the church, and all of a sudden I get yanked into a room while I'm mopping by one of the leaders of the school. And she sits me down with the main leader over the whole school, and he is 27 at this time. I'm 17. And I get asked a myriad of horribly sexually explicit questions about this event. So super similar to, unfortunately, a lot of LDS bishop interviews. But it was quite graphic. Way too many details. Yeah. And at the time, because I had never done anything, that sounds stupid. Of course I had like sinned, but like no big ones at all. I didn't swear, nothing. And so I didn't know what discipline or punishment or anything like that looked like, because I had never experienced it. So I think this is normal, and I'm traumatized, but I internalize the trauma. The trauma is like, me. I did it. It's my fault. And so that turns into a whole thing. Of course, everybody's like, some people are like, stiff arm him, never talk to him again. Some people are like, well, in the eyes of God, you're now married, so you might as well get married. Like just like a varying, like the whole, it was a mega church. It was like 5,000 people. And a ton of the staff found out about it, all knew. All were inviting me over to their house to talk to me about like next steps. What do I do? And so I had
18 or 17.
17.
Okay.
I was 17.
You're not even an adult yet.
Yeah, I was 17, and so
shamed at a mega church, basically.
And then
no privacy either. It's just so many people know.
None. And it's interesting because my parents were so gracious about it and so kind. Like I remember like calling my mom, and when I told her, she was like, she said, when did that happen? And I said, it's about a week ago. And she said, man, I'm so sorry you had to carry that for so long by yourself. Yeah. Like the right answer,
That's right.
And then my dad texted me to say he was praying for me because I didn't tell him on the phone. And I texted him back and I said, Dad, I'm so sorry that I broke your heart. Like, I'm so sorry, because I knew how much it meant to him for his daughters to like stay pure or whatever. And, or at least that's what I had gathered from
Especially
my
after
environment.
that one sibling you had broke your parents' heart, right? Yeah.
And so then I'm texting him, I'm so sorry I broke your heart. And he texted me back and he said, you know, you didn't break our hearts. We're heartbroken for you. Like, we're so sorry. And it's just like, so.
It's not like you didn't hurt us, you hurt yourself.
But it was kind.
Okay.
It was so, I took it as so kind. It was not, it wasn't, no, not at all. There was no condescension in it at all. It was so like healing for me. So to have had that initially followed by.
Right. So did you note the difference?
Oh, of course.
So parents versus kind of this church, the system.
Margie and I are watching Game of Thrones right now, and season 6 has the shame scene. If any of you have seen Game of Thrones, have you seen it?
I haven't.
There's
It wouldn't have been.
There's a woman who gets shamed, and she literally has to walk down the town square road naked while everybody yells, scream, shame at her, and they're throwing feces at her as she's taking the shame walk.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not trying to project that onto you as metaphorically what you experienced.
No, it really did feel like that. And especially, again, the Schreyer name. I went into that church and they had like really welcomed me in. It's a mega church. They ended up having me, I was a worship leader. At 17, they had me lead worship for this mega church. Like, big deal. I was given like a lot of like responsibility. And so then to have messed it up, in my view at the time, it was devastating. And in their view, like they immediately, that was the other thing that was so shocking to me, is they pulled me off of the worship team. And that was not something that I was accustomed to, because my parents are very like, if you've asked for forgiveness, you're forgiven. They did not do the whole, you have to be shamed.
Punishment.
They were discipline, not punishment. Like, they were like, so for me to have experienced that and kind of just being like, this is devastating. This is not what I thought it was. And then to continue to let me do other jobs, behind the scenes stuff. I worked still a ton for the church, but nothing that was on a platform. So I was like, oh, okay, like I'm too ugly and
right,
broken to be seen by
visibility.
everyone.
You'll get no visibility,
Yes.
but you can do all the work.
But you can do all the work for us. And that was super shocking. And it just didn't make sense to me, because even my parents had one of my really good friends. She ended up getting pregnant like outside of marriage. And she was a worship leader at my parents' church. And she went to them and just said, I'm so sorry, I need to step down. And da-da-da. And they said, okay, well, hold on a second. Like, are you sorry? And she was like, yeah, of course, And they said, well, like, are you done? Like, are you done living this way? And they're just, yeah. They said, okay, well, then you don't have to step down if you want to. If that's not something you're comfortable with, then that's fine. But so we had a pregnant teenager leading worship at our church. And that was like,
wow,
unwed, pregnant teenager, that was the church that I grew up in. So to experience that was wild. But I didn't realize that being pulled into that classroom was any form of abuse until years later, listening. You had done a series.
Mormon Stories helped you
Yes,
understand
it
that.
did. Yeah. You had done a series after and during, so it was after Sam Young's excommunication, but kind of during that time period of like protect LDS children. But you had done a series where you were interviewing people about their bishop's interviews. And as soon as I heard it, and you started calling out like you were underage with a grown man, you were by yourself, I was like, oh my gosh. And I had never told my parents that happened. I went to my parents and I was like, hey, I think this was bad. And they were so devastated.
That was years later.
Yep.
Okay.
They were so devastated. And I think my dad, I don't know for sure, I think he did call that pastor and rip him. I can't imagine him not, because it's just who he is. Mm-hmm. I think he really had some words, but my mom was like, you didn't tell us that. And because a lot of it, I had stopped going to church after those meetings and had stopped going to school because I was just so ashamed because I didn't want to go and be there with everybody. And I was really, really depressed. And my mom called me and was like, hey, I heard you're not going to church. I heard, and she didn't know that all this stuff had happened. And I said, Mom, I just can't do it. I can't be with these people. And she said, well, baby, you don't know how strong you are until you do it. Now, flash forward to this conversation where I tell her what happened, and she's like, I would have never made you go back. Like, I had no idea. So that was like a tough one for all of us to kind of swallow, for sure.
I do love, though, the fact that you're having these conversations of reckoning for things that happen and filling in the blank spaces, because then you get to have the healing conversation with your parents. Sometimes that's what we have. Sometimes we don't get that, first of all, because our parents don't show up in these loving ways, right? But for you, they did. And so you got to hear what they would have said, or what they regretted, or, which I do think is it says a lot about your relationship with them in this way, that you've had some of these uncomfortable conversations, vulnerable.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Anyway.
Well, I'm sorry that happened, and it's all too familiar.
Yeah, just all too familiar.
Different stadium, same rodeo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Okay, did I get this right? That you said you've been listening to Mormon stories about 10 years?
Yes.
So if you're 28 now,
I turned 28
means
this year.
You would have started listening to Mormon stories around the same time.
So it would have been shortly after, literally right after this. So I came back to Utah.
You left Vegas after shame parade, came back home.
Finished the school year because that's what I was supposed to do. So I finished the school year, moved back to Utah. And at that point, I decided to go to BYU. I'm just kidding.
We both were like, wait a second.
I'm so sorry. I just had to break it a little bit. I was a little bit heavy and uncomfortable. No, sorry.
What year is this?
So this would have been
2015.
Was it 2015?
Or 14?
Yeah, it's 2015. Yeah, I graduated in 2014 and I came back in like fall of 2015. Yeah. So I come back and this is when I get my first ever welding job.
A welding job?
Welding job. That is still what I do to this day.
Really?
I'm a welder. Yeah.
Had you always loved it? You'd always been interested?
Learned how when I was like 12. My brother taught me, and I did it at Bonneville High School, and I loved it. And you have to be 18 to weld as well.
Is this where the Kingstons come in?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got my first welding job, and there was a guy in my church. He was rough. We had a lot of rough people in our church. Like, that was kind of our vibe, was like convicts and drug addicts and all that. That was our community. And he was one of them. And he was like, I got this awesome position for you. You can come and weld with me, blah, blah, blah. I just want to get my foot in the door. And I show up, I get the job. First day on the job, they're like, hey, we want to introduce you to our boss. I'm like, okay. And out comes this very strange looking fella. What I thought. I was like, wow, he's kind of a little bit odd looking. And it is Job Kingston. For those of you who don't know, Job Kingston is John Daniel Kingston. He's kind of like the number 2 of the Kingston clan.
And we should tell people the Amanda Ray episode we did on Mormon Stories, where we cover the Kingstons.
Yeah.
Being the lower the number, the closer you are to kind of like the pure blood of Jesus. So
I apologize. I say number 2 kind of in like leader wise. That wasn't his actual number. His number was different. It was like 60 something, or I don't know. Like,
it's a low number.
It's a low number. His number was very low. Yes. Yeah. And so this is his first wife. So John Daniel Kingston's first wife's son.
And for those who don't know, Kingstons are Mormon fundamentalist polygamists that are centered in sort of Ogden and Salt Lake areas. Yeah,
started in Davis County, but kind of are very smart, and they beat the FLDS problem, and they do not have a commune. So it's smart because all of them live in different houses scattered throughout the valley, so you can't really pinpoint who they are, where they are. They don't put, as far as polygamy goes, on birth certificates, they don't put the father's name. They just make up a name. So it's like genuinely very intelligent. Unfortunately, it lets them get away with a lot. But yeah, I ended up working for the Kingstons.
Yeah. And, you know, just based on my weak memory, a lot of money in Utah, a lot of power in Utah.
Correct.
A lot of incest because of this belief that you want to have the pure blood of Jesus in you. So you end up marrying children, siblings, cousins.
Yeah.
And yeah, so a lot of abuse.
Yeah. So from my understanding, they believed that they were direct descendants of Jesus. And so they had to keep the bloodline pure. So there was a lot of marriage. That was kind of what I was alluding to as far as him being a little strange looking. And I don't mean to be offensive in any way, but he truly was. And you could tell who was a Kingston at that job, even if they didn't say it, because a lot of them have different last names as well, but you could tell who was a Kingston based on their looks.
The word is probably inbred. I don't know if that's offensive
I don't know if that's offensive either.
Politically, incorrect. But you could tell, because they had, so who I worked for was a company called AFAB Engineering. So they were contracted out by Washakie Renewable Energy. I'm sure a lot of your listeners are aware of like the big scandal that happened with Washakie Renewable Energy, but Washakie was run by Jacob and Isaiah Kingston. So that's Job's brothers, like same mom, like full brothers. And so I worked for them. There's a lot of people that are like, when they talk about the fraud that happened, if I can give like a little quick blurb about what happened. Basically, they started a biodiesel fuel company. They were not only embezzling funds, but they were also buying off the books biodiesel fuel, having it come through the back of the shop, like that property, and sending it out as if they were creating the biodiesel fuel. And so they were getting major tax credits. And so they were not actually operating. We had never made any biodiesel fuel. The plant wasn't finished, but a lot of people think that it was just like a full ghost operation, but that's not how it worked. We were actually building, like they planned eventually to get to the point where they would have a biodiesel plant, but it wasn't there yet. Like we were still actively working on it. So I was one of the welders that helped build that plant and worked alongside a lot of Kingstons, especially like the younger boys. They would come in and, I just kind of started getting really intrigued and like wanted to learn more about, I had watched Escaping Polygamy and was like, this is wild. But that is kind of what led me to Mormon Stories. So you knew you were working for the Kingstons. They were a polygamist Mormon offshoot. Did you just say you knew they were committing fraud, or at the time?
No, absolutely not. Yeah. So I didn't know that I didn't know that I was working for the Kingstons when I got the job. It was just, hi, I'm Job Kingston. And I was like, oh shoot.
Had
I had heard the name, and I definitely went on a deep dive afterwards, but I had heard the name of like the polygamist Kingstons. So, but yeah, it was like so intriguing because really like a lot of the stuff that they say in Escaping Polygamy, obviously most people would assume they're telling the truth, but it's not really dramatized as far as what they're saying is happening. Like that was real. All of the young men that were involved, like these younger boys, genuinely boys, like some of them weren't even quite teenagers, like working in the shop, like sweeping. And there was a lot less of that going on at Washakie. So Washakie is, it's now been seized by the government.
Like by the FBI kind of thing.
Yes, but it was up in, the closest Idaho city is Malad. The closest Utah city is Plymouth, but it's technically its own like town. It's called Washakie. But it's kind of like if you were to take I-15 up and you just like keep going all the way up, you're not going to like Logan or anything. You just keep going past Tremont and it's up there. So it took me like an hour and a half from Ogden to get there. So
another thing I'm remembering from Amanda Ray's interview is that once she got a job, she gave to her employer the bank account of of the Kingstons. So she wouldn't receive her own paycheck. Her paycheck would go to the bank account of the Kingstons.
Because they owned
Yeah.
the bank.
Yeah, so I would talk to a lot of these younger guys, and they were working, and some of them were getting like kind of skilled positions, like they would be trained to be electricians, or one of them was a welder with us, but they were given like coupons for the Kingston store. They weren't given like actual money. Like the money they were earning was really going back. And I remember one time I talked to this one of the Kingstons, and he was kind of far removed, but he was a Kingston. And I talked to him about it, and I'm asking him all these questions. I was way too inquisitive, and he had said, "You don't get it, do you?" And he could have been being dramatic, but he said, "You don't get it, do you?" And I was like, "What?" And he said, It's all Brother Paul. This is all owned by Brother Paul.
Paul Kingston.
Yes. It's just that everybody kind of gets control in there. So all of the kids and the brothers they're just like running operations, but like it's a huge monopoly that eventually goes back to him. And so could be wrong, but at the time, 18, I was like, sneaky. So I worked there, and they knew at that point I was getting ready to go to Mozambique. They knew I was just like working there, and then I was going to be a missionary. I told them up front when I got the job. And before I left for Mozambique, Job came out on the floor and he said, "Hey, I really appreciate your work, and I just want you to know that whenever you come home, there will be a job here for you." So initially, I only went to Mozambique for 3 months, just for a training school. It was like a kind of not as intense as making you go for 2 years, but also not as light as like a 2-week missions trip. Like it was supposed to be a little bit more involved. And so I came back from that, and I ended up working for him again. And I was there when the FBI and the IRS showed up, and they were like, wrap up your leads, like you're done. And I was like, for the day? And they're like, nope, forever. Like it's not.
Whoa.
And I was just like, I don't have a job. Like I had
They're
no.
during a raid, basically.
Yeah, and I remember there was a lot of they had started putting a lot of restrictions on them leading up to that. So they had like put like, hey, your office workers can't come in anymore, this, that, and the other, while they were investigating. And I remember one time I walked into the office, and I had no idea there was an investigation going on. I just knew that the office workers weren't supposed to be there. And I walked into the office to like grab a piece of paper or something, and all the lights are off. And oh gosh, I think her name is Rachel. It's Jacob's mom was there in the dark, computer lit, face. And I'm like, hi. And I remember her being like, hello. And I just was like, oh, and I just thought, I didn't know there was an investigation. I didn't know. So I just thought, why was she in the dark? That was so weird. And then like afterwards, everything starts clicking and I'm like, oh my gosh. But yeah, I was there. They got shut down. I'm not going to lie to you. I worked for them one more time after that. I did go because I was so intrigued. And honestly, at that point, we'll get to it, but I really wanted to like save polygamists, and like, I felt so burdened and like compassionate for these like people that were stuck in it. So I thought, what a great end to go and work for them. So I worked for them in South Salt Lake as well, and kind of did that. And then I left that because it just became too much. There was a lot of child labor going on at that particular shop, and I was like 19 at that point. I couldn't do it, so I left. But that was my little intro to the Kingstons, and so I really wanted to understand what they believed versus what the LDS Church believed. And that is how I found Mormon Stories, was through working for the Kingstons, which is kind of silly, but that's how I kind of came to find you guys.
Okay. So did you end up being a missionary in Mozambique?
Yeah, so I did. So I went to Mozambique for like 3 months initially, and then I applied to be on staff of the school. So like to go back as like a staff member for basically is like international students would come, and we had on average like 200 to 300 students from about 30 to 40 different nations that would be represented at each school. And it was a very like charismatic, with Heidi Baker, the person that I wanted to become. I went to her school.
Wow.
So yeah, I was
that dream
checking them
fulfilled.
off. I was checking them off big time. I became obsessed with Mozambique, like full blown as a kid. So like my 14th birthday, the cake was a Mozambique flag.
Oh, wow, yeah.
I had like bracelets. I had shoes that said like called. My email still to this day, which you probably noticed, calledtomos@gmail.com.
Wow.
It's,
That was your
I just
whole
told everybody my
identity.
email, but
defining.
email me. It's fine.
It's defining, yeah.
Yeah, it was a big deal. It was like a lot. It was my entire personality, which I regret now, because now it's I pigeonholed myself so hard into that, where I'm like, I get it. Like, I get that my parents are upset that I'm not doing that, because that was all I ever talked about doing. But the backstory of it is fulfilling all of these
That's right.
expectations. That I will say, my siblings, like my brother just graduated as a mechanical engineer. If I would have said, hey guys, I want to go to school and I want to go study U.S. history, and they'd be like, go for it. It wasn't that it was just that I said that for so long. So I don't really blame them, but I did do that. That was rough.
So why aren't you a missionary in Mozambique today? What happened?
Gosh. Yeah. So I went, and I all of the conditioning that I'd had up until that point, it got worse. I was not even a semblance of Anna anymore once I got to Mozambique. I started
This is the second time? You went a second time?
first and the second time.
Okay.
So like I lived in Mozambique like in spurts on and off for about 4 years. So I would like, my visa would expire, I would come home, work, save up money, go back, that kind of thing. So I just became like a shell of a person. Like it was only Jesus. It's really sad. I have like a journal that like when I started the journal it was very Anna. Like the voicing was like so me about being so excited to go to Mozambique. And then very quickly, like 3 pages in, it is all prayers to Jesus, saying like, I'm so sorry for being so selfish. I'm so sorry. When I'm like serving as a missionary, I, would say, like I'd written things in the journal of like, you're either Lord of all or you're not Lord at all. Like you deserve everything. Like you gave your life for me. Like how could I not give you my entire life? Like it was just like really like, I read through those journals recently, like getting ready for this, and it was
Wow.
sad.
What types of things were you doing as a missionary there?
Yeah, so our school is a little bit interesting because it's a lot of, I would now say indoctrination. Like they want people to be drinking their Kool-Aid. They want people to experience their brand of Christianity. So we have classes that run, and that same kind of idea of these heavy hitter like preachers and speakers and all that, they're flying them out to Mozambique to speak at the school. So people are getting this like inundated with all of these different messages. And so that was a big part. And our reasoning at the time was, and it's all international students, it's not Mozambicans, it's international students. Our reasoning at the time was like, you need to have the foundation and be like filled with Jesus before you become a missionary. So it's a missionary training school, and like you'll figure out all of the logistics later. You'll figure out how to do your feeding program later. But the core of who you are, your identity, is the most important thing. Like we need to make sure that you are not gonna burn out. You're not gonna, stray from this. So that was the majority of what I did. And it wasn't until later years that I actually started doing like missions work, like humanitarian kind of stuff.
Almost sounds like the MTC a little.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very similar,
A bit
I
of
would
a
say.
parallel.
Yep, I would say.
And same with your experience of this kind of next level conditioning where you look back and you read your journal and it's just intense. It's just all about Jesus, your sinfulness as you're, dedicating yourself full throttle to this work. Yeah.
I'm genuinely like, I'm apologizing to God because I like brought a hard drive with like The Office on it, and I'm watching The Office instead of praying, like, like stuff like that. Cause like I feel so much for LDS missionaries and the fact that they are like completely removed. Like that is so hard. That is not the experience I had. But it kind of makes it a little bit harder too, because it's not expected of you, but you're like kind of upper tier if you're doing those things. So you kind of get to climb the ladder in like your holiness level, and there's some of that in LDS missions as well, but like not watching TV, not, reading secular books, listening to secular music, like that's all expected of an LDS missionary. The mission school that I went to is like, yeah, like it's maybe not the best, but like, okay, like we would have like even staff, like once I got on staff, like a bunch of us would get together to like watch movies together and stuff. And it was very like kind of normal, a sense of normalcy when you're in this like foreign country. But then it became kind of the ladder of holiness where I was like really stripping back anything that was my identity. I viewed it as sin. Any like, I remember I had wanted, which now whatever, I had wanted dreads for a long time. I did. I just wanted them and I got them and I had them, and my leaders did not like them. They didn't like them, and they came up with all these reasons of why I shouldn't have them. And I got real mad because I was like, this has nothing to do with what we're doing here. This has nothing to do with it. And I started to argue with them. And then in the following week, I sat with it and I was like, wow, I am so prideful that I would care this much about my hair. I can't believe. And I brushed them all out on the mission field, no running water, brushed my dreads out. Wow. Like just like stuff like that is just, So I got really intense, but then I also was still listening to Mormon stories, which was interesting.
Okay. And I'll just say that sounds like scrupulosity. Like you started to develop religious OCD in Africa.
So I've been listening for a long time. Anytime you talked about scrupulosity, I was like, nah, like, no way. I read my journals and I was like, oh, shoot. Like that, there's no difference between what you describe as scrupulosity. And I don't want to like take it lightly, just like throw it around, because that was how I felt before. I was like, let's not throw that term around because that seems intense and people are genuinely diagnosed with it. But as far as similarities, yes, very similar expressions of that.
Yeah, hyper-religiosity, heightened sense of guilt and shame, extreme religious behavior.
Yeah, and I lost a lot of years of like connecting with friends and family through that because I was just so religious, so intense. I remember even like I missed out on my sister-in-law's like bachelorette party. She had her bachelorette party in Vegas. I came home from Mozambique to go. It was too much. The culture shock, the sin, and I was mean and was not celebratory of like my sister-in-law is being welcomed into my family. Like, and I didn't have any harsh feelings towards her prior, but in that moment, and I regret that so very much. It just like messed up a lot of relationships through those years.
Was she Christian? So it's not like,
yeah.
So when you say bachelorette party, you don't mean...
I mean, we had gone to do like a pole dancing class, but not like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's like a Vegas, like kind of trope. Like there was nothing.
You weren't going to Chippendales.
No. It was like pretty mild. But like we had eaten at a restaurant that was like attached to a club. And that was like, I mean, in that moment, I'm feeling the weight of sin in the room.
Too close to alcohol.
Whoa, no. They like, a couple people were doing shots and I was like, absolutely not. What's going on? Like it was so, and I just messed up so much through that. Yeah. As far as like personal relationships, like I messed up a lot during those years by just removing myself from normalcy. And it's super sad. Like, I hate that. Because on an LDS mission, like, you come home and a lot of people, like, they kind of, like, reset after a couple months, or at least from my understanding from listening to a lot of people's, like, stories. It was, like, years of me being like that, which is really sad. I hate that.
So before we start jumping to kind of the unraveling of your faith and the role Mormon stories and studying Mormonism played, I've already asked this kind of, but like at your peak missionary experience, are you delivering water to people? Are you immunizing people? Are you preaching the gospel and baptizing people? Like what's peak missionary productivity during your 4 years in Mozambique?
Yeah, so for a majority of my time that I spent in Mozambique was with the school. And that was like the most important to me at the time because I was so...
And this is like a K through 12?
No. It's like adults. The school is like, when I say the school, it's a missions training school. So it's like the MTC, but
okay, you're
people
teaching Mozambique
there.
people.
No. International.
Okay.
Isn't that
teaching,
so wild?
So I'm sorry.
It's
slow.
like a playground for people who want to like dip their toes into like mission work. Okay. They go to Mozambique because it's an intro to a third world nation. They're living there, but then they're with all international students.
Okay.
Everyone's speaking English. Everyone's like, it's
interesting.
It's
so
a
this is
weird
kind of
bubble.
Apostolic work.
It's very apostolic.
You're there to help teach other aspiring Assembly of God leaders or charismatic teachers, leaders to become church leaders worldwide.
Yep.
Right?
That was it. And I loved it. And especially seeing my parents and like the apostolic.
You weren't serving the Mozambique people.
No, okay. So it's like so wild. I didn't do that until later. But at the time, like I was so in it. I was like, Jesus, I'm doing it. And then in your mind, you're training people and they're going out and they're actually becoming missionaries and they're serving the places that they go to. So it's like...
Well, I guess that's what I'm asking. When you say you did it later, what did you do later?
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's a little bit weird because I'll jump into a little bit of the Mormonism thing real quick, but I basically I'm listening to Mormon stories while I'm serving. And we did do some stuff. Like we built houses for the blind. That was one of our programs. So we were actively taking the students with us to be like, this is our well digging program. But the main focus was the school. Does that make sense?
Got it.
Yeah. So it's like almost like your extracurriculars were the actual humanitarian work, but then the main thing was more of a Bible school kind of vibe. So. Okay.
So you started Mormon stories to understand polygamy?
Just the differences of belief. And then I remember I asked my dad, I was like, Dad, what's going on? And he said, well, at my office at the church, there's this big red book. If you want to go grab that, it'll teach you a lot of what all the church history and is shadow or reality.
That's Sandra Tanner's book.
Yeah, Sandra Tanner. And I actually got to meet her. That was awesome. This was my dream come true. Oh my gosh. It probably scared her to death because I was fangirling and she's like,
you went to her bookstore?
No, I have been to her bookstore, but I actually met her. Do you know Lynn Wilder?
Yeah.
So I went to a talk at a church that Lynn Wilder had about her book, Unveiling Grace, and I met Sandra at that event.
For those who don't know, Lynn Wilder is kind of well known in the Christian circles as being a former Mormon, former BYU professor who then was saved and then became sort of a really prominent Christian speaker.
Yeah.
And
her and her family.
An author bringing people to Christianity as an ex-Mormon, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I went to that. I had no inclination that Sandra Tanner would be there, but I looked over and I was like, because I'd seen the Mormon Stories, that interview, the first one that you did, and so I was like, oh my gosh, and I'm geeking out. My friend who has no context at all, she's like, okay, she'd snuck a picture because she knew it was a big deal to me, but that's so weird. I know that's so weird, but I was so into all of the Mormon everything. So anyway, so I start listening to Mormon Stories because I found Shadow or Reality, and then I'm looking that up, and then you had done that interview not long before I found. I'm talking maybe a couple years is when you had done that first Sandra Tanner interview. And so I'd found that, that stressed me, just so you know. We can talk about it later. That interview stressed me.
Because I challenged her
A
Christianity
little bit,
in the Bible, right?
It was a little cringy for me. I'm sitting in my Christian belief and going, oh, I don't like that. I don't like that he said that. I don't like that he asked that very logical question. Because I'd been living in a bubble of like nobody asks questions for so long. So yeah.
Because the criticism of Sandra and Gerald is they go hard at Mormonism, but they don't use those same critiques to look at the Bible and just general Christianity.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have had any, at that point, I'm like, I've read a good portion. Obviously, it's a big feat to read Mormonism, Shadow of Reality. It's huge. Yeah. But I'd read a good enough portion to where I was like, these people are brilliant. Like, she is brilliant, and this doesn't negate her brilliance whatsoever. No. But in my mind, at the time, I thought, she's so intelligent. There's no way she hasn't looked into this. Like, there's no way she hasn't looked into this stuff. So I just trusted that. Like, I was like, she can't have gone so far into like Mormonism and not had done the same thing for Christianity. And even though some of her answers in that interview, I don't know how like long it's been since you've even rewatched it, or if you ever do. You were pretty tough. It was good.
I was a little tough.
It was good. It was like, it was a good interview. And I remember thinking like that was a little bit of an awkward response, or I kind of felt embarrassed almost like as a Christian. And again, like all respect and honor to, of course, Sandra Tanner. Like but at the time that was my thought. And so I just kind of trusted people like that. Like when I watched stuff like that, I was like, yeah, well, she's brilliant and she's not had any problems. And clearly she like does her research. So yeah. But I got super into all of that. And through the kind of scrupulosity, actually, really felt very burdened for the Mormon church, and was like, I gotta get back to Utah. I have to go save the LDS church. Me at 19 years old, I'm gonna do it. I have all this information. Surely they will welcome me with open arms. And I was just so set, because in my mind, I was like, not only do I have the information, but I have like the juice. I've got the cool stuff of Christianity that like, why would they not want? So I actually had a really rough, I was sad about it still because I wanted to be in Mozambique, but I felt like God was calling me to come home. And so I told my leaders, I'm going back home. And for a time period, I came back to Utah. Boy, I went to Temple Square all the time. All the time.
Like picketing Temple Square?
No, not like that. No.
Trying to talk to people.
Just talking to people. Mm-hmm. Just talking to people. I'd go and take the tours. I want to talk to the missionaries. I want to and I was like, I feel pretty gracious. Like, I don't think that I was like, whoa, what about, I don't think I like shoved things in people's face, but genuinely wanted to have conversations with people, see what they thought. I would sign up for the missionaries to come to my house. They never came.
Uh-oh.
Never came. But again, pastor's house. They probably had it in the local ward. Yeah, I was living at my parents' house. Yeah. Okay. They wouldn't have come, but I was like, please. And I remember
your parents were on a do not visit list.
Yeah, I had, this is so funny. I had my neighbor start calling for me. Like my LDS neighbor. I was like, can you have the missionaries come to your house and can I come over to talk with them?
Yeah.
Because I was like, I just want to talk to them, but they won't come. And so I started getting real weird with it. Going to the LDS, like to Temple Square all the time, talking to as many LDS people as I could. Even after that, when I would travel, like anytime I'm anywhere and I see LDS missionaries, I will always stop and go talk to them. Even to this day, I will go and talk to them because what's up? Like, you're probably from where I'm from. This is crazy, And so I had like honestly, it was very fun. Like, that was a super fun time in my life. But at the same time, some things are starting to unravel a little bit. And I'm trying to think exactly of like what it was specifically, or if it was just all of the high demand stuff that I was like, oh no, I am doing this. I'm doing the same thing. And it would like, again, it's that same speaking in tongues thing where I'm like, during the day, everything's totally fine. And like, no, this isn't. But then, late at night when you're sitting there thinking about it, you're going, well, this isn't really adding up. And I know I've been like making some stuff up too, but then they're also, I think, making some stuff up. So like, where does this go for me? And so, but I don't necessarily know if I could pinpoint like a specific.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say one of the most mind-blowing parts of my 20 years was when I did that YouTube survey and found out that over half of my audience has never been Mormon. But then I thought about some of the most influential things that happened to me, and one was just seeing Going Clear. When I watched the documentary Going Clear and learned all about Scientology and how messed up it was, how messed up L. Ron Hubbard was, and how messed up, that South Park episode on the Scientologists, that talked about the Thetans and the volcano and, and all the high demand, high control stuff and the surveillance and the excommunications and the shunning. It didn't take long before, as I'm like registering all this abuse and all these problems, where I'm starting to create this parallel list of abuse and problems in my own tradition. I mean, it doesn't take long. And I think that's why so many people who have never been Mormons start connecting with Mormon stories.
Yeah, and to an extent, it's really funny because I was very, in a similar way to a lot of LDS people, I was very protective of my faith. So like, even that Sandra Tanner series, it took a while for me to get through it. And at the time I was actually on staff at my parents' church when I had come home. And so I'm at the church, like doing stuff, and I'm listening to it and going like, whoa. Let's not listen to that. Like, that's not faith affirming, like stuff like that. And then, it like hits you a little bit later, like, whoa, I'm doing the stuff. I'm doing the stuff that a lot of LDS people are doing. And so that became like super weird, very uncomfortable for me to confront. And even you had, so I'll skip over like a lot of it because it's just a lot of my Mozambique stuff I haven't fully processed because it's just a lot. We got sent away for like terrorism, like there was terrorism in our region, and we got sent, like there's just a lot of like really hard stuff that I haven't fully processed. So I'm going to skip over a bit. But at some point I was home and I was really into all of the Mormonism stuff.
Did I remember the David Bokovoy interviews where I'm deconstructing the Old Testament and then the New Testament?
Wouldn't have watched it. No way.
So you'd have seen that those got released.
Know that they existed, correct. Yeah, but wouldn't have watched them because it was just like, what? It's so funny and it's so terrible. We're like, what does this guy know? Like, that's so terrible.
A Mormon can't know the Bible.
Yeah, how would you, Yeah. And so that was really hard, but I'm getting more into it. And then
also I would have done Bart Ehrman around that time.
So we'll get to that.
Okay,
oh,
sorry.
My.
I'm just trying to jog your memory, that's all.
No, absolutely. So I ended up being into the Mormonism thing, but then like the Christianity stuff is kind of faltering for me. And especially, I would say Western Christianity really started to bother me because even though I was doing this mission school that was training international students, I still was doing a lot of humanitarian stuff there, like in the midst of it and being in a different culture with different religions. And so I'm starting to get real ticked off at the Western church because I'm like, you guys don't get it.
Is it the white savior kind of stuff?
No, because I would have been on board with white savior probably. Like genuinely, I would have been on board with it. Not consciously thinking like I
appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, no, I would have been on board with it because I'm like, why wouldn't they want this? Like, it's so terrible, like horrible. But it would have been like, I had beef with Mormonism and I had beef with Christianity because I was like, you guys aren't giving. You're not helping anybody, like in terms of like, I mean, even my parents' church, like they're much more generous than the average church. They do like food giveaways, and they've increased a lot of their programs like over the years. But I was just like, it's not enough. Like I was so intense about it. And then also being scrupulosity, being like, nobody's at the same level that I'm at. I know more than all of you, and you guys aren't giving your time in the way that you should. You're not, like, why do you even have a job? Shouldn't you be serving God? Like things like that, where it just, it spiraled really quickly. And then that resentment kind of turned to like a little crack being opened. Weirdly, hyper religiosity actually opened a little bit of crack for like criticism, because I was like, well, I can criticize the church as a whole. I'm not criticizing Jesus. Like Jesus is like, he's the one that's doing all this stuff, and he's where I get all of these ideas from. And so I remember like being really frustrated by like the signs for not giving money out at Temple Square. That really bothered me, like not helping like homeless people. So I would like load up on my own, just like, this isn't a program, it's just me. I would load up bags for like unhoused people that had like playing cards and tissues and feminine products and whatever. Like there was no Bibles involved. It wasn't like, I was just like, I want to help. And what are you guys doing? Anyone who believes in Jesus, what are you doing?
So not helping the poor enough.
Yes. It like really radicalized me being overseas, where I was just like, this is not, how do we have such a high unhoused population in Salt Lake City and Utah as a whole? And we have so many churches. What's going on? So I got really cranky really fast, was really upset. Then started kind of like deconstructing a bit of my lies as far as like the
speaking in tongues?
I wouldn't have gone as far as speaking in tongues. So that was like a core, like this is lore at that point. But like a lot of the experiences that I had,
Is it like epistemology stuff? Like,
No,
how do we know things? How do we believe things?
No, it's like,
is our feelings belief or knowledge?
This was like, okay, so in charismatic, like people have like these really outrageous encounters where they are falling on the floor, seeing visions, seeing da-da-da. I had a lot of that stuff that I did, and it was not real.
Oh, I see.
And so a lot of that is starting to unravel.
So authenticity reckoning internally.
Yes. And then being like, I'm stuck in this because I'm at my parents' church. I'm in the middle, like, what am I supposed to do? I can't go back on this stuff. And this is stuff that like, this is what really started to get me is I was preaching at my parents' church like a little bit more frequently. They were having me preach sometimes. And so I would preach, and then like their board members were coming to me for prayer to be like, I just want to like receive what you have and like this like mantle that's on your life. And I was like, in the moment, of course, I'm like, yes, let me pray for you. But get home and I'm like, why are these people that I've looked up to my entire life asking me for prayer? And like really having to like dissect the fact that I have created this image of myself that's not real. I wasn't doing anything wrong. Yes, I was. I wasn't doing anything sinful, I should say, in terms of like the basics, like I wasn't living a dual life. But I was sinning in the sense of like, I was lying. And so then that, having to reckon with that, and then kind of looking around and going, for the first time, like, are you lying? Like, are you also making this up?
Leaders.
Yeah, leaders, anyone. I just kind of like started getting really like, So we kind of flash forward to like 2019. And I got asked to go back to Mozambique. They had 2 major cyclones that hit the coast in 2019, one after the other, like within like a month and a half of each other. And I got asked to go back out and serve on a team that would be there for quite a while, like until the work was done pretty much. We were going to be there. And I told the woman that asked me, I was like, I don't know if you want me there because I'm not where I used to be. because at this point I'm kind of letting this stuff die off. I'm getting really angry all the time. I'm in a bad mood. Like, so I'm not the like chipper, full send missionary Anna that I was before. And I was like, I don't think you want me there. And she goes, no, I really feel like God asked me to have you come. And I was like, well, I told her, I said, I have a Broadway show I'm going to. So if you let me go to that Broadway show, then I'll be there afterwards. I'll fly out. Because I was going to go for like, I had bought tickets to Wicked to see Jessica Vosk. It's important to me. And so I was like, if you let me go to that show, I'll be there after. And I'll get a ticket.
What was the musical again?
It was Wicked, but it was, I wanted to see Jessica Vosk. She was one of the Alphabas, and it was her last week performing. So
I thought you said Book of Mormon musical.
I have seen Book of Mormon. I saw that in Kansas City. It was actually really fun. Anyway, but yeah. So they had me come out anyway. I get out there, and at this point, that was the most difficult time I've ever spent in Mozambique because all of my faith stuff is starting to crumble. And speaking of the Book of Mormon, you know, like I believe where he's like, a warlord who shoots people in the face. What's so scary about that? That was me pre my faith falling apart, where I was like really unaware of like the danger that I was in these situations. And so being in Mozambique for that time period, I was terrified because I kind of don't have, I'm still kind of believing, but I kind of don't have like the faith that I should. And we were there during the election season. And it's really, I mean, it's a developing nation. There's tons of unrest, scary. People are getting shot, they're being killed, pulled out of their trucks. And so we were kind of grounded for a while. We had to stay, and we weren't allowed to go out because we were worried that we were going to, like our vehicles were going to get hijacked. And that became like really scary for me for the first time. I remember we had a guy break into my room. Like I had rebar, but like a screen, and he had cut the screen and was reaching in to try to get to my night table. And I'm looking over, seeing his arm at night trying to grab stuff off my, nightstand. And
That's terrifying.
Yeah, horrifying. We lived on like a compound, like truly. It was, glass sticking out of the walls, the whole thing. And he had broken in, and before, Anna would have been like, all good, I'm fine. It's that same thing of like the demons of being like, I got it
God's
though.
protecting
It's totally
And
fine.
you have Jesus.
Yep. And so that became really scary. Like I didn't go back to my room. I would sleep in the like living room on like this terrible like cot thing because I was so scared to go back into my room. And all of those things just became like really bad. So then Bart Ehrman, I'm driving a big old truck full of food because we were there to do all of the like restoration stuff. Like we were building houses, doing food distributions, and helping like communities with like water and things like that because it was a devastating cyclone. And I'm driving a truck with a bed full of food to go take into these, in the name of Jesus, to go take to these communities that have suffered just like horrible devastation. And I'm listening to your Bart Ehrman episode and just being like, and at that point, I think I had like allowed myself for like, I wasn't going to look it up myself, but if I happened upon it, I was okay to like let those kinds of things in. Like if it came across my feed, I was like, I'll listen to it. I didn't go research anything after that point, but I allowed myself to like listen to that episode. And I was still probably frustrated with the episode because, like Bart Ehrman is like so like matter of fact at this point, so I was just like, how dare you say that?
Do you want to explain to people just at a high level who Bart Ehrman is and what his basic premises are? Yeah,
so he's a New Testament professor. He's a professor at North Carolina Chapel Hill, and he was a evangelical Christian, strong believing, did seminary, was like brought up under all of these like incredible historians, and he, over a long course of time, it was like a slow burn for him, ended up not believing in Christianity anymore. And so he is still a New Testament historian, and he studies textual criticism a lot. That's his kind of main thing. And so he's mostly concerned with validity of the New Testament. So he talks about just copies, times of when they were written, not having the original autographs, not, changes. So you've got different variants between manuscripts and things like that. So he's that, but he's brilliant. But also he is brilliant. So he knows what he's talking about and acts accordingly. So I was kind of
yeah. And some of the main takeaways are things like how the Gospels conflict with each other.
Yep.
So there are real problematic contradictions between Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Yes.
The fact that they were all written years and years after the events happened, generations after.
Yes.
And passed down orally. And the people whose names are on the Gospels aren't the ones who wrote the Gospels. Not to mention the way that they've been changed over time. And so all those things call into question the validity of the historicity of the New Testament for many people. Yeah,
it's super interesting because in my I'm going to save the Mormon church, I ended up going with one of my friends to an institute class. It was Weber State's Institute. And I went with her. And at that time, I don't know if this was common, but this teacher was going over the different visions, the different accounts of the first vision. And I think he was going over the gospel topics essays of it. And he's explaining it. And he's going, it's actually good that there are differences, like the same thing is with like the New Testament, like there are differences. And he's comparing these things. And I remember at that point, I know nothing. And I'm going, that's not at all the same thing. Like, they're completely different people writing their own, like, what they view, their own point of view of the same story. Like, that's completely different. And realizing now that, like, the biggest problem is that people read the Bible and they read it, either open the Bible, read a chapter or two, or if they're going to read it, they're obviously going to read it in order. And you're inundated with all of the sermons of pastors, and they're saying all of these things about Jesus and his character and what he did and what. So when you read the New Testament and you see in one book that it says this, you've heard that sermon before. So you go, okay. Then when you read in the next book that it says a different thing, you've also heard that sermon. It doesn't click because you're not stacking them one on top of the other and comparing them.
Yeah.
You're just reading them one after the other. And if you've grown up in it, you know all these stories already. So none of them are like, oh, wait a second. I never realized the difference of theme from book to book of just like the Gospels.
Yeah. If you line them up for when they were actually written chronologically, the earliest version, Jesus is not even necessarily the Son of God and divine. And then over, as you go to the next gospel written, by the last gospel written.
John. Wow, he takes off with that. Yeah. But it doesn't seem odd when you read it because you go, yeah, I've heard this story. And then you read John and you go, yeah, that's the same. It's the same Jesus. And you just don't realize how different those stories are because you've listened to it your whole life.
It's all true.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have heard about historical criticism or Bart Ehrman in your years growing up in the Assemblies of God tradition.
Absolutely not. No, I'm sure that my dad has heard who Bart Ehrman is and things like that, but it never, because I didn't go to any actual like real life. Again, loosey-goosey. Charismatics are loosey-goosey. I didn't go to any accredited schools. I never got any diploma of any kind. So there was it's not like I was going to seminary. Even if I went to a, Orthodox isn't the word I'm looking for, but like more sincere seminary, not like a liberal seminary. Even if I went to that, I still would have probably heard of Bart Ehrman. But I just never came across it, wasn't in my realm at all. So I listened to it, but then kind of thought, well, that guy, and it was a webcam. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like it's like kind of, like a little like rough, and I was just like, I don't know if this is. But I'm listening to everything else that you're saying, and then even like at that point, I started listening to a couple different podcasts that were a little bit more critical of Christianity. So again, it's just slippery slope. It's all going downhill, but I'm still like so desperately I want to believe, but I'm just seeing it all fall around me. And so I hadn't gotten to the point where I was like full stop, like meh. But I remember I had sat down my leadership, my whole team when I was in Mozambique for that time, and I said, hey, I don't think I should be here. Like I don't know if I clarified well enough that like I don't think I believe in this stuff anymore, but I definitely had a lot of doubts and kind of tried to express that in like the safest way I could without them being like, yeah, get out, you know? But they were very gracious and said, no, like God told us you're supposed to be here, so you're supposed to be here. But that was devastating. Like that trip was actually really hard for me because I came home and it was even worse because I just experienced like all this devastation, all this like immense poverty and coming face to face with like, why is it that I was born in America and of course I get to be a Christian and yet you're saying that all of these people are going to go to hell. That was crushing. Like really, really being face to face with these people, holding their hands. I was like, I don't get it.
Is that the teaching? An African who doesn't join Christianity?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't profess and proclaim that Jesus Christ is your Savior and ask Him to forgive you of your sins, doesn't matter. And then it would even go so far as to be, I would question, well, what about unreached people groups? What about people that, you know, haven't had a chance to hear the gospel? And the response would be, well, even the rocks will cry out. All of creation testifies of His goodness. So what? So you mean like there's no excuse? Like if you do not accept Jesus, like you're going to hell. That was and then to like that trip really started to be like the downfall of like the white savior complex I had, where people are coming to me and treating me like way too well, in the sense of like almost putting me on a pedestal, like these Mozambican nationals, and I'm like, whoa, like, no. That was the first time that because I'm meeting them in the middle of their, like, they have nothing. There were women that were like giving birth in trees because the whole like region was flooded. Like, and I'm just like being like, I have nothing to offer you. Like, don't look at me. Like, I have nothing. And that was really hard. And to like love their culture so much. Like they are so good at community. They're so good at grieving, and grieving together, and to like watch like these like beautiful snippets of their lives and be like, I don't know any of this. I've not suffered to the extent that you've suffered, and I don't have. Why am I teaching you? That was hard. That was a big one. That was really, yeah. So getting home from that, I came home at the end of 2019. I was already pretty shook up, and then a really big scandal broke out within that ministry. It was bad. It was child abuse and just like really horrific. The cover up that came with it, and it had been going on for years. And one
like a respected leader, prophet kind of person?
Not necessarily. They were all people I knew, though. That was hard. They were people I knew, and so then to be like, oh my gosh, like you're really not, like if you're the one that we're looking up to, and then you're doing all of this, like, it's all just junk. There's no way this is real. Because I was doing my best because, like, I had this expectation that I'd put on myself, but to, like, perform for my family. But I thought I was the oddball out that I just wasn't receiving what everybody else was. So then to see these people that I thought were receiving it, and then they're not only lying about, because I can only assume that they're lying about all the other stuff. They're not only lying about all the spiritual stuff, but then they're doing the most atrocious things behind closed doors.
They're either molesting children or covering up the molestation of children.
Yep. And that was like the
also Mormon.
Yeah.
And Catholic, and you know.
And that was like the breaking point for me, where I sunk so deep into, like, because it was also my identity, like being a missionary and specifically working with that ministry. Since I was a little girl, I always wanted to work with that ministry.
It's your dream.
And to find out that now morally I cannot work for them anymore. I can't do it. So my life, what am I? What do I do? Because I will not go back. I can't. So how am I supposed to move forward? And it was, like, really hard for my parents to understand, because they're like, well, you can be a missionary without. And I was like, no, you don't get, like, the point was to be with them. Like, that was, I don't know why, but that was it. And so.
Well, can I just say, on the one hand, you know, I was just going to say, I've said this a million times in Mormon stories, but every time I hear that some AG leader tells you need to be in Africa or you need to be here or there, it's like fingernails on a chalkboard to me, that any human will tell another human, God told me that you need to do X, Y, and Z. Like, I can't tell you how bad I hate that. I think that should be illegal, that anybody can tell anybody else that God, you know, told them what another human should do. But on the other hand, it sounds like that was ultimately potentially fatal to your faith, because if you're told that your whole life, then when it doesn't work out, it all falls.
Yeah.
Right?
So that's exactly it. So I spent like a year. No, I'm so sorry. I spent 2 years. I bought a house in Ogden at that point, because I was just like, forget it. Like, I'm not going back to Mozambique. I'll buy a house. I remember my parents being like, wow, like, we're so proud of you. That's awesome. But, like, how are you going to go back to Africa now? You know, like, they were kind of like, you just signed up for a 30-year mortgage, like, as if houses can't be sold, but whatever.
Or rent it out.
And and so I got a house, and then I was like really struggling to the point where, like, I didn't want to be at church, but again, I don't want to tell anybody. I don't want to do that, because that doesn't feel safe. I don't want to tell anybody that I'm struggling, but I really don't want to be involved anymore. But at my parents' church, like, we are expected to, like, serve. I was a worship leader, so I was there every Sunday helping out with whatever. It's like a very, very involved process. And so
were you on the payroll? Were you getting paid?
No, okay. I wasn't. And so but I was just offering a lot of time, and a lot of that, like, I did enjoy as a kid. Like, I'm so endlessly proud of, like, that building, and, like, we didn't even talk about that. Cool, fun interlude. My parents' building is an old Mormon, like, an LDS meeting house, and it was dedicated by Heber J. Grant. So that was really cool. So
then it got converted into an AG chapel.
Yeah, and we renovated the whole thing, but it's super cool. Anyway,
and you were part of that renovation?
Oh yeah, that was us.
Cool.
Our family it is a continuous renovation. It was built in the 30s, so, like, that's what we did. And I'm really thankful for that, actually, because I learned a lot of skills, like, through that. But we were the team, like, because my parents did not ask for a lot of help. They were really big about not manipulating people. They didn't want people to feel so. It was us. And we did get help, but for the most part, unless somebody offered, we weren't really going to ask. And so we were the squad, tearing out lath and plaster, painting, scrubbing floors, all the things. So anyway, but so back to 2019, I'm by the house, I'm doing the thing. And then I finally just decided, like, okay, I'm not going to get any answers on this whole thing unless I go and do it by myself. And it has to be a me decision. It has to be a me choice. But me choices don't really fly in the environment that I'm from. So I, again, make up, God told me. God told me that I'm going to move because I had just decided I need to get away. It wasn't that they were bad, but I needed to get away from my parents to decide on my own what I believed. And I wasn't going to throw it completely out. I was going to go to a church. I was still going to try, but I was like, it's going to be my choice. So a little bit of a like close your eyes and like point to a map situation, but some thought went into it. Picked a church 2,000 miles away that I thought, this seems like it might be my vibe. Seems like it might be up my alley. Young pastor's like heavily tattooed. He's was a part of the music scene, specifically like Christian metal scene. So I was like, yeah, got it. No problem.
Is this an AG church?
No, non-denominational.
Okay.
Yeah, it was an early, like just started church plant, like a year prior to me moving there. So I sell my house in Ogden and I move 2,000 miles away to Northeast Tennessee. And I move out there and I unfortunately kind of just went into default because I knew I needed community. I knew I needed like a support system. I know how to do that. So I know that the best way to get community is by serving. So I went headfirst into serving in whatever way I could possibly do it. They bought a new building at the time, new to them. It needed renovating. So I would work in the day, get off work, go straight to the church, and every day I would renovate this building with them. Just like thought this is going to be the way to gain, some community. It didn't really work that well, to be honest. That was the most shocking thing. I remember I was there every night, and the first Thanksgiving I spent there, the week of Thanksgiving, I'm there doing the stuff, and we get packed up for the night, and they said, okay, everyone have a good night. And
you didn't even get invited to Thanksgiving dinner.
No, and
you're renovating their church.
Yeah, and I was sitting there like, and nobody asked me what I was doing for Thanksgiving. My boss at the welding shop I worked at was so sweet. He asked me what I was doing for Thanksgiving. And I said, I don't know. And he was like, he goes back into his office, calls his wife, comes back out. He's not Christian. Comes back out and he said, I cannot let you spend Thanksgiving by yourself. Invites me to his house for Thanksgiving with all his family. Like, what? How did a non-Christian meet me in a better way than this Christian church that I'm like not a nobody? I'm every day giving everything. I bought a house in Tennessee that needed renovating as well, and I'm in the process of it. Nobody came to help. Still, nobody has come to help. They I kind of thought in my head, like, if I help, then maybe, it wasn't why I was doing it, but it was an afterthought of like, maybe they'll come and like help me. And they didn't. And I ended up getting a job working for people from the church that was a renovation company, and they were helping all these other staff members. I wasn't on staff, but they were helping all these other staff members. So I thought, like, it'll get to me at some point. And they had told me, like, all these things. Anyway, I'll go back a little bit, but I ended up, there was a lot of chauvinism at this church, and it was something I was not accustomed to. I was not used to any sexism, anything like that. That started to rub me the wrong way really, really badly. So over the course of my time with them, I'm like kind of freaking out. And then I'm also recognizing I listened to The Rise and Fall of Mars Hill.
Yeah, I love that. Tell people what that is.
Yeah. So Christianity Today actually did that podcast. It's so incredible, good. But it is about a man named Mark Driscoll who started a mega church. Well, it became a mega church in Seattle. Yeah. And his thing was like, we're going to come in and we're going to dominate. It was about like complete culture shift because Seattle was supposed to be like the most like unchurched city. And so he's gung-ho. becomes very, in a word, tyrannical. He's incredibly sexist, incredibly harsh and abusive. And so they kind of go over the entire story of that and just how much the power kind of got to his head because he became big very quickly and was kind of a young, shouldn't have had that much responsibility, in my opinion, at his age, shouldn't have had that much responsibility. I listened to that and I'm seeing some red flags in my own pastor and I'm going, oh shoot, this is happening. Like it's happening right now. I'm in a Mars Hill-esque situation because I just saw some really crazy red flags. And I had started like asking a bunch of questions. For one, they didn't have a local board. That really bothered me. They didn't have a local board. They didn't have transparent finances, which is something I was not used to. In my parents' church, they are required every year to hold a business meeting and disclose to the penny everything they spend. So I'm like, where can I see your finances? I'm tithing and I'm giving more to I was giving additional money to their renovation projects. And so I'm like, where are your finances? Not seeing it. So that was problematic. Then the blatant, like you very clearly see like men, this is the men's house. They have men's prayer every Sunday at 7 a.m. Women are not invited. And really what it is it's a boys club and they get to talk about events that are happening in the church and nobody else gets to hear about them. And I remember I went to a new members meeting and somebody asked, like, I think it's so good that you have men's prayer, but what do you have for women? And the pastor laughed and he said, what we have for women is men's prayer. Whoa. And I started to get really, really worked up about it. And I met with one of the pastors at his house. I said, hey, I'm having some problems. Like I'm wanting to leave real bad. Like I need to hit the door, but I want to give you the opportunity to maybe clarify some things before I make snap judgments. So can you explain to me why it is that you don't have any women leading unless they're leading children? Like what's going on there? And he was like, well, we here at the altar, we have 4, I'm so sorry, I just said what the name is, but whatever. We have 4, core beliefs that we go by. And it was like honor, spiritual authority, and then it was like one other thing, I can't remember what. And the last one, he literally said male dominance. I was like hot. I stood up from the couch. I had my hands on my head. I said, I can't do it. And he goes, whoa, wait. That's not what I meant. That's not. And I'm like, what could you have possibly meant?
Put lipstick on that pig.
Yeah. And he goes, no, it's, there's another word for it. It starts with a C. Let me fill you in on something. Complementarianism is just a code word in evangelical Christianity for sexism. Point blank, period.
The idea that men and women complement each other,
yes,
but with
and
different
it's roles,
responsibilities.
But like not roles in like a cool way that's supportive and like you pick what's best for you and I'll pick what's best for me and we'll come together. Like that's great. Roles are important, but like gender roles that like you do this, I do this, I'm the big dog, you support me, that's it. So I looked at him and I said complementarianism and he was like, yes, that's the word.
Thanks, I was forgetting the word.
I forgot the word. And I'm like sitting there in my head going, okay, there's no way the words male dominance would have come out of your mouth if you didn't believe them because that's so repulsive. That's like such an insane 2 words put together that I was like, you've got to be kidding me. So I decided that I was going to leave and I knew how to leave because I wanted to do it respectfully and kindly. It was just going to be I got to get out. I go to the secretary and I said, I need to schedule a meeting with the pastor. She tells me that's great. And I said, please do not tell anyone because I don't want anyone to get wind of me leaving, not for my sake, but for theirs to be like, I'm not stirring up any drama. Because if people are cool here, that's great. I'm happy that they're cool. The day before this meeting, he gets up on the stage, this pastor. He knows what the meeting's about. He knows that I'm leaving. And he gives a sermon that is called 4 Bad Reasons Why People Leave the Church. And he rips me apart in front of everyone. Starts talking about feminism, starts talking about when worship leaders don't get their way, starts talking about like, he's like trying to guess at the reasons and get ahead of why I'm leaving before I even get the chance to talk to him.
It's damage control.
Oh, and it was brutal because I was sad about leaving because it was my community. Like I wasn't angry. I was like, this is sad that I don't agree and I can't be here anymore. And he goes off on this big tangent in front of everyone. And at that point I was working for a company and I had told the company, because it was run by church members, I said, hey, I'm going to be leaving the church. I've already scheduled a meeting. But I need you to tell me if I'm going to lose my job. Like, do I need to look for another job? Oh, no, that's what? Like, that's not how this works. And like your family, that's crazy. So go through that sermon. I meet with him anyway. I meet with the pastor. And I said, I don't honestly know why I'm here. And he was like, what do you mean? I said, well, it seems like you kind of got everything off your chest already. And you've already made assumptions about why I'm leaving. And I said, but I just need to let you know that was incredibly hurtful. And he said, well, I was worried you were going to think that it was about you. And I said, well, actually, multiple times during the sermon, 4 times you said, if you think this is about you, it is. And I just scheduled a meeting with you and told you that I was going to be leaving the church. And suddenly you come up with 4 bad reasons why people leave the church. And they all kind of are like quasi about me. So I don't know how, and it's a big church. There's like 1,000 people in this church. And so I leave and they're telling me that they're going to help me with my house, this renovation company that I worked for. They told me to rip apart a bunch of stuff, get it all prepped, rip it apart, and then we'll come in and we'll help you finish it. So I demo out my bathroom, I demo out all these different things. And again, Thanksgiving week, they fire me. Don't give me any like reasoning. I kept asking like, what's happening? Like, why is this, what did I do? And they're like, well, we feel like it's a God thing. Told me it was God that told them to fire me. And then I had said like, well, can I ask like when these conversations started happening?
With God? And
he was like, well, unfortunately it did start around the time that you left the church. And I'm like, okay. And at that point, I get fired from my job. I have nothing. I've ripped apart my entire house. And now I have no community. Like still to this day, I have no community in this place that I like moved, which is me. I chose it, but I moved my entire life there. And so I kind of was like, and seeing a couple different people through that, like the pastor, like he would like flip off like staff members and stuff and like do like just dumb stuff that I was like, oh, this is all a sham. I was right. This whole time I was right. Like, you guys aren't serious. Because if you were serious, all the things that I was internalizing and like making a big deal about and being like holiness and following the rules and all this, like, you're not actually following it. You're just like spouting it from the pulpit. And so I realized, like, after I left, I went, I'm done. I tried to go to a church for like 2 seconds and it just was like too painful, too raw. I thought, I can't do this. So stepped away. Didn't believe, but still kind of held on to like a little tiny bit in the back of my brain that like maybe it is true. And a lot of that had to do with a prophetic word that was given to my family about, well, I don't have to actually say what it was about, but I will say he called us out by name, a person we've never met before, called us out by name, said where we were from, names of our family members, very specific information that I was like, that's God. And I held on. It was the last remaining bit of my faith that I was like, surely God is real, because he knew all those things
You would
about
have said it at a church service? Or?
Yeah, called us out. Hey, are there any Schreyers here? Does the name Schreyer mean anything to anybody? Oh, yeah. And the thing is, the kicker is he had written all of these words down, right? And he had told us before he started sharing the words, they were on his iPhone. He told us that he had actually prayed about it at a year prior at a conference in Australia, and he named out all of those things and nobody responded. And the Lord told him, pocket those words for another time. Then he stands in front of this congregation, says, I'm going to name off these things. I got these words. It's time-stamped. I got these words while I was in Australia a year ago, and the Lord told me that it was for another meeting. And when I showed up today, God said, remember those words from Australia? Pull that out. So he pulls out his phone and starts saying all these things. I believe people. I don't think of people being like, that's a fraudulent person. I believed him to my core. Because I'm like, also, I believe in a God that, like, you don't do that. Like, in front of people to that, it's like, that's crazy. And especially, oh my gosh. So it was really hard for me. So I believed people. And again, I thought I was the fraud, not everybody else. So that was the last bit that I was like holding on to, of like, maybe this all is true, but I'm pretty much done.
And the words he said felt prophetic to you. Like he called us out details.
By every detail, where, like, he called my parents out and said, you're pastors. You pastor in Ogden, Utah. Oh, does this name mean anything to you? Does this, called out really specific stuff.
As if he just got that from God.
Yes, God told him.
Okay.
And told him a year prior.
Are you going to tell us later how you found out that wasn't?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Yeah. So I leave the church. I end up starting to date my boyfriend, and he's grew up evangelical but is no longer a believer. And I remember telling him, I don't know what I believe, but this is my last hurdle. Like, I just can't. And he's really kind and didn't ever say anything. Like, he was just like, yeah, that is crazy, But in his head, he's like, yeah, that is crazy.
No, really crazy.
So he was really nice about it and never said anything. And time goes on. I've told my parents at this point, I don't believe, because all of the just normal stuff that people think of, what I talked about earlier, Adam and Eve, Noah, the Exodus. I'm like, we don't really have any proof of a lot of people leaving one place and going. So those kinds of things, I just went, I don't really have enough proof, so I don't really believe, but I didn't look into any of it because of this word. Because it's still dangerous to me. Don't go against that, because what if it's real? And I'm scrolling through TikTok. Jubilee Dawn, that girl that I told you about, the one that married the abuser, it was that same man. His name is Sean Bowles. He gave her that prophetic word and gave her boyfriend.
Oh, I see. Wait, to
Yes.
tell her to marry
Yes.
the abusive
He looked,
that did the same, that had that in the same person.
Yep. So he was in Pennsylvania, and he had another prophetic word that he gave, and he said, so-and-so, I want to talk to you. Does the word Jubilee mean anything to you? I heard that God was giving you a Jubilee, like a Jubilee year or something like that. And he's like, haha, that's my girlfriend. They've been dating for a couple months at this point. And she's on TikTok telling this story about this guy who gave her this prophetic word. And I'm like, I know exactly who that is.
Oh, wow.
I know
Same guy.
exactly who that is. That is the same guy. And she never mentioned him at first, and now she's mentioned him. But I'm like, I know exactly who that is. And so
Is this guy's name publicly known?
yes. Yeah,
okay.
Sean Bowles. Yep.
Okay,
and
yeah,
it's
okay.
blowing up right now, real big.
Right
There's
now?
a lot of, right now,
Okay.
as we speak. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And so I, for the first time, shaking, I just type in Sean Bowles allegations, and all of this information starts coming up of all these people that are proving that he mined all of his information from social media. And
he would know who would be in the crowd when he would
because you
speak.
register for conferences. They're paid conferences. You register.
Oh, so he would get the list of attendees, mine information, and then act like he was cold revealing information.
Yeah, and it's like very much like a cold, like that. It's like Tale as Old as Time, Swindler's Tricks, but like, again, I believe, and I feel so dumb now, but I'm like, I was primed for that. There's no way I could have not thought that was real. And so this is the first time I'm scared to death. I'm shaken because it's like, do not mock God's anointed or whatever. I'm, oh my gosh. I find it, and I got done with that. And I called my dad and I said, hey, did you hear about Sean Bowles? And he said, what did you hear? And so for reference, this word that he gave us caused a lot of division in our family for years. It was a really, caused some big problems. Like, it was not good. And we had held on to it for a long time. And so I said, did you hear that he is a fraud and got all of his prophetic words from social media? And my dad just, yep. And I'm like, Dad, why?
You knew.
Why didn't you tell me? Like, how? I said, how long have you known? And he said, well, about 2 years. And I'm like, Dad, like I said, why didn't you tell me that? And he said, well, I just didn't think it would help you at that time. Which, like, at the time, like, I wasn't even, like, 2 years ago, like, I wasn't even really like struggling that. I was just like, what? And it was kind of in the know when I told you that my dad is like friends with the higher up, like, it was an in the know kind of conversation. And it wasn't my dad's responsibility to call that guy out at all. But it definitely was his friends' responsibilities, and none of them were doing it. And I'm like, what is going on? And at that point, that was the floodgate where I went, okay, I'm done. And I bought Jesus Interrupted by Bart Ehrman. I bought Misquoting Jesus. I read Zealot by Reza Aslan, and it just all started crumbling. This is like 4 months ago that this happened.
Wow.
That I was finally able to be like, because I was out of the church for over a year when this happened, and then finally allowed myself to like really get into all of it. And it's like good that I did it in steps. I feel like glad, because I kind of had let a lot of those beliefs fall before I got into like the nitty gritty of everything. But it's really difficult because I don't know if any of your listeners have like a CES letter for Christians. That would be nice, because it's like I'm finding these things and all these, and like this is all very new to me, and like unraveling all this stuff. It's a lot.
Well, the closest, I mean, Dan McClellan isn't bad.
Yeah. So yeah.
Have you seen his stuff?
I haven't watched all of it. So I started watching.
Did you see the David Bakovoy stuff?
So I haven't watched back.
Okay, that's fine.
I need
That's
to
fine.
watch back again.
No.
This is like such a.
Wow, 4 months.
So fresh.
Wow.
It is so fresh.
So lost like a lot of my faith like a year and a half ago, but 4 months has been like me really diving into
You can suspend belief, but not process it, right?
Yeah,
and you can
for
go
sure.
years without processing it.
And in the back of my head, I thought maybe someday I'll go back, because I'm just hurt, and I'm just, maybe I'll go back, but I'll go to a more like Orthodox faith where all this charismatic stuff isn't a thing, and that'll have to be fine. There's like those thoughts. No, like it's reading Zealot was like, oh my gosh.
What were the big takeaways from Zealot?
So my understanding of what a Jewish Messiah was was not accurate to what a Jewish Messiah actually was. And I always thought that the Messiah and divinity were hand in hand. And that is not true in Jewish culture.
What is a Messiah in Jewish culture?
So a Messiah is Savior, but it was more of a kind of a political figure, but someone that was going to help them with the restoration and what is the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say resurgence, but for Jerusalem to be back into their hands.
To get Jerusalem back.
Yeah, yeah.
It isn't dying for your sins and atoning for your
apparently
sins.
Not. Apparently not.
It's helping the Jews get Jerusalem back.
Yeah. And so reading it was like this really wild experience for me where I always thought, I shouldn't say always, during the process of me like deconstructing, I kind of thought, well, maybe someday, I don't believe in this because I know enough about the Bible to be like, it's not real. Like reading through Bart Ehrman and things like that to be like, I don't trust it, but I think there's a lot of wisdom to be gleaned from it, which can still be true. But when I read Zealot and reading that it is really about an oppressed Jewish man, that Jesus was an oppressed Jewish man that just was doing the same thing that many people before him had done, that he was trying to just like under the thumb of the Roman Empire, just trying to get back the land that he felt was theirs and claiming these things. That for me was like, I have nothing to do with this. This is a culture and an issue that has nothing to do with me. And I don't think that I'll ever be able to go back to the Bible and read it in that way, or at least the New Testament. Well, probably the Old Testament as well. It's not really my favorite anyway. But to go back and be like, it's not my story. This has nothing to do with white Anna that lives in America. It has nothing to do with me. And it's still a beautiful story, and I understand it, and I understand like that it was like, I guess he was still a strong figure. That I get, but like, boy, does he have nothing to do with me in 2025. Nothing.
Yeah.
That was difficult. It was like really relieving too. Like I read it and I was like, whew, okay,
Yeah.
well, check, I guess. And there's a lot of like grieving with that. But at the same time, it is really relieving because it costs me so much. My Christianity costs me everything. And I think a lot of people think, I mean, you reference it all the time with LDS members that leave, but like they think that it's like, oh, you didn't really believe it, or you didn't really, do the right things, or you must have had some double. No, I believed it so wholeheartedly and was just like desperate for it to be true. And so much so that it cost me everything, and it would have continued to have cost me everything. So this is very important. Like, and it's both ways where it's like, it costs me everything if I stay in, but I'm not making a flippant decision by leaving because it also is costing me so much to leave.
Right.
Like, I could have stayed the course. I could have had people come and help me with my house. I'm like stuck now, Like I have a torn apart bathroom that I have no idea how to fix with like, you know what I mean? Like,
Right now, in 2025.
Right now, because nobody ever came to help me. And I'm just like, I don't know why I would do that if it wasn't like, if it didn't mean something to me and wasn't important and wasn't like real to, like, why would I do that? That's so stupid. So for people who are like in Christianity and it's not really costing them a lot and it's good and it's community, and I'm like, yeah, do that. That's awesome. I don't know how to do, I didn't grow up in a family that does casual Christianity. We don't do it. So it costs a lot, and it's not, it's not something that I took lightly when I left.
I think I may have noticed you starting to get emotional just a few seconds ago.
Yeah.
Can you put words to what maybe was coming up for you then?
Yeah, I'm like alone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm alone and I have my boyfriend whom I love so much, and like, that is great. But I'm in a house that I can't finish, and I can't sell it until I finish it because I'll lose money. And I'm in a community where I'm running into people from the church that I left and being constantly like reminded of like the hurt that they caused me, and not being, they caused me hurt and then are causing like continual hurt by me not being able to leave and just being like, well, eventually I guess I'll get it done. And like, but it's just like, and then like my parents live 2,000 miles away. Like, what are they? And that's not really their job. I'm not saying it's anybody's job, but the fact is that like, it really hurts that they had me do all those things. Like, they had me rip apart my house and told me, we'll be there. And then like in an instant, fired, gone, cut off. I mean, do not talk to me. And I'm just like, whoa, like that was an intense and abrupt change. And now I'm living every day with like the consequences of that on like both sides of like me choosing to do that, but then also them like cutting me off. So yeah, it's really hard. It's brutal.
It feels tragic to know how much time you've spent serving the church, sort of refurnishing, churches, both the ones in Utah and that you're left with an refurnished house or,
Yeah, that is
house.
Like growing up, like I don't know if it was explicitly said, but like I wasn't allowed to like feel that way, to feel like, man, like I'm kind of getting like jibbed on the other end of this, like, and not knowing like, I don't know how to explain it other than like, it is really hard now to realize that like I've been taken advantage of like my entire life. And like nobody, like without like familial ties, like nobody has like reciprocated that. That is like brutal, and not the Christianity that I thought I knew, and like I know that there are people that have within Christianity, they have helped other people in that way. I have helped. I know it exists because I did it, but I was the first to show up and volunteer, and the first to, spend late nights, cleaning the church or doing whatever. And then to be like, hey guys, I don't want to bother you, but if you could come help me, like that'd be really nice. And just like being left with like nothing that's brutal. That's brutal.
That is brutal. It's like you're living in this physical representation of your faith in not only that church you moved for, but faith in those people, that community you were joining. And when they said, gut it, and we'll come help, and then you were let go, you were fired, it's like now you're gutted. You're gutted.
Yep.
Because now you don't have that faith in them anymore. Now you're seeing, and you're living in this place that's this past representation of how much you believed in them, right?
Yeah, that's exactly.
It's almost like the house now represents how you're feeling now.
Exactly, gutted.
Yeah, and realizing that like.
And the state of your life now.
Yeah, and realizing like it's something that like James, my boyfriend, we talk about it all the time, where we're like, it's just us. Like that's like we're the only ones that are gonna make this happen now, and that is like brutal in and of itself too. To just be like, man, like I've been left with nothing. And I didn't do it for it to be reciprocated. And if I would have done it to be reciprocated, I would have given up a long time ago when nobody did. I would have stopped. But that was so, I just keep saying brutal, but it really was.
What keeps you from being able to just call your parents and say, hey, Mom and Dad, I lost my faith for good reasons. Here's why. I got this shaft with this church that I came out here to help, and here's what happened. Send me some money, fly out, help me fix this thing so I can sell it and, get my life back in order because I'm in shambles. And I'm in shambles largely because I followed this faith tradition that you raised me in. Help me out.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have added the last bit on there.
She was like, yeah, and then the last
and then you lost me. I think throughout this podcast, through this episode, you can tell that I'm pretty protective of my parents because I do love them so much, and they haven't been perfect by any means, but
But they sound like pretty good people who run a pretty
great.
good church.
They really are.
Like in some ways, they spoiled you for other churches. Because they ran their church so well.
100%. Yeah. They, they have offered, and I have been like, please come. Can you do this? The reality is that they do live 2,000 miles away, and they have very busy schedules. Like they pastor full time and they travel full time for church stuff. And so that's if I'm honest, a little bit of a sting as well, where I'm like, ooh, I am yet again, not being picked over the church. And that's not to say that they've told me that they will come and I believe them, that they're going to help, but there's a lot of stuff that it's just not possible. And they don't make a ton of money being pastors, and they're
not Joel Osteen.
No. Oh my gosh, no.
And their resources of people are here. The people that they might rally to help would be here, not there.
Yes. So the proximity of if I were to go through this, I think that my parents' congregation would probably still help me. And I think that has something to do with just the fact that I'm their daughter. So I don't necessarily I wouldn't want to claim that for every person who would maybe leave the faith within their church. So I don't want to say, I think it might have something to do with the fact that I'm just the pastor's daughter. But yeah, that's really, and they have my dad's come out a couple times to help here and there with little things, but he's also getting older. He's not able to do everything the way that he can. And then he doesn't have they don't have the funds to just send my way and have somebody else do it. So it's I don't sound like they're not willing, because that's not the case. And I think they do feel for me in that way, but it's just a lot of really rainy day circumstances.
And it's so brutal that you have this, again, playing it out. You're waking up to this physical reminder
every day.
Right? So you're living, it really does sound brutal. Yeah. So sorry.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
So obviously, having heard a gazillion faith crisis or truth crisis stories or whatever, I feel like I feel deep empathy for what you're experiencing. And I can see why maybe Mormon stories would have appeal for you as well. Yeah. I'll still ask you to answer kind of the questions that I think maybe your former self or your parents or faithful Mormons or Assemblies of God people would ask you. One would be, well, okay, not one bad apple doesn't spoil the whole bunch. Okay, you had a bad church experience in Tennessee, but you know better than anyone that there are great churches like the one you grew up in. So don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You got offended.
Yeah.
And that's the worst reason to leave a faith or a church. You know better. The church can still be true. You just had a bad one. You had a bad experience.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of privilege that I have by being in my parents' church and them being my parents. So I do believe that they're amazing, that the church is incredible. Do I believe that everyone has had that experience at my parents' church and that they haven't made mistakes and that they haven't also, hurt other people and people have felt similarly to the way I have felt? Like, no, like I'm not, I can talk all day about how great it is, but like I know that there are people that have left my parents' church from offense and from hurt. And
so people are getting hurt all over, you're saying?
Yeah, I think that it's common. And really, it was, for me, the fact that my faith was so based in the experiential gospel. And so to look back on my life and be like, I know for me, none of that was real. Like, especially like any feelings that I had, anything like that, were absolutely ruined the first time I ever went to a concert and a Broadway musical. Gone.
And this is the epistemology question, because you realize that feelings aren't beliefs or knowledge, and knowledge and beliefs aren't feelings, right?
Yeah, it's really, that was incredibly difficult. And then to kind of speak circularly to the Bible, like I remember asking my dad questions about your feelings of being like, well, how do you know that those are true? How do you know that that's true? And it would be, well, we look to the Bible and you have to compare it to the Bible. Okay, separate conversation. Okay, so we got these like problems with the Bible. We've got, this and this. And when I read this, it kind of didn't match up. And then this, I'd be like, what do we do with that? And it would be, well, you ask the Spirit.
Which is it?
And it's very circular that like my feelings are based on the Bible, but the Bible is based on my feelings. That is a cycle that I don't know how to reconcile. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if somebody says, well, okay, so Assemblies of God aren't true, or, charismatic churches aren't true, or speaking of tongues isn't true, but try Lutheran or Pentecostal or even, Baptist or Mormon, you had the wrong church. That's the problem.
Yeah, I was on that train. I really was. I was on that train. When I left, I was like, okay, this charismatic thing isn't for me. And that still would have hurt my parents. If I came to them and said, hey, I'm just not going to attend like a Pentecostal faith church any longer, that still would have been painful. But then the textual criticism got in the way of all of that, where I went, okay, it's for
Was that
me.
the zealot reading? What you referred to
yes.
as in
And
reading
Bart
zealot
Ehrman.
and Bart
Yeah,
Ehrman?
exactly.
Yeah.
And it's still an ongoing process, but it's so funny because I've talked to one of my siblings who's currently in seminary, and they're like really genuinely compassionate, not defensive, but compassionate to be like, I want to help you. I want to answer your questions. But it's in a faithful setting that they're learning these things. And I keep recommending, like, can you read this and give me an answer to this? No, here's a 30-minute video clip of somebody else that says that person's wrong. I'm like, you didn't read the book, which they're in seminary. They're reading a lot of other books. Like, they got zero time for this. But like, I'm just like, it fell apart to the core. Where now, I really did. I believed that eventually I would go to just like a calm Orthodox faith. I love ritual, clearly.
So you mean Catholic or
Something,
Orthodox,
something.
Eastern Greek Orthodox kind of thing?
I was like, something. I
Why
love
not that?
ritual,
Yeah.
and it's good for me. I'm clearly like built. I am obsessed with the Patrick Mason series, and him being like, I'm built for this. Like, I'm built for it. Like, it just fits this, like, because aside from the performance of it, I still like really engage well with having people kind of like tell me what to do. And like a lot of that I have to like get over now. And it's really good for me. But like at the time that I left the church, I was like, yeah, I'm looking for that structure again. That'd be really nice. So, and then once I started going into like historicity, especially of the New Testament, like the Old Testament, I'm like all day, whatever, oral histories, I get it. New Testament, I was like, we got no excuse. We just don't. Like, it just doesn't add up for me. And like, I'm okay with the Old Testament having some faults and flaws, but for our entire faith to really be based on the New Testament, and the problem is too that I was raised inerrant. If it's either everything or nothing, that's a bummer.
I mean, and that's similar to why so many Mormons become atheists or agnostics. Is this totalistic belief
100%.
that when some of it falls, it all goes.
Yeah, and it's funny because I had the conversation with my parents to tell them that I had lost my faith, and at that point I hadn't gotten into all of the Bart Ehrman of it all, and I had talked to them, and just like, well, I don't get the flood, or I don't get, again, just the typical things, or like having a problem with like genocide or Passover or like any of those things where I'm like, I just don't like it, which I guess if it's true, it doesn't matter if you don't like it. So that's bummer for you. But there was enough other stuff that I was like, this just doesn't make sense to me. And I remember my parents saying like, well, like, I guess I just like I don't really care if it was like a global flood or a local flood. That was shattering to me, where I was like, no, my whole life you cared. My whole life. Like, now that I'm leaving and getting out the door, now there's room to wiggle and to be like, well, and like my mom had said like, well, so you're just like not okay with not knowing, like you're not okay with having like a part of it that you just don't know. And I remember telling her like, I just don't have the experience that everybody else seems to have. And if I have stories in a book that are proven to not be true, many of them are proven to not be true, but then I'm also not hearing the voice of God, I'm not feeling his presence, I'm not receiving these things, I said, then what do I have? And she was like, well, she had said something to the extent of like, in regards to my dad, like if I only love your dad for what he does for me or how he talks to me and what he, then like I'm missing out on like who he is. And I said, I love that, but with all respect, Dad is sitting right there. Mm-hmm. Where is Jesus? Where is he? Like, I don't have it. And I remember she said to me, she said, yeah, like, you're so close. You're almost there. And I said, no. Don't do that. Don't do the Christianese thing. I need to know, what is it? And she was like, yeah, you're getting there. Like, this is really, I'm like, whoa.
What would be an answer that would satisfy you in that exchange?
I don't know. Yeah. That sounds stupid to be like, oh, well, she's going after something she doesn't. But like, if you can't prove to me that he's real, and I don't mean the historical Jesus, of course, like that's fine, but the divine Jesus, if you can't prove to me that he's real, and then additionally, like when I stepped away from the church, zero guilt. All of the like it just lifted off of me, where I was like, whoa, I could breathe for the first time, all of that, and I realized like, oh, this conviction that I've been feeling is community. It's just being in a community with people that are saying that I should feel ashamed, or saying that I should feel this certain way. And like none of it was actually like Holy Spirit talking to me and convicting me, because I have like no problem with like sitting at home on Sunday. And it's not this like rebellious, like, I hate the church. No, like, I'm just like, it wasn't real. And I feel so much better being away from it and not having to convince myself that I'm sinning at every turn. Like, I was one of those people that like prayed all the time about everything, constantly. I'm praying in the car, I'm praying at work, I'm praying on the way home. I'm not like a say your prayers at night. Like, it is a constant. And then to feel like, at that point, it's just any internalized message of I'm a sinful, shameful, bad person is what I hear the voice of God echoing back to me. that was rough. That was super rough to be like, so to be out of that is the most relieving thing. And it's not that it's not that I wanted to sin. I didn't care about any of that. Like, but man, is it so relieving to not feel shame for just having an identity. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. So
in terms of so divine Jesus is a no for you right now.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, I'm leaning obvious. Like I think a lot of people lean agnostic just because I go, I look at all this and it's pretty doggone cool. Like I don't know how to look at like the world and be like nothing. Like that's hard for me. And I'm like also not going to make the mistake again of being like, this is it and this is what I'll believe forever. Like I'm totally open to like changing my mind in the future. But where I'm at right now, yeah, just agnostic. Like there's got to be something, but as far as like Christian God, no.
What about, are you familiar with Richard Rohr or James Fowler? Do those names mean anything?
They I recognize them, but I don't know enough to.
So James Fowler talks about these stages of faith, and stage 3 is literalistic, dogmatic faith. Stage 4 is kind of the dark night of the soul. Stage 5 is sort of recognizing that none of it's true, but that there's truth in all of it. And so it's kind of a metaphorical, mythical, many paths up Mount Fuji, all churches, Buddhism, secularism, Islam, Christianity, they're all pointing towards something. Doesn't really matter when you're in. Pick one, bloom where you're planted. None of it's true, but all of it has truth. And just be a non-literal believer, finding community value and mythical value, but no real literal belief. But just take all the good, kind of be a dual citizen, take all the good from it, stay in your church, let them fix your house. Don't tell them you don't believe it, but also like do what you want. Go to church when you feel like it. Don't go to church when you don't feel like it, Yeah.
So was with you until the church thing.
Also me. Also me.
I'm like, yeah, that sounds great. Sign me up. No, I've actually been talking about it a lot with James because I'm like, I have to replace something. The tricky part for me right now is that because I had that scrupulosity, I got to tread pretty carefully to not fall back into my default.
You're saying it's not healthy for you to attend church.
Just right now. I don't believe that will be an always thing. Like I actually would really like to like attend like a Unitarianism kind of vibe. Like I would like that. I am really interested. I know you guys like talk a lot about like secular Buddhism. I'm just like, hold on. I'll get there. Yeah. Maybe. But right now, that would be the worst, not the worst, but it would be a rough decision because I'm built for it. I was conditioned for it even. Right. It's hook, line, and sinker for me. I will fall back into it so quickly. So
it's like gravity. It's like gravity.
It's like a meth addict hanging around, trying to recover.
No joke.
Around junkies.
No joke. And I love it. I really do. I love religion. I love like a religious setting. I kind of dive into like anything I'm super into, which is kind of the Mormonism thing too. Like I kind of go full force at things. And so I'm just being like really cautious to be like, yes, I would really like to do that someday. And that will be lovely the day that I am able to. But there's also just a lot of like grieving and hurt feelings that I have to work through first too, because I don't want to like, I guess throw the baby out with the bathwater on those fronts too, where I don't want to go into say a congregation that's like pulling from different religions and be so hurt that I can't glean anything from it either. Like it's like a either or. It's like I'm either too vulnerable or too walled up. There's like a weird dance between that. So
that makes sense. Let me ask you just directly about grief, if you don't mind. But I think there can be so much to grieve, especially when it comes to really a high demand religion situation. But do you want to just list some things that right now you're feeling a lot of loss about? And then I have a follow-up to that.
Yeah. I think loss of community is probably the biggest thing. And that's common for almost anyone, I think, that leaves like a high demand religion. Loss of community is rough. Loss of deep connection with people is heavy, because this has been like a tough journey for my parents, and I don't like fault them in the slightest for like how they've reacted to anything that I've told them, but like in the same way that I'm hurting a lot, they are hurting a lot. This was not how they intended for their daughter's life to go. And so grieving that like connection, at least right now, like in the current moment, that is really hard, where I'm like, ooh, like we were very close because we had not only like religion, but just like shared experience and all of those things. Like I was the like child that like traveled with them. I would go to these churches with them. I was like kind of favored in that way. And so to be now pretty separate from them is hard.
Yeah.
That is hard. And to feel very like misunderstood, but knowing like I can't explain everything yet.
Right.
Like that will be like, for them, that's drinking from a fire hydrant. Like it's too much. I can't, like, again, I have like a very strong vein that runs through my life of like protecting my parents. And so I just can't, like, I'm being very cautious about the way in which, because it feels offensive, like even my interpretation of what I would say to them. I'm like, this has to be offensive to you. So that's been difficult to not have.
So your losing your faith has kind of driven some distance or wedge between you and your parents?
100%, yeah.
But a lot of that comes from you wanting to protect them or not offend them?
I wouldn't say entirely. I mean, in some sense, I did ask for some space on some things because I didn't want, I was interpreting a lot of their kind of outreach to me as like almost coercion to like come back. I didn't interpret it as love, which
Right.
like I may look back at it differently in the future. Like, and I can't imagine, I'm not in their brain. I don't know what they were thinking. But I did ask them for some space. So that was me. But then I do think it is difficult for them. Like, you know, I don't think they want to open a lot of those boxes. And I think that they're hoping, I know for a fact that they believe wholeheartedly that I will turn around and come back. They had a conversation with James about that and just had kind of told him, like, you don't even know her.
Your boyfriend.
They were like, you don't even know her. Like, this person that you're dating right now, like, that is not the Anna that we know.
She's got a demon, maybe.
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know if they'd go that far, but they were like, and had kind of just told him that, like, you know, he needs to be prepared for when I come back. That is he going to be with me when I'm traveling the world? Is he? I mean, the narrative that they have for me is still the narrative that they have. You know, so that was really hard, and it was really difficult to hear that. That was a conversation I heard after the fact, but they had said to him all of these things about who I am. Like, oh, she did this and she did this. And it was all things that I did. Like, oh, I was amazing preacher and worship leader and, you know, doing all these things for others. And it was like so hurtful in that moment to be like, man, like if you had said like, hey, do you know the Anna that's like really giving? do you know the Anna that's like really intelligent and funny and caring and empathetic and like,
Yeah.
if they would have asked like who I am, if they would have asked that question, like he would have been able to be like, yeah, of course.
Right.
Of course I know that, Anna, but it was all just like what I did, not who I am.
Right.
That was a hard one. And I haven't had, I may regret like sharing that. I haven't had that conversation with them since. And I think that they would agree. Like if I were to bring that back up and be like, hey, like that really hurt, I think that they would come to be like, oh, you know, because that's like something that we were kind of taught. It's like, you're not what you do. Like, but it's a totally different thing when it's your kid. Totally different thing. And I can't pretend to understand how that is either.
Yeah.
Are you able to share how, of your 3 siblings, if any of them are faithful in the way that your parents would be proud? And I'm not asking you to tell other people's story. I don't know the situations, but I like to ask just to know if the body counts more than just one for your parents.
No, I'm not the first by any means, but my
there's at least 2.
Yeah, my other siblings tend to ebb and flow. They still live here in Utah, and so I don't really know where they're at in their faith journey right now. But I know that I've talked to them at different points, and it's been like, yeah, I think I believe it, and then no, it's all hogwash, and then oh well maybe, you know, they're still teetering and balancing, and of course like community plays a huge part in that as well, and so I'm not the first, but I do know that was like a secondhand that was a conversation that my parents had with one of my other siblings who's very faithful, and they said, what have we done wrong? They asked him.
So they're blaming themselves.
What have we done wrong? Because like we have these examples of our kids stepping away. Like what did we do? Which is really sad to me. That's why I didn't share any of that, because that's all gonna, I shouldn't say it with certainty. I fear it would be internalized on their part of like, man, well, we should have done this, and then it could have been this, and I hate that. So that's another reason why I don't want to share. Yeah.
So I was going to follow up my question with just how do you grieve? What does that look like? Because I think sometimes in religions that we're raised in, grief can look really different, or there's a lot of spiritual bypassing around a loss or grief. So what does grief look like for you right now? How do you process what you're feeling?
Yeah, I'm just now learning how to do that. And it's been, again, the same process of like the last 4 months has been like, oh, and especially like wanting to start a life with James and being like, everyone needs to watch it. I watched your intro to Thrive Stories, the coming home to myself. I watched that just recently. Like it was the first time I'd ever, because before it was like, didn't mean anything to me because I didn't leave, you know? That was like so eye-opening and really led me to believe like, oh, I need to grieve this stuff. Like it's going to be an ongoing process through life, but I need to grieve this stuff pretty heavy right now, especially if I'm talking about like wanting to like start a new life with someone. Like I need to grieve. And so it's been interesting. I tried to listen to grief meditations, led. I felt goofy. I felt goofy. But I did find a song that is my story entirely. It's called Yoke by Medium Build. And it's a lot of paradox, I guess it was better than the alternative, but then there's all this dogma-stained love, and I guess it was this, and it talks about being a missionary and giving your youth to people and making lifelong friends that no longer acknowledge you. You know, it's like this brutal, but beautiful, and the chorus is basically the yoke was so heavy. The yoke that I had was so heavy. And that is my grief meditation.
Yes.
I kind of have made it a point to pick a topic, and I will sit in it and I listen to that song on repeat, and I just allow myself to like weep. And I've started journaling as well, which is like a little jarring to me because I journaled so much as a missionary.
Right.
But I started journaling, and I've actually started, because I've realized that I don't know how to journal if I'm not like talking to someone, because I was talking to Jesus before when I journaled. I've started writing to people that I'm like grieving. And I've started writing like almost letters to them of like what I wish they would know, what I wish they could hear from me.
I love that. Yes.
And that's been like bummer central, but like really good. And even gotten to the point where I'm like, I think I'm going to read this to them someday. Like, I think when I'm ready, like I'm actually gonna, because some of them I'm like, oh, I could do that. Like it won't hurt them, or it won't, like this is necessary. But to write it out was really important. So those are like, I'm inching into the grief process like pretty slowly, because it's only been like a few months.
Yeah,
but
it's so fresh, huh?
because the bypassing is so real. Like I realized that so much of Christianity is like, you know, someone dies and then it's like, but we do not grieve as others grieve because we know we'll see them again, you know? And that's not like what I'm going through right now, but if something doesn't work out, you don't get the promotion, you don't get it's like, oh, well, God had other plans. Like you never get to grieve.
That's right.
Ever. And I have years of like just push down grief that is, it's like, honestly, I talk about it with James and he's like, I don't know how you're like a functioning person. Like, I don't know how you go through life with all of this. Like, this is wild, but that's what I was raised to do. So to untangle all that has been hard.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, you're carrying a lot. So if it feels heavy, it's because it is.
It is.
Right? In grief work, oftentimes, we talk about the processing side of grief, which is like you mentioning playing a song and getting the emotions out, or journaling is very much. On the other side, oftentimes we talk about leaning into pleasure, right? Because pleasure's like this amazing complement to the heaviness of processing. Processing allows you to, which we want, but pleasure grounds you in the present moment and can give you breaks from this, your headspace kind of, right? And it's also like a reminder of why we want to live, really, you know? What would you say? Do you have moments where you're able to tap into beauty or tap into pleasure? And if so, where are some of those moments for you?
Oh, few, if any, especially in regard to like the house and being like, I have now just kind of dedicated all my time to just trying to do it. I'm like watching YouTube tutorials, being like, what do I do? And so I haven't, like, that was another thing that we had talked about where James had told me, like, you don't really get to have any fun right now. Like, this is like kind of like everything is intense. Everything is heels dug in the ground. Serious, like really heavy. And a lot of that is like self-inflicted too. Like, obviously, like I'm choosing to go through processing grief in that way, not in the, fun way, but that other side of letting me feel those emotions. So I would say that the few little moments is we're fairly involved in our like local music scene as far as like kind of heavy, like hardcore music. And so that is like a little bright spot for me of like getting to go to shows, seeing people. It doesn't scratch the surface of that religious community. it doesn't really touch it, but it's still like being like, oh, like I get to interact with people. And additionally, I had a friend through the music scene that is quite young. He's 18, so friend-ish, but he ended up getting kicked out of his house. And I was like, well, I don't have any of these rules anymore about like whether a man can live in my house. So come on in, like join the party, and had him move in. And that has actually been like such a bright spot for me because there's like people in my house, like exactly what I like wanted it to be.
Yeah.
And like he's like stoked because he's like, I have a place where like my friends are allowed to come over. Like this is sweet. So he's got like all these like hoodlum kids. Like there's just like piercings everywhere. They're so goofy and silly, and I just love them. And they come over to my house, and he's like, "Is it okay if they like spend the night?" I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, I love hosting because I love serving people. So I'm like rolling out the mattress. I'm making up beds for them, and I'm so excited because it's just like such a like beautiful thing to me to have like even a semblance of community in my life again, even though they're like not on the same. They're not in the same part of life at all, but I'm just like, this is awesome. Like, welcome. Yeah. Thank you for being in my home. And they always thank me, and I never like say it because it would be like way too much for them. But I'm like, no, like, thank you. Like you are bringing me like a joy that I didn't have. So that's been really nice.
Yeah.
I really appreciate all this vulnerability.
Yeah.
So in my mind, quick question. So obviously Mormon Stories has been useful to you. And then I think about other high demand religions like Scientology has like Chris Shelton and Leah Remini and Mike Rinder, may he rest in peace. And Jehovah's Witnesses have Lloyd Evans and JT and Lady C and kind of a vibrant ex-Jehovah's Witness YouTube community and, and Amber Scora. And then even the ex sort of Orthodox Jewish movement has Tova Mirvis and others. Like, do the Assemblies of God have kind of a YouTube or TikTok or Reddit community of ex-Assemblies of God people?
Yeah.
To help people process what they've been through?
Yeah. So again, because it was like kind of held lightly, the AG thing, that is not really my community that I would draw to, but like charismatics for sure. And there's like several like Reddit.
Ex-charismatic influencers?
So there's several like subreddits that are specifically to like a big church that we kind of all followed. Sorry, it's so hard to get into like the nitty gritty of it, but basically, yes, there are. I will say that
which church? Can you say, or do you not want to say?
Yeah, Bethel Church in Redding, California. That is a very large global. I mean, think they are kind of the new Hillsong. They've been around just as long, but they are moving it up in the ranks as far as like music, the same way that Hillsong did. And they're actually involved in the kind of Sean Bowles, like they knew the whole time, covered it up, and just this week they actually came out with a letter to be like, we did everything we could, but...
And was he not just defrauding people? Was there abuse there too?
Yes.
Okay, sexual abuse.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
this church...
there's people that have been at that church, and they closely resemble my experience in the charismatic world because they're all kind of tied together. Like the ministry that I worked for in Africa, they are like, they say that they're like a married ministry. Like it's like they share their values so closely. So,
and what's the subreddit called?
It's called Bethel Snark.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So it's like, that feels safer now that I've kind of deconstructed all of the like Bible stuff. The reason why Mormon Stories was so significant is because it was like, it was so safe that I didn't put my walls up because it wasn't about me.
Right. was distant enough.
It was
but
distant
also
enough
close
that
enough.
I could glean from it, but it wasn't gonna. I wasn't gonna wall up and go, whoa, no. So like it's taken a while to like find those kinds of communities, and I don't necessarily know how long I'd even engage in those, because I honestly commend you guys for being able to do this for as long as you have. It's not fun to stay in this. Like, I've been in it for 2 seconds, and I don't foresee myself like spending a long time. It's hard because I care about it. So then that's also hard, because when I care about things, I like dive into them. But I also don't want to stay in like anger or just kind of rehash things over and over again. Like, I definitely like to go through the healing process, and of course that's ongoing, but I don't want to continue to like subject myself to.
Yeah. I love that care that you're giving yourself.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
new.
I'm here for it. I love it. You deserve it all.
Thank you.
Okay. And just so that I want to make sure I get a title right. Assemblies of God wouldn't be your identity.
No.
What?
Charismatic is fine.
Charismatic, Pentecostal.
Yeah, also fine. I've come to realize that a lot
for
of
your identity.
Yeah.
What is it?
Probably charismatic more than anything. Pentecostal is a little bit more. There's a little bit more like rules. That sounds silly because Pentecostalism seems so like woo, but charismatic. The charismatic stream is kind of Wild West. Anything goes, and that was kind of how I was raised. So.
Have you used that term as an identity marker, ex-charismatic?
Not ex-charismatic, no. I think I would say like, just because everybody does like ex-evangelical, like that whole thing.
Ex-evangelical.
Like, but that's not even, I mean, it's only because it's a common thing for people to be able to use. It's not that it really hits.
Okay.
Yeah, if that makes sense.
Okay. Well, we're like almost 5 hours in.
I am so sorry.
No,
Why
are you apologizing? This has been amazing. And I just love this stuff. And I could go 5 more, but we set the goal of 3.
Yeah, I know.
5, so.
Sorry.
What I want to say to you, I'm not sure when I received the video, when we looked at the video, I think even in your outline, for whatever reason, I'm not sure why, but I did not realize that, you're so fresh in grief. And so I just want to give you an extra thank you for coming when you're still, it's very raw, it's a raw place to be. So I really appreciate you sharing, today, and just know that we're wishing you all the softness and support as you navigate, this place of grief, and a place that can feel like you have more rubble than really structures that remain for you.
More rubble than reconstruction.
That's right, because it's so early.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
And yet you said you did this for you. That like telling your story does it, now that you're 5 hours in, does it feel healing? Liberating?
Yeah, that's so true. How are you feeling?
No, it does. It's you kind of go over it in your head of like things you want to pinpoint and all of those, and it got off track and didn't even go probably where I thought it would, but like hit where it needed to. And so I feel very much so like this was it sounds like my moment. That sounds kind of weird, but like it was very important for me to be able to do this and to not hide anymore, and to eventually to have a place where I can like send people of being like, I'm not ready to like, when this gets posted, I'm not going to like post it on my socials, but eventually to be able to be like, I have this that people can look to and hear it in its kind of entirety. So thank you for allowing me to be here for as long as I have.
And just to check in, is there anything that was on the outline or that you wanted to make sure got discussed or said that you want to end with?
No. It's, I really do believe that it hit where it needed to. Okay. So that's great. Yeah. Thank you.
And, Anna Schreyer, if somebody just wants to reach out to you, contact you, maybe even help you finish that house.
You never know.
How would they reach out to you?
Yeah.
If you want people to reach out to
Yeah,
you.
no, it's totally fine. Probably Instagram is easiest. I am baby_Schreyer. Because again, that is
SCHREYER.
Yeah, that's probably the easiest. Just like
They can DM you.
me. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a public page so you can see it. So, yes.
Is that your Venmo too?
Oh, I don't know. Am I allowed to look at it? That
I
sounds...
mean, yeah. Well, I'll just. If anyone wants to help Anna, I'm going to give her a chance to find her Venmo. But while she's doing that, I'm just going to say, first of all, Margi, it's so amazing always to have you along. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm really grateful for this story.
Did you find your Venmo?
I did.
What's your Venmo?
It's at Anna-Schreyer. So
Anna dash.
And
ANNA.
Anna is with 2 N's.
Yep.
All right.
ANNA. That's
Sometimes we have angel listeners and viewers that like to help people. So
that's a lot, but thank you.
and we'll add that in the show notes as well. We'll have Brooklyn add that. And then, just what a treat that you'd come 2,000 miles away and that you cared enough about our community to share your story. And I love all our viewers and listeners, but I do have a special place in my heart for the Never Mormons out there because it just blows my mind. Who was the podcasting couple that I interviewed that do like humorous podcasts?
Oh, you're talking about Holly Laurent?
Yeah. You mentioned them in your You mentioned them in your outline. Mm-hmm. And when I did that interview, I did it because a Mormon listener loved them and just thought, but like as I do those interviews, I'm like, nobody's going to really care about this interview. Who really is going to care about some ex-evangelicals who have a humorous podcast? And to think that like at really important moments of need, some charismatic Assembly of God young woman at 18 or 19 was getting value from Mormon stories, and it was helping them understand their own tradition and then like impacting their lives. That's super humbling and sobering. And honestly, it's the type of thing that keeps me going.
Absolutely.
So it's so meaningful. It's so, I don't know, validating, but also just heartwarming and touching that a Never Mormon could be so touched by what we do.
Yeah, I actually, this leads in kind of perfectly. I wanted to mention that to you guys of just like genuinely like thanking you, because I think a lot of people can tend to think that maybe this is just like a content machine, that you're just finding stories just to create content. But I have listened for a decade now, and I don't pretend to like know you guys at all, but like I think that you guys do bear the weight of consequence, and that you do carry that, and like that it's really is like a catered, held thing, who you have on and what you choose to put out there. And so just from a Never Mormon and from, I guess I won't speak for anybody else, but from me, like, I just want to thank you guys, because this was and has been and will continue to be like a balm to my soul of like where I couldn't find it anywhere else. Like I couldn't find that exact right, medicine, and that I found that in you guys. So I just wanted to thank you for that too.
Well,
thank you.
That's very special. Thanks, Anna. All right. Well, that's Anna Schreyer, everyone. And thank you so much for joining us today on Mormon Stories. Want to thank Brooklyn and Julia and Maven and Gerardo and Margi and everyone that makes the Open Stories Foundation possible, including our board of directors. Thank you to our donors who make all this financially possible. We will be reimbursing you for your airfare and your hotel.
Very gracious. Thank you.
And it's donors that make that sort of thing possible, in addition to just operations. So thanks to everyone who's a monthly donor or an annual donor. And if you value this type of content and you're not supporting us and you want to see it continue, of course, we always just need to remind you that the way we make this possible is if you will just go to mormonstories.org, click on the donate button, become a monthly donor. we'll be able to keep doing stuff like this. We totally want more Never Mormons to apply to come on the podcast. If we did a whole series of Never Mormons and how we've helped them, we've got some in the works.
We have some in the lineup already.
And I don't think we could ever have enough. So you can go to mormonstories.org, apply to be on the show, and we'll review your applications. We'd love to have you on, or at least to apply. We can't have everyone on, obviously. And then it's always helpful to subscribe on YouTube, to subscribe on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok, to like these episodes and to comment on them. That always helps with the algorithms. So that's super, as well as your feedback at mormonstories@gmail.com. We read your feedback. We listen to it. We love it, and we appreciate it. So support us when you can. And again, thanks for joining us today. Thanks again, Anna. Thanks, Margi.
Thank you.
And we'll just end by saying, be good to each other, be kind to each other, and we'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care.